Chapter 51. Chapter 51. After Doc exited the room, he saw Robin sitting there. Then he thought that the welcome gift he had given to Bone Clay was a purple talented Pokémon egg, which later hatched into a Smoochum. Smoochum is a rare Pokémon, and its value would definitely exceed 1 billion belly if sold, not just the value of the egg. It was indeed a generous gift. Thus, the gift for Robin should also be of similar value to avoid favoritism. However, there are no Pokémon eggs left in stock at the store now. After all, Doc is already overwhelmed with taking care of these children, and he plans to restock only when the Whitebeard pirates and the Marines are ready to purchase Pokémon eggs in large quantities. The gift for Robin, then, seems to have been an easy choice. Robin. Manager, I've contacted the newspaper. I've informed them that Mr. Mihawk is our guest, and Big News Morgans has invited us for a meeting, Robin reported as Doc approached. Is that okay? It's fine. Mihawk won't mind, neither will Newgate, and Sengoku might not want it publicized. You did well, Doc nodded in approval. Although Robin took the initiative to speak about Mihawk, what she said was accurate. Without revealing something shocking, Morgans wouldn't have come. Doc naturally hopes for Morgans to come in person so that he pays more attention and is willing to invest more resources in promoting Pokémon. You're too kind, Robin said nonchalantly, then returned her attention to the Pokédex. However, before she could look for long, a hand extended in front of her, holding a feather with yellow and purple stripes. Robin paused, then remembered what Doc had mentioned to Kuzan previously. She quickly flipped through the Pokédex, looking for a specific Pokémon. There's no need to look further. Cresselia is a legendary Pokémon, not listed in the Pokédex. Doc knew what Robin was searching for. Legendary Pokémon are those that the people of the Pokémon world have not fully researched and thus are not included in the Pokédex. Doc's knowledge about legendary Pokémon is not very clear either. Manager. Robin looked up at the young man standing before her. His emerald green hair flowed down his back, and his white shirt was extremely form-fitting. His handsome face wore a gentle smile, not at all like someone who could emit Conqueror's haki. P.S. Previously, I only mentioned that the protagonist is handsome without detailed description. After some consideration, I've decided to give a standard for Doc's appearance, resembling N from Pokémon. This is for you. Doc handed the lunar feather to Robin. This is your welcome gift for joining the Mystery Hatchery House. Bone Clay received one when he joined too. Don't think too much of it. Thank you, Manager. Robin carefully accepted the feather, her heartbeat slightly quickening. This wasn't because she was moved by Doc, but because she knew the feather's purpose and value, and was excited about the possibility of meeting someone she longed to see. Hold it tonight as you sleep, and you'll meet her, Doc said, patting Robin's shoulder. Okay, Robin nodded firmly, her eyes moistening as she looked at the feather. It felt like it had been a long time since someone had treated her so gently. Bruh 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 bruh. Just then, the sound of a den mushy rang out. Robin quickly pulled out the snail phone from her pocket and answered. The caller seemed to say just one sentence before hanging up. Morgans. Robin immediately switched back to her professional demeanor, informing Doc of the caller's identity. Now, at Water 7 in the first half of the Grand Line. All right, I'll go, Doc nodded, stretching. Manager, do you need me to come with you? No need. With Darkrai and Sceptile with me, even if the whole world government comes after me, I can still escape. Doc casually shook his head. Below the rank of Marine Admiral, no one can withstand his Conqueror's haki, not to mention he has max-level Darkrai and Sceptile by his side. He's not worried at all. Although Morgans is one of the kings of the underworld, his own strength is weak. Please be careful. Water 7 has been experiencing frequent storms lately. The sea god Aqualaguna might be coming. Finish the talk and return to the shop as soon as possible, Robin advised, not forcefully, but she wouldn't stop Doc from making his own choices. No matter how outrageous those choices might be, she would accompany him because they are partners. Don't worry. Oh, Robin, Doc said, about to leave with Sceptile. Manager. From now on, call me Doc. Water 7. This island is famous worldwide because it gathers the highest and most shipwrights. The Pluton was constructed here 800 years ago. The shipwright of Pirate King Gold Roger, a fishman named Tom, is currently on this island. His apprentices, who will be famous in the future as Frankie and Icebug, are working hard on the sea train, though Frankie is still known as Cutty Flam at this time. The outskirts of Water 7. Due to the imminent arrival of the sea god, almost everyone has fled to the inner city, leaving the outer city deserted. In an underground bar, Morgans rested his chin on one hand and tapped the wooden table with the other, making a thumping sound. If not for Hawkeye's Dracule Mihawk's high reputation in recent years, he wouldn't have bothered coming. Pokémon? He had never heard of them. To claim they possess natural abilities akin to those of devil fruit users is absurd. If the other party dares to deceive him and waste his time, Morgans is determined to make them feel the wrath of the underworld king. Creak. The old door opened, and a handsome man with emerald green hair walked in. Morgans felt this man was the most handsome he had ever seen, wondering if he could sell him to Stussy for her pleasure district. But what was that green creature following him? A devil fruit animal or a human who ate a zoan-type devil fruit? Those eyes were terrifying. When Morgans caught Sceptile's gaze, his feathers stood on end, and he shivered. The last person who could intimidate him with just a look had been imprisoned, a man named Douglas Bullet. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. What kind of Pokémon is this? This was what Septil was thinking. There was no helping it. Morgans truly didn't look human, even less so than him. But Morgans was indeed human, having eaten the Zoan-type devil fruit, albatross form, and had been maintaining the albatross form for an extended period. Why choose such a place? It was quite difficult to find, Morgans grumbled. Huh. When the voice echoed, Morgans looked up at Doc, only then realizing that this was the person from the mystery hatchery house. Instantly, Morgans dropped the disdainful attitude, realizing that Septil was no ordinary creature. Boss, the sea god is coming. Before Morgans and Doc could start their conversation, someone rushed in, frantically shouting. Huh. Morgans was stunned. Wasn't it too early for the sea god this year? Quickly realizing the situation, Morgans hurried outside. The outer city would be completely submerged, and as a devil fruit user, he definitely didn't want to die. Fortunately, Morgans had always been cautious and had prepared lifeboats for such emergencies. Hey, you two, follow me. Morgans, ever the professional, didn't forget to call Doc and Septil for evacuation, aligning with his character as someone who would risk his life for a headline. Doc and Septil exchanged glances and shrugged. They hadn't expected to face a tsunami just upon arrival, but to call it misfortune, that was an overstatement. Doc's eyes sparkled with an idea. He wanted to use the sea god to build a powerful image for Pokémon, to make both Morgans and the people of Water 7 witness it. With this thought, Doc suddenly discarded the idea of returning to the shop. Is the sea god terrifying? Not necessarily. To be frank, Darkrai could even swallow the entire tsunami with a black hole. Thinking so, Doc followed Morgans out with Septil. As they reached the streets of the outer city and looked towards the sea, a massive wave, obscuring the sky, was crashing towards them. Doc admitted he had underestimated the sea god. Having never seen a tsunami before, he was genuinely surprised by the natural disaster's might, understanding why humans felt powerless against such calamities. The wave of the sea god reached heights of over 500 meters, almost the highest ever recorded on the blue planet. No wonder it could easily submerge the outer city of Water 7. Hey, get on the boat. Morgans had entered a submarine, docked in the river canal of the outer city, beckoning Doc and Septil to hurry aboard. Darkrai, bring that boat here. Doc didn't board. Instead, with Septil's help, he climbed onto a rooftop. Moreover, he had Darkrai materialize, lifting the submarine with one hand and placing it beside Doc and Septil. Huh. Morgans was dumbfounded. What are you doing? He stuck his head out, staring at the two peculiar creatures beside Doc. Suddenly, Morgans had an epiphany and jumped out of the submarine, taking out his camera to photograph Doc and his companions. He knew what he was doing and the risks involved, but he smelled a big scoop. That guy floating midair, lifting the submarine, made Morgans realize this group was extraordinary. The mystery hatchery house, huh? Another formidable force emerges at sea, confirming the stories about Hawkeye were true. While Morgans pondered, he didn't miss glancing at the approaching giant wave, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Despite being an albatross, he couldn't fly. But no matter, he planned to jump into the submarine and hide if these guys didn't act when the sea god was 50 meters away. Doc looked back. On the inner city walls of Water 7, many people had noticed the situation here, with more and more gathering to watch the spectacle. Most appeared worried, seemingly honest civilians, while those delighting in the chaos were likely pirates and thugs. Doc could even see some taking advantage of the chaos to rob the ordinary people, with no sight of the world government or Marines. The world government probably didn't want to intervene, while the Marines were likely evacuating civilians, not noticing the theft. In such times, Doc thought, if those civilians had Pokémon by their sides, would those villains dare to be so brazen? About time. Doc didn't have the luxury to ponder the future. The towering wave was now just 100 meters away from the coastline of the outer city. Morgans had already climbed atop the lifeboat, 1 foot inside the cabin. Septil, I haven't seen your strength yet. Doc looked at the calm Septil beside him, smiling without a hint of nervousness. Cha. Septil slightly raised its head, its confidence apparent. He took a few steps forward, sizing up the gigantic tsunami. Indeed, it was massive, but he had faced tsunamis stirred by Kyogre in the Pokémon world before. Compared to that, this was merely a baby. Swoosh! Septil suddenly turned around, flicking its lush, powerful tail towards the tsunami. One of the grass type's ultimate moves, Leaf Storm. Boom! A green tornado, equally tall, suddenly rose from the sea. The green energy formed a tornado on the sea, wrapping endless green leaves around the sea god, effortlessly tearing it apart. Countless sea waters were pulled into the clouds by the green tornado, with leaves falling from the sky, covering half of Water 7 in a green blanket. The gloomy sky was now showering with wet leaves. Everyone dumbly looked up at the falling green leaves. Only Morgans kept snapping photos with his camera, both shocked and driven by professional instinct. This was Pokémon's first grand public performance in this world, akin to a magical show by forest sprites. This was Pokémon's little greeting to the world, a minor shock. Amazing, Septil. Doc generously praised Septil's strength. Septil proudly raised its head, closing its eyes, crossing its arms over its chest, a slight smile on its lips. Mission complete, flawless. Chapter 53. Chapter 53. The next day, the elderly gentleman who had purchased a white talented egg indeed arrived. Under the witness of everyone, a somewhat timid Oddish hatched from the green egg. Shy from birth, it hid behind the old man's legs, not coming out. The old man seemed very fond of it, treating it as his own grandson. Doc shared some tips about Oddish's habits with the old man before sending him back home. It was a small interlude. A week quietly passed, and the latest edition of the newspaper flew across the world. Deep in the new world, aboard the Moby Dick, Newgate was as relaxed as ever, sitting at the prow of the ship. However, his attention was no longer solely on his foolish sons but on his beard. On that large, curved Whitebeard hung a pink, oval creature, clutching the beard and flapping about, causing Newgate to sweat profusely. Little Luck Egg was quite the handful. Sometimes, waking up in the middle of the night to find its pebble gone would lead to ear-shattering cries, loud enough to penetrate walls. Imagine thousands of pirates, turning on lights and searching the floor for a stone in the middle of the night. But the stone was nowhere to be found, so they had to get another from Blenheim. Over the week, Blenheim lost 18 precious stones. There was no choice. The weather in the new world was bizarre, with frequent thunderstorms and large waves that could tilt the ship. Little Luck Egg, with its short legs and propensity for falling, often dropped its stone into the sea, and it would dive after the stone, leading to a bunch of people jumping in after her, sometimes even devil fruit users adding to the chaos in their rush. In the end, they always got another stone from Blenheim. In short, with Little Luck Egg around, life for the Whitebeard pirates took on a different flavor, but no one complained. Instead, it added a dash of vitality to this group of old-timers. Hey, old man, something interesting happened at sea. Marco suddenly flew down from the crow's nest, holding a newspaper. Marco. Seeing Marco, Little Luck Egg immediately stretched out her tiny arms for a hug. Little Luck Egg got along best with Marco, as he always cleaned up her messes. Marco was the only member of the Whitebeard pirates whom Little Luck Egg would lend her pebbles to, though they had to be returned, or she would cry. It was just a temporary gift for a hug. What's up? Newgate deftly caught the falling Little Luck Egg, then turned to Marco. The existence of Pokémon has been discovered. It seems a very remarkable Pokémon appeared at the mystery Hatchery House. I wonder where Doc got them from. Marco spread the newspaper out for Newgate to see a photo. It was a strange, upright green creature with an exaggeratedly long tail, like a small tree. Don't you remember? The mystery Hatchery House claims to connect to other worlds. Though the manager said only people from our world can enter, he never mentioned he couldn't go to other worlds. Perhaps those came from another world, Satch speculated. Gururera, Pokémon couldn't possibly remain unnoticed. I knew from the first time I met Doc he would do something big, Newgate chuckled, not surprised by the news. He just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Pokémon were destined to cause a stir in this world. It might not be huge, but people would take notice. Marineford. At the Marine base, Sengoku looked at the newspaper on his desk, his expression dark. He had hoped Pokémon wouldn't be exposed so soon, planning to use their power to form a special secret squad. But he knew Doc, as a businessman, wouldn't just sit by and watch his shop be ignored. Now, the power of Pokémon was revealed to the world for the first time. Surely, some organizations would want to contact this power, depending on how many believed it all. How are Crane, Jun, and Buniri doing? Sengoku turned to Tsuru, sitting on the sofa, feeling a bit anxious about Doc's sudden publicity stunt. According to Doc's conditions, the Marines must prove they could successfully raise a Pokémon from an egg to adulthood. Only then could they start a comprehensive collaboration with the Mystery Hatchery House and massively recruit Pokémon to form an army. Not bad. Buniri is very energetic and growing quickly, likely to be earlier than Doc mentioned. Conservatively, I'd say a week. Tsuru recalled Buniri's condition carefully. Good. Take 10 people from the logistics and research departments to form a team specifically for Pokémon service. When Doc brings those Pokémon in a few days, I'll try to hire him as a technical advisor for a while. Sengoku nodded, his gaze firm. Doc could never have imagined his publicity plan would solidify Sengoku's idea of forming a Pokémon squad and accelerate the process. Sengoku, this Pokémon is obviously grass type, Tsuru noted. Indeed, but does that make a difference? Types. You don't actually believe what Doc said about types being irrelevant now, do you? Tsuru cut him off. Tsuru and Sengoku saw things differently. Sengoku had to oversee all marine activities, constantly dealing with various matters and the world government, hardly having time to consider Pokémon intricacies. But Tsuru was different, her mission always being to capture Corazon Don Quixote Doflamingo. With no Doflamingo intelligence, she had plenty of time to think about Pokémon. What do you mean? Sengoku furrowed his brows at Tsuru. Remember what we saw at the Mystery Hatchery House? Those water-type Pokémon in the water and the flying-type Pokémon that could take to the skies. Have you forgotten what it means to be able to fly and battle at sea in this world? Tsuru's words made Sengoku realize the significance. In a world where most lack the means to fly and where ability users roam the Grand Line, having the ability to fly or fight at sea was terrifying. Doc said there are 18 types in total. How do you know some of the types we haven't heard of won't have their own unique characteristics, like that Darkrai? Tsuru's gaze was profound, she felt she had uncovered everything. The idea that types aren't important is utterly wrong. It's crucial? You're right, Sengoku nodded, reassessing Pokémon types. Pick another 10 from logistics to study types. Chapter 54. Chapter 54. Even Mihawk is interested now. Somewhere in the first half of the Grand Line, a man with red hair and a missing left arm excitedly held a newspaper, his face unable to hide a smile. This was the captain of the Red Hair Pirates, Red-Haired Shanks. It does seem like something he would do, doesn't it? Ben Beckman, casually smoking a cigar, commented, ever since you lost your arm, he's been looking for fun across the seas. If what's in this photo is real, then these creatures called Pokémon are quite remarkable, Lucky Roo added while munching on a chicken leg. They had visited Water 7 and seen the sea god Aqualaguna themselves. It was a disaster not just anyone could handle, only a top-tier force at sea could manage a tsunami hundreds of meters high. Indeed, it is said that even ordinary people can become companions of Pokémon, assuming the responsibility of caring for and training them. This profession is called trainer. In the New World, on the island of Baltigo, Dragon, we must harness this power. A man with a purple afro spoke to the man beside him. Yvonne, I know, but we must first verify the accuracy of this information. Morgans hardly spreads false news, this photo must be real. Still, we must be cautious. We cannot afford a single misstep. Dragon was careful, fully aware of the gravity of their cause. Karasu, I need you to look into this. Dragon turned to a figure behind him, clad in a fluffy black feather coat, a metal beak mask covering his face, with two crows circling around. As Karasu departed, Dragon's gaze returned to the photo, focusing on a green-haired figure in the bottom left corner. That man, standing beside such a creature during a disaster, could not possibly be just a bystander. In Wano country, yo, meet. Ton. A bulky man laughed at the news in the paper. King, what do you think? This man was one of the emperors of the New World, the captain of the Beasts Pirates, Kaido of the Beasts. Promising creatures, as if they've eaten Zoan-type devil fruits. King glanced at the green figure in the paper, sensing Kaido's intent. Should Jack take a trip to Water 7? No need. Right now, Water 7 must be bustling. The Marines and the world government surely won't be absent. Kaido's fierce gaze revealed no urgency. There were still unresolved matters in Wano, leaving no manpower to spare for overseas affairs. What's his will come to him eventually. We'll just take it all later. Sabayati Archipelago. In this hub of traders and underworld dealers from across the Grand Line, the existence of Pokémon caused quite a stir. Many set their sights on Pokémon, planning to buy eggs in bulk and sell them at higher prices. Ambitious figures began plotting to carve out a domain in the underworld with this power. For a time, interest was high, but no one made a move. First, no one knew where to find the mystery Hatchery House. Second, no one could confirm the potential and value of Pokémon. The credibility of Morgans's report was high, but some speculated it was part of a grand scheme. As the Whitebeard pirates had initially thought, if Pokémon held such potential, why would the mystery Hatchery House, wielding this power, not seek to dominate the world but sell it instead? No ghosts believed that. But believing in ghosts would be the real folly. Most adopted a wait-and-see approach, with all sorts of talk in the underworld. Mihawk was continually brought up in discussions due to this event. Island number 13, Shucky's Ripoff Bar. Amazing, to think such powerful creatures quietly emerged at sea. I hadn't received any intel on this, Shucky, resting her chin on one hand and tapping the newspaper with the other, mused. Once the former Empress of Amazon Lily and captain of the Kuja Pirates, Shucky was involved in the slave liberation incident of 1507, alongside Rayleigh and Gold Roger, helping the Boa sisters escape from Marijois. Now, as the largest information broker of Sabayati Archipelago, Shucky was surprised by the mystery Hatchery House and Pokémon, completely unknown to her until now. The world government must be sweating, Rayleigh commented leisurely from the bar. Seeing the Pokémon details in the paper, Rayleigh foresaw the world government's actions. Indeed, they won't allow ordinary citizens to have such power. Shucky smiled, almost seeing the reaction of the five elders, sweating bullets, world government. As Shucky and Rayleigh guessed, atop the red line in Marijois, five elders gathered around a table, a den mushy in the midst of a call on the table. Sengoku, do you know about the mystery Hatchery House? What hatchery? The mystery Hatchery House. Mystery what? The mystery Hatchery House. What mystery house? Get lost. The call ended, and the elder who had been talking to Sengoku, visibly enraged and red-faced, obviously fumed. This fool, becoming more useless by the day. Rather, becoming more disobedient. The elder beside him sipped tea calmly. Can't you see he's feigning ignorance? The world government doesn't need a marine admiral who won't listen. The current global situation allows no change. Plus, Sengoku has high prestige in the Marines and handles most matters well. We can't replace him yet. True, Sakazuki is still too young, lacking sufficient support within the Marines to take over as admiral. What about the mystery Hatchery House? The elders began discussing, as they had always done. The usual approach, persuade them towards the path of justice, making Pokémon our exclusive force. And if they refuse, label them as criminals and place bounties. Chapter 55. Chapter 55. Pokémon have become a topic of wide discussion across the seas, yet the mystery Hatchery House has not made any further moves. Doc plans to let the world react for a few more days, allowing the news to ferment while he scouts for branch locations. More importantly, he intends to take the Pokémon babies out to see the world, so they don't think the small shop is all there is. This main quest has been delayed for quite some time. At this moment, inside the mystery Hatchery House, the semi-grown Pokémon are lined up on the lawn, looking up at Doc as he speaks. Everyone heard what I said, right? You must behave, listen to adults, don't wander off, stay within my sight, and don't accept food from strangers. Otherwise, bad guys might take you away. Doc sternly stands before the Pokémon, warning the little ones. Bone Clay and Darkrai, standing by his side, nod in agreement. For them, these little ones are indeed a headache, even for Darkrai, the god of nightmare, who finds it hard to manage such mischief. Robin, however, smiles confidently. For someone as cunning as her, managing naughty kids is easy compared to her previous missions. Plus, her flower fruit abilities allow her to gather all the babies back at once, a recognized divine skill in the mystery Hatchery House. As for Sceptile, Doc hadn't expected him to babysit. For Sceptile, guarding a bunch of noisy kids is already a lot to ask. The first stop is Sphinx, Newgate's homeland, an island as peaceful as a paradise, its main feature being a large valley filled with grasslands and a sizable village. After the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates and the Blackbeard pirates clashed, Marco came here to guard against attacks from the so-called Whitebeard 2, but he never expected Whitebeard 2 would not only refrain from attacking the village but also stop the Marines, leading to his capture. Those events are too distant for Doc to ponder now. With history possibly altered, whether the Summit War and subsequent events will occur is uncertain. Leading the group, Doc is at the forefront, with Darkrai hiding in his shadow. Following him are over a dozen Pokémon babies still smelling of milk, with Robin keeping an eye on every one of them from the rear to prevent any mischief or wandering off. Sceptile and Bone Clay flank the babies, ensuring their safety. Bone Clay also carries a large glass tank containing Magikarp and Phoebus. With such a formation, Doc leads everyone out of the shop. Reappearing on the deck of the Moby Dick, now docked at Sphinx, the Whitebeard pirates are seen transporting supplies to the village within the valley. Being a remote island near the Calm Belt, it has almost no contact with the outside world and relies on the Whitebeard pirates for supplies. Yo, Doc, seems like you're living well these days, Newgate's voice greets him, seemingly having waited for some time. Little Lucky Egg still dominates Newgate's massive beard, while Newgate's eyes show a hint of envy for the Pokémon babies behind Doc. He wishes for more Pokémon, not for their power but for their innocence and charm, dreaming of them as his sons. It's because I got a great employee to help with the workload. You must have realized how troublesome the Pokémon babies can be this week. Doc nods towards Robin at the back of the group. Approaching Newgate, this visit isn't just for the babies to have fun but also to check on the Pokémon's growth among the guests. Little Lucky Egg doesn't show much closeness to Doc, having not been cared for by him as an egg, being the first to be sold. She hardly recognizes Doc. Newgate hands Little Lucky Egg to Doc, their crew lacking the knowledge to assess Pokémon's physical conditions. They hope Doc can ensure she's growing correctly, not wanting her to develop poorly. Newgate then looks towards Robin. Though Robin's bounty isn't high, and she's not known on the Grand Line, her status as an O'Hara survivor is well known, giving a hint of the world government's stance towards her. Are you provoking the Marines and the world government? I won't bring Robin to the Marine base. Sengoku doesn't know about Robin's situation, and even if he finds out, it doesn't matter. As for the world government, Doc chuckles, eliciting a deeper look from Newgate, who senses something significant in that laughter. The conversation ends there, with both understanding the unspoken implications. Happy. Little Lucky Egg, held by Doc, starts to struggle. But Doc, applying pressure to certain spots, quickly soothes her, making her comfortable and relaxed. Doc's daily study of breeder, from novice to master, allows him to practice on the shop's Pokémon, advancing his breeding skills to LV.3, easily managing Little Lucky Egg. Oh, she's growing exceptionally well. How did you manage it? After examining Little Lucky Egg and noting her rapid, healthy growth, Doc is impressed. That must be Satch's research. Research? Yes, Satch has been experimenting with Moo Moo milk recipes for Little Lucky Egg, which might be why. That makes sense. Creating Pokémon food is an essential skill for a breeder, an area Doc plans to explore further, given Satch's unexpected talent. Thinking about the future, with trainers, breeders, coordinators, and Pokémon professors emerging in this world, Doc is excited. To reshape this world into a Pokémon-centric one, the efforts of the Mystery Hatchery House alone aren't enough. Doc doesn't mind teaching others about Pokémon, allowing the knowledge to spread further. How about it? My homeland isn't bad, right? Indeed. Chapter 56. Chapter 56. Under Newgate's guidance, a bunch of adorable Pokémon babies march towards the village. Among them, some Whitebeard crew members interested in Pokémon put down their work to join in, such as the Ice Witch Whitebeard. The only female on the Whitebeard pirates ship who goes into battle, she isn't a division commander but rather one of the 43 pirate crews under the Whitebeard flag, affiliated as an ally. As someone from Newgate's era, Whitebeard isn't young, but she still retains her charm. Dressed in a pirate hat, wielding a plain rapier, and donning a blue and white striped shirt that extends to her thighs covered by a blue cape, with her lower attire uncertain beyond the black stockings and ice blue high heels she wears, Doc sees Whitebeard as a confident individual. Whether it's her strength or beauty, she seems to have a clear understanding of both. Whitebeard's target was clear, she headed straight for the snowy Vulpix, sensing the faint chill it radiated with her observation haki. Doc didn't stop Whitebeard from interacting with Vulpix, thinking if they hit it off, Whitebeard might become Vulpix's trainer. Doc thinks they're quite compatible, both having ice attributes, though he's not entirely sure what Whitebeard's ice ability entails. Along the way, the little ones seem to cluster together due to the crowd, staying close behind Doc. Perhaps intimidated by the varied and fierce-looking members of the Whitebeard crew, the Pokémon babies were a bit scared. Of course, not all Pokémon felt this way. Doc had to hold on to Growlithe's ear to prevent it from running off. Rockruff proudly strode forward, looking every bit the noble little wolf it is. Scraggy looked ready to battle anyone who locked eyes with it. However, these were exceptions. Most of the Pokémon babies behaved on their first outing, their eyes filled with curiosity about the outside world. They looked at the green grass and vast skies, feeling a longing for the world they were just beginning to understand. Village children, already familiar with the Whitebeard crew, quickly turned their attention to the Pokémon. They eagerly wanted to play with the cute Pokémon babies, who were just as keen to interact with the kids. Most Pokémon naturally like children, a trait inherent to them. Go on and play, but don't stray too far, especially you, Growlithe. Doc turned and instructed the Pokémon like a kindergarten teacher, gesturing for them to have some free time while signaling Bone Clay, Robin, and the others to keep an eye on them. While the Pokémon wouldn't encounter any villains on this island dominated by the Whitebeard crew, Doc still worried about the naive little creatures getting into trouble, like eating brightly colored mushrooms and poisoning themselves, something he could totally see Growlithe doing. Grow. Ignoring Doc's specific warning, Growlithe dashed off, running wild across the vast grasslands. The other Pokémon, seeing Growlithe having fun, gradually ventured further but stayed within sight of Doc and the group. The village kids and some Whitebeard crew members followed their favored Pokémon, curious about what interesting actions these magical little beings would take. Sighing, Doc watched the Pokémon babies scatter, not feeling too sentimental. As the kids grow and start exploring the world, discovering new things, it's natural for Doc to worry. Pokémon are simply too innocent. The people of the pirate world differ from those in the Pokémon world, where most are good-natured, and even the villains rarely harm Pokémon. T/N, someone didn't read the manga. This world is different. Shaking his head, Doc thought, you can't always keep Pokémon confined to the shop, they need to see the world. In a field near the village, a snowy Vulpix hops in, sniffing at the crops, curious about the yellow-flowered plants. Just as Vulpix is about to taste it, Whitebeard intervenes. You shouldn't bite into the hard work of the uncles here. Whitebeard, despite her age and mature beauty, speaks with a slightly cold tone, resembling a young girl's voice. Picking up Vulpix, she looks into its eyes as it sprays a fine snowstream at her in protest. Whitebeard, amused and unfazed, enjoys the cooling sensation, finding a reason for her fondness for the little Vulpix. They both share an affinity for ice. Despite Vulpix's continued struggles and calls for its siblings, Whitebeard easily cleans off the mud with a wave of her chilly, moist hand, leaving a strong impression on the little Pokémon. Alright, clean now, go play, says Whitebeard, placing Vulpix on the grass, where it hesitates before looking back at her, asking for companionship. Mew. Do you want me to play with you? Mew. Chapter 57. Chapter 57. When lunchtime arrived, Robin dragged all the Pokémon back one by one. Dragging Growlithe was the most troublesome. Robin actually had to use her 32 fleur to catch him, and this little pup was quite good at dodging, sparring with Robin for several minutes. It was the first time Doc saw Robin in such a disheveled state, watching from the side with great amusement. Then, Robin pinched his waist. It's terrifying, being pinched in the waist by a pair of hands that suddenly appear from a distance of more than 10 meters. Alright, everyone, eat your meals obediently. Doc rubbed his waist, sat down, and then started instructing the Pokémon next to him. Many villagers and members of the Whitebeard pirates spontaneously came to this area to cook and eat, making it seem like a large-scale picnic, almost making Doc forget that this was the dangerous world of pirates. If every corner of this world could be like this, it would be nice. Doc looked at the scene in front of him, where humans and Pokémon coexisted harmoniously, enjoying nature, and murmured from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps because of his longing for the world of Pokémon, Doc also wanted to make this world resemble that one. Is this your dream? Newgate was sitting next to Doc. Despite their difference in size, Newgate still heard what Doc said. A dream. No, it's a goal. Doc hesitated for a moment, then affirmed his thoughts. Is that so? That's very difficult. Newgate paused in his eating, looking into Doc's eyes without seeing any jest. But how could Newgate, who has lived through the old era, not know the difficulty of such a thing? As long as there are people in this world, it will never become that wonderful. That's not wrong, even the world of Pokémon has its dark presences, just less so. It's not as difficult as you think. Doc knew what the mystery Hatchery House would face if it decided to take this path. Newgate knew as well. But what Newgate didn't know was what the mystery Hatchery House had. Well, I wish you success then. Newgate shook his head, not saying much more. In his view, such things are too difficult, practically impossible. The mystery Hatchery House might manage, but it would be very hard. Bone Clay, Robin, Darkrai, and Sceptile were gathered around Doc, having heard his conversation with Newgate. They didn't speak, just pondering as they continued to eat. A quarter hour later, Doc had finished eating. Some of the little ones had gone to play after eating, while others were eating slowly. He looked at the Pokémon. Most were playing in groups of 3 or 2, but there were loners like 2. However, 2 Pokémon were different. One was a lowland Vulpix, who no longer played with her best friend Eevee but instead went to play with Vivi. Eevee seemed a bit sad, but that's okay. Her brother Eevee would always annoy her, leaving her no time to feel sad. The other was more surprising to Doc. Krabby? Yes, the very lazy one, who did nothing but eat and sleep all day. He was playing rock paper scissors with a sniffling little girl, having won 12 times already. The little girl wasn't bored by the wins, but Doc was. Krabby's look at the little girl was full of indulgence, as if looking at a little sister. What a domineering crab, you're just a week-old baby? Do you guys know what happened between Krabby and that little girl? Doc opened his mouth and then turned to ask Bone Clay and Robin. Earlier, that little girl fell into the lake, and then Krabby rescued her, Bone Clay explained, having kept an eye on the situation around them, which allowed him to witness what happened with Krabby. Oh, that child seems to have some issues, with a mental age lower than her physical one, often doing silly things. Newgate noticed the little girl Doc mentioned and explained her situation to him. I see. Doc nodded, having thought there might have been a more interesting story behind their interaction, only to find it was a simple act of heroism. Looking at the expressions on Alolan Vulpix and Krabby's faces, Doc pretty much had an idea. These two little ones had likely found their trainers. A while later, when everyone had finished eating, Doc called Alolan Vulpix and Krabby over. Do you want to leave with them? Doc pointed at Whitebeard and the little girl. Craw. Vol. Alolan Vulpix and Krabby's eyes suddenly widened, filled with disbelief. No, it's not about driving you away, but don't you want to see the world outside? Don't you want to explore beyond that small place? If you like them, you can stay by their side and let them become your partners and family. Doc waved his hands, hurriedly explaining before the two little ones could start crying. After a moment of silence from both Pokémon, contemplating Doc's words, Alolan Vulpix raised its head, looking at Doc. Vol. Yes, if you wish, you can always come back to the Mystery Hatchery House to play. But by then, Eevee might not be here anymore. She might find her own partner and embark on adventures in this world. Doc understood Alolan Vulpix's concern and nodded in affirmation. Vol. Hearing Doc's words, Alolan Vulpix made up its mind to go with Whitebeard, expressing its fondness for her. Since it could always return home, there was nothing to hesitate about. All right, I'll speak to Newgate about this. Krabby, what about you? Do you want to stay by that little girl's side? Doc then turned his attention to Krabby, who looked over the grassy fields and then at the somewhat dazed little girl, ultimately deciding to stay. He was too worried about the little girl. Okay, leave it to me. Doc confirmed the little one's decisions and went to discuss the matter with Newgate alone. Newgate had no objections. He didn't plan to interfere in such matters, so he asked Whitebeard to come over and talk directly with Doc. As for the money to purchase Krabby, Newgate took care of it. Because of this, Doc didn't haggle over the price. 1 million belly, the price during the egg stage, without any additional charges. Since Krabby would be serving as a companion, there wasn't a need to consider too many factors. I knew it. Whitebeard swung her water blue hair with confidence upon understanding Alolan Vulpix's decision, showing a bit of self-assurance. She promptly paid for Alolan Vulpix herself. The pricing for Alolan Vulpix, considering its rarity, attributes, characteristics, personality, beauty, and potential as Alolan Ninetales in every aspect, was set at 35 million belly. This was more than 3 times the price during the egg stage, a very high price indeed. Whitebeard didn't flinch, paying immediately without delay. And so, 3,600 magical coins were deposited. P.S. The pricing of these Pokemon babies is roughly estimated by me without going into too much detail. I'm not exactly a high-level gamer, so I don't delve deeply into the value of Pokemon in combat. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. When Eevee, the sister of Alolan Vulpix, found out that Alolan Vulpix was leaving, she almost cried. However, she still wished Alolan Vulpix happiness in the future and asked her to often return to the Mystery Hatchery House to play. The parting between the two little foxes moved some members of the Whitebeard pirates to tears. Doc saw a few people crying and was baffled himself. What's there to cry about? Doc ultimately couldn't quite grasp the thought processes of some people in this world, feeling that these few had a bit of that Bone Clay vibe. At dusk, Doc took the little ones and bid farewell to the members of the Whitebeard pirates, then returned to the shop. The little ones, having played all day, were exhausted and immediately fell asleep once they returned to the familiar and safe place. The next morning, Doc was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, he felt a heavy blow to his stomach, which almost made him think he was about to sleep forever. Opening his eyes intending to scold Growlithe, he found Robin sitting on his stomach. No, that's not right. Doc frowned, and as his vision cleared, he realized something was off about this Robin. Robin doesn't have a pair of beady eyes. Ditto. After being scolded, Ditto looked a bit wronged. It heard from a member of the Whitebeard pirates that doing this would make Doc happy, but it seems that wasn't the case. Doc noticed Ditto's mood and called Robin over to explain the situation and asked her to comfort Ditto. After hearing about it, Robin couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. The innocent Pokemon are just too gullible. But then again, that person wasn't entirely wrong, were they? Robin tilted her head, thinking that what the person said wasn't exactly incorrect, just the method was. After washing up, Doc came out of his room. Immediately, he saw Poniard sitting alone by the lake, quietly staring at a Magikarp in the water. But it's not like Magikarp was staring back at him. Magikarp was clearly sleeping. Fish don't close their eyes when they sleep, so Poniard couldn't have thought Magikarp was playing a staring game with him, could he? Thinking about Poniard's behavior since birth, Doc felt something was off and went to sit next to him. Poniard, do you have any worries? You don't seem to enjoy playing with everyone. You're still a baby, after all. Doc couldn't understand what worries Poniard, at such an innocent age, could have. Mateo. Poniard looked up at Doc, then stretched out an arm, gently touching its blades. Initially, Doc couldn't understand Poniard's language, so he didn't know about his concerns. Now, after getting to know each other for a while, Doc could somewhat understand what the children meant. Poniard was worried that its blades could hurt other Pokémon, which is why it didn't play with them, not because it didn't want to. So, that's it, you silly, you should have told me directly. Doc shook his head helplessly, gently patting Poniard's head. Poniard's body was cold and as hard as metal, a very special texture, but it's precisely because of this that it has the steel type. Mateo. Poniard tilted its head, looking at Doc with confusion. Easy to solve, leave it to me. Doc smiled reassuringly and then returned to his room. Magical Mart. Clothes Poniard. Doc found the clothes section and entered Poniard as the keyword. A plethora of clothes designed specifically for Poniard's body structure were listed, all made by Pokémon clothing designers to make Poniard look more attractive. But there were also some clothes designed by Pokémon professors specifically to prevent Poniard's blades from injuring other Pokémon or people. Each set was worth 10 magical coins, equivalent to 100,000 belly. The price wasn't cheap, but Doc didn't hesitate to buy 10 sets right away. In case Poniard left in the future, he would have spare clothes to take with him. 10 sets of clothes, different styles, different colors. Afterward, Doc took Poniard into the house and helped him put on a set of clothes. Mateo. After wearing the clothes Doc gave him, Poniard felt somewhat uncomfortable. His movements seemed to have become somewhat sluggish. He looked down, his body's blades were covered by the clothing, and when he touched them, they felt soft. There? Now you can confidently play with everyone. Doc struggled a bit to dress Poniard. The clothes were indeed not easy to put on, with a rather odd construction that Doc initially didn't understand. But now, after trying it on Poniard and hugging him tightly, Doc didn't feel any of the blades. The specially made clothes indeed worked well. Mateo. Poniard snuggled into Doc's embrace, not knowing what Doc was doing, but the feeling was warm. For the first time, he had a clear sense of temperature. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes, but he quickly wiped them away. He wanted to be a man and not cry easily. All right, no problem, but still, be as careful as possible when playing with everyone. Doc put Poniard back on the ground, patted his little head, and led him out of the bedroom. The other Pokémon, seeing Poniard dressed, curiously came over to look. Growlithe even tackled Poniard to the ground and licked him, startling Poniard. However, realizing he no longer had to fear hurting others, he relaxed and smiled happily. Doc nodded at this sight. Bone Clay, Robin, and Darkrai watched all this from the side, and Sceptile from a tree also squinted at everything. A person, wanting other creatures to genuinely follow and support him, can't rely solely on strong abilities or exceptional potential. He must also possess personal charisma. And now, Doc was quietly exuding his own unique charm. All right, everyone, stop fooling around, get ready. Today, we're going to a new place to play, and it's quite impressive. Doc saw the little ones had played enough, clapped his hands to get their attention. Today's destination was clear. Marineford, the Navy base. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. This time, Robin did not participate in the marching group. Doc felt somewhat panicked without Robin's flower fruit abilities. They might struggle to handle the lively Pokémon, especially a certain dog. Doc glanced down at his leg, his hand constantly holding onto Growlithe's ear, daring not to let go for even a moment. When Doc led the team out of the mystery Hatchery House's door, he was astonished by the scene before him. It was still that commercial street. However, both sides of the street were already lined with a well-trained team of Navy soldiers waiting for them. The Navy Rear Admiral Momuzagi-jun led the team. On either side were Navy captains, the 25-year-old White Hunter Smoker, and the 23-year-old Black Cage Hina. Behind them followed nearly 100 Navy soldiers. Such a reception configuration was indeed shocking, and Doc couldn't help but nod inwardly. 100 people could only be considered a squad in the Navy, or rather, a large patrol team. But it's important to note that this is not some potentially dangerous place, but the absolutely safe Marineford, right at the gates of the Navy headquarters. These 100 people were not here for the safety of the Pokémon but purely to show an attitude and give face to the mystery Hatchery House. Whether this action came from Sengoku or from Tsuru, Doc could only say it was very successful. He could see from the expressions of Bone Clay and Sceptile that they were very satisfied with this kind of Navy reception. Doc, the Navy must be seeking something from us. Although Bone Clay was proud, he still steadied his mindset and whispered a reminder in Doc's ear. Doc nodded, he had noticed it too. He just didn't know what Sengoku or Tsuru wanted to get from the mystery Hatchery House. Manager Doc, we've been waiting for a long time. The little ones seem very healthy. Jun took 2 steps forward to greet Doc after seeing him. The many Navy officers behind her looked curiously at the Pokémon behind Doc, with most of the gazes falling on Sceptile. After all, what Sceptile did in Water 7 had spread across the seas. Many were curious whether Sceptile was really as powerful as rumored. And Doc was pondering how to let the Navy witness Sceptile's strength. The Navy is different from the Whitebeard pirates. The latter is in a semi-laissez-faire state, without too many pursuits, and being at the pinnacle of the new world, they don't care much about strength. But the Navy is different. In this era of great pirates, the endless emergence of pirates has left the Navy overwhelmed. They wish for more power to join the Navy to uphold their justice, so they value strength very much. It's been a long time, Ms. Jun. Buniri seems to be living well. In another 3 to 5 days, it should be able to start training. Doc responded with a smile, then crouched down to rub Buniri's ears. The simplest way to judge a Buniri's development is to feel the muscle density on its ears. Jun's Buniri's ears appeared soft and fluffy, but touching them revealed strong muscles. Obviously, Buniri's daily routine and diet must be very strict and healthy. Jun or Tsuru must have gone to great lengths to have the Navy's chefs specially research food for Buniri. Hey, did you hear that, Buniri? Mimalu. Buniri stretched its ears and hopped around on the spot, looking quite happy. Buniri's thought process is simple. Jun treats it well, so it also wants to quickly become strong and then help Jun. At this time, the little ones behind Doc could no longer restrain themselves and began to disperse gradually. Marineford is completely different in style from Sphinx, and the babies are always curious about new environments. Cough, cough, don't run around, we haven't arrived yet. Doc quickly coughed twice to attract the baby's attention, then gestured with his fingers through the air. The little ones obediently returned to their original spots, looking up at Doc attentively. Such obedient and cute babies naturally made the watching Navy officers feel a lot more fond of them, starting to ponder in their hearts. This was also a part of Sengoku and Tsuru's plan. Today, those who came with Jun are very potential figures from the new generation of the Navy, letting these people get familiar with Pokemon early on, and it would be best if they could get acquainted with some Pokemon. Jun laughed at this scene but couldn't quite empathize with Doc. Because Buniri, this girl, is not quite like the girl Lucky Egg. Buniri is very well behaved and obedient, like a 7 or 8-year-old girl, and hasn't caused Jun any trouble. Come with me. Counselor Tsuru seems to have some matters to discuss with you. Jun led the way, guiding Doc and the group towards the inside of the Navy base. Upon entering the Navy base, Doc also saw the true face of the Navy. Squads of new Navy recruits were undergoing special training, while those who had left the recruit camp followed their superiors onto warships heading to the sea. Discipline was strict, orders were followed without question, and training was rigorous. These were things not seen in the animation. The Navy seemed better than Doc's impression, and he began considering the idea of selling more Pokemon to the Navy. And these were precisely what Sengoku and Tsuru wanted Doc to see. It seems he's quite satisfied. Of course. In the marshal's office, at this moment, Sengoku and Tsuru stood by the window, watching Doc's expression on the square outside. Before long, knock, knock, knock. The door to the marshal's office was knocked. Marshal, Mr. Doc has arrived. Please come in. Doc walked into the office under the guidance of a messenger sailor. As for the Pokemon, they had already started playing in the square, with Jun's team of Navy officers staying behind to help watch over the Pokemon to prevent them from getting lost. Septal and Bone Clay also stayed behind to look around, curious about the Navy base. Since it's not a place just anyone can visit, and they had the chance to openly observe, they definitely wanted to take a closer look, assuming anything they shouldn't see had already been hidden by Sengoku and his team. Oh ho! When Doc walked into the marshal's office, he slightly raised his eyebrows. The lineup was more extravagant than he had imagined. Navy Fleet Admiral, Buddha Sengoku. Navy Admiral, Aokiji Kyuzen. Navy Admiral, Kizaru Borsalino. Navy Hero, Garp the Fist. Navy Vice Admiral, Tsuru the Great Tactician. Apart from Sakazuki and Zephyr, it could be said that the Navy's top brass were all gathered here. Sengoku was really trying his best. Welcome to the Navy base, Doc. Chapter 60. Chapter 60. Let them in. Tsuru gestured, and the messenger marine immediately went out. In no more than 2 minutes, 30 people came in. Marshal Sengoku, these are. Doc's gaze shifted to the 30 individuals. They didn't seem like combat marines. These people are from our Navy's logistics, biology, and research departments respectively. I hope to hire you to provide some Pokemon-related knowledge. The Logistics Department is responsible for researching Pokemon attributes and characteristics. The Biology Department takes care of raising young Pokemon and managing their physical and mental health. The Research Department uses machinery to timely monitor Pokemon's physiological states and training processes. Sengoku stated his purpose directly. No problem, Doc agreed promptly, surprising everyone present. They weren't aware of Doc's intentions and thought this was the result of Sengoku and Tsuru's arrangements. This slight upturn of Sengoku and Tsuru's lips suggested they thought they had Doc figured out. So, when do we start? I've been planning to open a branch in the first half of the Grand Line recently. I'm still selecting a location. Once the branch is established, these people can go there. Doc was straightforward with his plans. The opening of a branch would undoubtedly attract all sorts of characters, including those looking for trouble. However, if a group of Marines were stationed nearby, it would significantly reduce these troubles. Sengoku understood Doc's thoughts, and Doc knew that Sengoku could guess his intentions. It was an open strategy. No problem, I'll send a Vice Admiral-led troop to station there. Sengoku nodded and agreed. This wasn't a bad thing for the Navy because it effectively monopolized Pokemon's power, preventing pirates from accessing it. As for civilians having Pokemon, they didn't care much, it was just uncertain what the world government would think. But for the mystery Hatchery House and the Navy, it was a mutually beneficial situation, with no reason to refuse. I also want a Pokémon. Garp, who had been picking his nose on the side, spoke up, looking eagerly at Doc. You can't. Doc shook his head without a second thought. Handing a Pokémon baby to Garp would be pure abuse. What? Shut up, Garp. Sengoku's face darkened. He hadn't called for this troublemaker. Garp had insisted on seeing Doc. Garp seemed very interested in Pokémon. Ever since Kuzan returned from the Hatchery House, Garp had been acting like this. Thinking this, Sengoku glanced at Kuzan, who was pretending to be asleep with his head back. Borsalino looked around, then showed a sly smile. I don't think you have the ability to raise a Pokémon safely. Doc didn't care about Garp's status as a Navy hero and bluntly stated his reason for not selling Pokémon to him. Garp indeed doesn't. Tsuru shook her head. Tsuru-chan? How can you say that about me? I've raised 2 grandsons and my son grew up healthy. Right, your son was raised all wrong, and we've never even seen your grandsons alive. It's all your own claims. Sengoku didn't give Garp any face. Though he wished for Garp to raise some Pokémon, he had to admit, Garp really wasn't reliable. Sengoku, you'll regret this. Garp, I am the fleet admiral. Bang! Garp stormed out. Sigh, Sengoku sighed. Doc was bewildered. He almost thought he had traveled through time again. Marshal Sengoku, is there anything else? It's like this, Buniri is about to leave its juvenile phase, right? Yes, that's correct. Your navy can start purchasing Pokémon eggs from us in large quantities. Doc didn't beat around the bush with Sengoku. How many Pokémon eggs do you have? Sengoku's question made Doc's heart jump, indicating the navy's significant appetite. As many as you need, but I won't sell you thousands or millions at a time. Doc shook his head, cutting off Sengoku's speculation. How come? You don't have the capability to take care of thousands or millions of Pokémon babies at once. The Navy's understanding of Pokémon is close to zero. They can't comprehend how troublesome Pokémon babies can be, let alone the 30 people just mentioned. Even 30,000 wouldn't be enough to take care of 30,000 Pokémon babies. A single Growlithe baby could keep a dozen people busy, unless the Navy is willing to allocate strong individuals to watch over them. But is that possible? Moreover, there's a crucial point. Moreover, I don't think every one of you in the Navy can become a qualified trainer. Doc's mind began to recall certain figures. Stupid Navy members led by Sakazuki weren't suitable. These people might choose to sacrifice Pokémon for justice, not wrong per se, just a difference in perspective. There's a saying in Naruto that fits well, those who cannot complete their mission are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. Doc likes this saying, so he isn't optimistic about the Hawkeye Navy members. He won't stop Pokémon from choosing these people, but he also won't actively sell Pokémon eggs to them. These people only have the right to be chosen by Pokémon, not the right to choose Pokémon. And then there are some cancers in the Navy that Doc cannot trust, those who absolutely should not have Pokémon. For example, Axe Hand Morgan, the rat who colluded with Arlong, and the future Green Bull, Ryokujayu. So, you mean, you choose which Navy members are qualified to get Pokémon? Sengoku guessed a bit of Doc's intention. Tsuru also narrowed her eyes. Letting an outsider involve in Navy affairs was impossible. Borsalino glanced at Doc, pondering Doc's words. And Kuzan, probably the clearest about Doc's thoughts, said nothing and continued to feign death. No, some people in your Navy can distribute Pokémon eggs, but who those people are, I'll choose? Doc knew the Navy's bottom line, so he made a concession. Who do you want to be responsible for this? I need to hear it before deciding. Sengoku was still cautious and didn't agree immediately. Currently, 2 people. Doc smirked, glancing at Kuzan. Which 2? Tsuru asked. One is Admiral Kuzan, and the other, Black Fist Zephyr. Chapter 61. Chapter 61. When Doc returned to the square, he caught sight of Jun's guilty expression. Doc's forehead began to sweat slightly, a bad premonition forming as he widened his eyes, searching around. He couldn't spot Growlithe anywhere. This was bad. Doc hadn't expected that, even with a group of Navy soldiers watching, Growlithe could still slip away. How on earth did that dog manage it? The other Pokémon, however, were honestly surrounded by 100 Navy soldiers. It seemed these soldiers had already experienced the chaos of Pokémon running amok. These seemingly dumb and cute little guys were not as simple as they appeared. Sorry, Doc. We didn't expect Growlithe to actually burrow into the ground. Burrow? Digging? Doc's eyes widened slightly, immediately thinking of that skill. But the issue was, Doc had already conducted a physical scan on them when they were newly born, and Growlithe's skill list did not include such an ability. There was only one possibility then. Growlithe had inexplicably advanced beyond its juvenile phase and self-taught the digging skill? Where's the hole? Doc immediately felt overwhelmed. Catching Growlithe, who had mastered the digging skill, would be even more challenging. Even Robin might not be able to catch this little guy in the future. Over there. Jun pointed awkwardly in one direction, where 7 or 8 Navy soldiers were digging down the hole Growlithe left behind with shovels. This won't do. Doc shook his head, then called out to the crowd of Pokémon, Dedenne, can you help me, please? Dedenne. Dedenne immediately ran out, clutching its long tail. Follow this hole and find Growlithe for me. Dedenne. Dedenne nodded and quickly burrowed into the hole left by Growlithe. Miss Jun, I have to go find Growlithe now. Please take care of the other Pokémon here, and try not to let any more little ones run off. Don't worry. Jun nodded, her face slightly flushed with embarrassment. Having a newborn Pokemon slip away right under the watch of a Navy Rear Admiral was somewhat absurd. Deep within the Navy base, there's a Navy school. This school is special, being an elite academy for new recruits. The current 3 Navy admirals all graduated from here, as did Smoker and Hina later on. Now, at 2 in the afternoon, the school's cafeteria has only one person eating. The former Admiral Black Arm Zephyr, known for his no-killing policy. Since his family was killed by pirates 21 years ago, Zephyr's life had become lonely and monotonous. Zephyr had repeatedly asked Sengoku, then the fleet admiral, to resign, but out of hope for the Navy and trust in his colleagues, he chose to stay, becoming a behind-the-scenes instructor to nurture students, with Sakazuki and Borsalino being his first students. Nowadays, he mostly converses with a few close students. Even former colleagues hardly speak when they meet. Because, he feels everything has changed. Whether it's Sengoku or Tsuru, everyone has changed since becoming the fleet admiral, Sengoku included. Garp hasn't changed, but due to his laid-back work attitude, which contrasts with Zephyr's, even though they're friends, they seldom talk. Zephyr usually doesn't dwell on these thoughts, as overthinking about the Navy only leads to doubts. Now, he only thinks about how to make his students stronger. Anne and Binz are almost ready to start learning Rokushiki, and in a couple of years, it might be time to take them out to sea for practical experience. Zephyr muttered as he picked up a piece of braised meat. Suddenly, he frowned, feeling as if an extra dog head had appeared in his peripheral vision. Woof. As if to respond to Zephyr's confusion, Growlithe barked. Whose dog? Zephyr looked down at the dog that had suddenly clung to his leg, finding it rather baffling. He also chided himself for being too relaxed, not noticing the dog's approach after over 20 years in the Navy base. Woof. Growlithe stuck out its tongue, looking expectantly at the braised meat in Zephyr's hand. You want to eat? Here you go. Zephyr placed his plate on the ground, still full of braised meat. He wasn't fond of such greasy food, but the chef insisted on preparing some for him. Growlithe didn't hesitate, opening its mouth to start eating. It was delicious. Where did you come from? Zephyr found the situation somewhat amusing as he watched. Woof. Growlithe shifted to let Zephyr see the hole on the ground behind it. You, a dog, can dig holes. Zephyr raised an eyebrow, not exactly surprised. After living so long, there wasn't much he hadn't seen. But this was indeed interesting. Growlithe ignored him, continuing to enjoy the meal. This braised meat was much tastier than what he had at home. Speaking of which, the year my son was born, my wife bought a dog. She hoped it would grow up with my son. We even named it Growlithe. Zephyr watched Growlithe, reminiscing about the past. Since the tragedy 21 years ago, he had never mentioned his family to anyone. Now, talking to a little dog probably wouldn't hurt. Woof. Growlithe didn't quite understand what Zephyr was saying, but hearing Zephyr call its name, it lifted its head, tilting it curiously at Zephyr. What, your name is Growlithe too? Woof. Then we really do have a connection, ha ha ha. Zephyr couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to rub Growlithe's head. Then he found Growlithe's big head so enjoyable to pet that he ended up rubbing it a few more times. Dedenne. Suddenly, a voice startled Growlithe. Zephyr noticed in advance this time. An orange, plump rat ran out of the hole. Such a strange call. Zephyr mused internally. But the next moment, he sensed something odd, as Growlithe sped up its eating, seemingly anticipating what would happen next. Dedenne. As family, Dedenne arched its back, and Dedenne knew it was about to do its business. Dedenne didn't waste words, jumping onto Growlithe's tail, holding onto it. He was buying time for Doc, preventing Growlithe from running off. Zephyr watched the scene, full of questions, but he didn't plan to intervene, finding the whole affair quite entertaining. In less than 10 seconds, Growlithe wolfed down the braised meat. The moment Growlithe finished, the cafeteria door was flung open with a bang. Chapter 62. Chapter 62. As soon as Doc entered the room, he saw Growlithe attempting to dig a hole to escape, with Dedenne frantically pulling at Growlithe's tail. Stop right there, you little rebel. Doc glared, releasing his Conqueror's Haki in an instant. The Conqueror's Haki was precisely controlled to intimidate without causing any physical damage, and its area of effect was limited to this small vicinity, unnoticed by those outside. Under the influence of Conqueror's Haki, Growlithe indeed no longer dared to run off, understanding that further mischief would anger Doc, possibly leading to no treats later. So, it hurriedly lay down, flipped over to expose its belly, and wagged its big tail. Just as Doc was about to deal with Growlithe, a tall figure next to the dog swung an arm in an attempt to grab. A pirate. This was Zephyr's first impression of Doc. It was rare for someone within the Navy to possess Conqueror's Haki. Currently, the embodiment of justice Sengoku was the only known Navy individual to have it. In Zephyr's mind, other bearers of Conqueror's Haki were typically pirates. His move was measured, aimed to capture not to kill, considering Doc might not be a pirate. But regardless, the elite Navy school was part of the Marine base's restricted area, not accessible to just anyone. Zephyr was sure he had no recollection of Doc being associated with the Navy. Capture first, ask questions later. Darkrai. Doc, however, recognized Zephyr at first glance. Yet, he remained unfazed, standing still. The next moment, a shadowy figure leapt from Doc's shadow to stand in front of Zephyr. The two's hands met, and a momentary struggle ensued, surprisingly evenly matched. Doc silently assessed the strength of both Zephyr and Darkrai, noting Zephyr, despite being over 60, hadn't weakened to the state of losing an arm 10 years later. He still maintained the level of a Navy Admiral. Darkrai's strength also seemed to match that of a Navy Admiral, which surprised Doc slightly. After all, Darkrai's role was somewhat like a mage, whose close combat abilities certainly wouldn't compare to Sceptile's, but it still managed to contend with Zephyr. This indicated a full level. Once Darkrai learned both types of Haki, its strength would surely increase further. A Pokémon. Zephyr frowned, his gaze filled with surprise and inquiry. Though he hadn't exerted his full strength, who could say the creature before him had? Staring at Darkrai for a while, Zephyr then belatedly remembered the discussion between Sengoku and Tsuru from a few days ago about the mysterious creatures with immense potential Pokémon, including Darkrai, known for its Haki and peculiar form. Return, Darkrai. It seems Admiral Zephyr has no intention of fighting. Noticing Zephyr had ceased his actions, Doc recalled Darkrai back into his shadow, continuing to provide covert protection. Zephyr merely watched this, his brow furrowed. Once the creature vanished into the shadow, his observation Haki could no longer sense its presence, as if it had completely disappeared. This was a unique experience. Zephyr was well aware the creature was right before him, yet he could not detect it. Is this a Pokémon? Are you the owner of that breeding house? Zephyr paused his movements, scrutinizing the young man before him with a look of evaluation. Having Conqueror's Haki, those with such Haki were rarely simple characters. Zephyr couldn't let his guard down around Doc, as every bearer of Conqueror's Haki undoubtedly harbored firm ambitions and goals, a truth in its own right. Even someone like Newgate, whose dedication to his family could be considered imperial, wasn't an exception. Pleasure to meet you, Admiral Zephyr. I've long admired your name. Doc momentarily set Growlithe aside and stepped forward to extend his hand to Zephyr, offering a gesture of goodwill. Zephyr was the only one in the entire Navy to receive such a friendly gesture from Doc upon their first meeting. The reason was simple, Zephyr's sense of justice might not be perfect, but it was the most moving to Doc. If there was anyone whose justice aligned most closely with Doc's vision, it would be Fujitora, with his justice full of compassion, valuing civilian lives and detesting injustice. Yet, the impression Zephyr left on Doc was too profound. The tragic and heroic Zephyr from Film Z, who had dedicated nearly his entire life to justice and the Navy, only to be sent off by his three most proud disciples, struck a chord with Doc. P.S. Zephyr is my favorite character in the entire Navy, and Film Z is my favorite movie. How did you get here? Did Sengoku let you in? Zephyr glanced down, then extended his hand for a shake, though his brow remained furrowed. Because of this guy here, Doc said, lifting Growlithe, who was pretending to be a simple dog on the ground, then added bluntly, to be frank, letting him run here is a lapse on your Navy's part. Your disciples couldn't keep an eye on him, allowing him to escape. I came chasing after him, so naturally, Marshal Sengoku wouldn't object. My disciples. Zephyr raised an eyebrow, confident in the students who had trained under him. Even if he had to admit someone as annoying as Borsalino was talented. Yes, Colonel Smoker and Colonel Hina were in charge of watching him. They're your students, aren't they? Doc's smile revealed a hint of schadenfreude, anticipating Smoker and Hina possibly being dragged back by Zephyr for retraining. He's also a Pokémon. Zephyr's cheek twitched. Indeed, he had already begun contemplating dragging those two disciples back for a thorough re-education. He wanted to see if they had regressed over the years, unable to even keep an eye on a dog. Yes, his name is Growlithe, a baby just half a month old. Doc nodded, emphasizing Growlithe's age. Growlithe, a good name. Since you've found him, you can leave now. Zephyr looked down at Growlithe, then turned to pick up the plate Growlithe had finished eating from, planning to leave. Doc had no intention of letting Zephyr leave just yet. Having already encountered him, Doc wanted to discuss the matters he had negotiated with Sengoku in the Marshal's office. He was concerned Sengoku might use creative language when informing Zephyr of these matters. However, before he could call Zephyr back, Growlithe broke free from Doc's grasp and rushed up to hug Zephyr's leg. Woof. Oh. Doc raised an eyebrow, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. Chapter 63. Chapter 63. Doc had never imagined whom Growlithe would eventually choose as its trainer. Given its unpredictable nature, he thought it would likely choose someone akin to Luffy. Yet, surprisingly, Growlithe chose a man Doc deemed nearly impossible, Zephyr. The non-killing admiral was once considered the gentlest person in the Navy, and even now, Zephyr's inherent kindness remained, allowing him to nurture students who deeply respected him. However, most would describe Zephyr's life predominantly as serious, seemingly mismatched with Growlithe's temperament. Yet, as the owner of the mystery Hatchery House, Doc felt it was only right to respect Growlithe's own wishes and choices. What's he doing? Zephyr, with Growlithe clinging to his leg, turned to Doc for an explanation. He's taken a liking to you and wants you to be his trainer. What's a trainer? A partner? A family? Doc's explanation rendered Zephyr silent. Family? Such a distant and profound term. Take him away. Zephyr didn't respond to Growlithe's hopeful gesture. Grabbing Growlithe by the scruff of its neck, he handed it back to Doc and left alone. Whine. A look of dejection crossed Growlithe's face, its voice tinged with sadness. This was the first time Doc saw such an expression on the optimistic Growlithe. Don't be sad. It's a mutual choice process. If the other party is unwilling, there's nothing we can do. Doc gently rubbed Growlithe's head. Despite the trouble Growlithe often caused, Doc still cared for him as one of his own nurtured Pokémon. Whimper. Growlithe lifted its paw onto Doc, looking at him with hopeful eyes, wishing Doc could find a way. Doc couldn't fathom why Growlithe was so fixated on Zephyr. Growlithe's trait was just as hard, but in the games, this trait merely increased its attack when hit by Dark-type moves. Could it be that, as Doc previously explained to Tsuru and Jun, Growlithe was influenced by its trait, feeling a strong affinity for those who embody justice? Doc wasn't certain because this wasn't a game, the game mechanics might have altered effects in reality. He only had this speculation. Erwu. Growlithe continued to paw at Doc's clothes, causing him some distress. Growlithe seemed particularly stubborn about Zephyr, but Doc genuinely didn't know how to persuade Zephyr. Give me a moment, let me think. Doc began to reassess his knowledge of Zephyr, suspecting Zephyr's rejection of Growlithe's voluntary fellowship was tied to his past. Zephyr's life had 3 major turning points: his family being killed by pirates, his beloved students murdered by pirates and losing his arm, and his nemesis becoming a warlord. The latter 2 hadn't happened yet, so the first must have deeply impacted Zephyr. Zephyr's decision likely related to that incident. Family, huh? Doc murmured. Perhaps Newgate would be more adept in this aspect. Stay by his side for now. I'll discuss this with Marshal Sengoku. Doc believed Sengoku wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Without hesitation, he turned to ask Jun to convey this matter to Sengoku. Doc didn't go himself. Anticipating the outcome, he felt no need to make the trip. Then, he returned to the Navy School with Growlithe. By then, Zephyr had already begun training his students on the playground, where Doc could spot Anne and Binz among the somewhat unfamiliar faces. You're back? What for? Zephyr, ignoring Growlithe bouncing to his side, turned his attention to Doc. He remained wary of Doc and planned to inform Sengoku about Doc possessing Conqueror's Haki. I have an important matter to discuss. Doc wasn't bothered by those concerns. What is it? Here's the thing. Doc shared the details of his discussion with Sengoku in the office. Marshal Sengoku has agreed that from now on, you and your disciple Kuzan will be responsible for distributing Pokémon eggs. Why me? This task didn't bother Zephyr, who wasn't averse to trouble. He was just curious why Doc would specifically request someone he hadn't met to undertake such an important task. Because in all of the Navy, I trust your sense of justice the most. Doc, somewhat presumptuously, patted Zephyr's shoulder. Sengoku might distribute Pokémon indiscriminately to powerful or potential Navy members without regard to their character for the sake of military strength. But Zephyr was different. At least at this point in time, his justice was trustworthy. Do you know me that well? I was fighting for justice on the seas before you were even born. Zephyr's words were blunt, but undeniable. I've heard plenty about your past. In my view, sparing enemies is foolish, and I believe you wouldn't make such a decision now. Doc's words struck a chord with Zephyr, reminding him of his past leniency that led to his family's tragedy. Though Doc's words were harsh, Zephyr didn't get angry because they were true. He had often blamed and loathed his former self. Looking back, he found his past self naively pitiful for showing mercy to pirates. More importantly, it's about Growlithe. Every Pokémon has its unique trait, and Growlithe's is Justice Heart. Doc left it at that. He didn't elaborate on what Justice Heart meant, letting Zephyr fill in the blanks. The less said, the better. Zephyr looked down at Growlithe, failing to see the connection to justice. Anyway, I trust in Pokémon's choices. The one they choose can't be wrong. That's why I think entrusting this to you is correct. Please ensure these children are handed to people who won't abandon them. I'm counting on you, Admiral Zephyr. Doc took a step back and bowed slightly, earnestly entrusting this task to Zephyr. You don't have to tell me, I'd do it anyway. Zephyr turned slightly, continuing to watch his students. And take care of Growlithe, please. Chapter 64. Chapter 64. There's no rush to settle Growlithe's fee. Since Zephyr hasn't accepted Growlithe yet, there's a possibility they might not end up together. Doc wouldn't force his Pokémon to follow someone they're not keen on, nor would he force someone to take care of a Pokémon they don't want. As for Growlithe's price, it's bound to be sky-high. Considering Growlithe's potential, species, traits, and rarity, this Pokémon is among the elites. Additionally, some game versions describe it as a Pokémon from ancient legends of the Kanto region, which justifies a high price. The Navy has deep pockets. If needed, they would secure funds from the world government. Even if the Navy were short on funds, Zephyr wouldn't be. He's spent over 2 decades at the base with little to spend on, likely saving a considerable amount. Growlithe's base price, 300 million berries, on par with a Paramecia-type devil fruit. But the final outcome is still up in the air, so Doc can only take the remaining Pokémon babies and leave for now. Back at the shop, only 13 Pokémon babies are left, including Bone Clay's Smoochum and Robin's Miltank. Upon returning to the shop, it feels so much quieter all of a sudden, Bone Clay observed, watching the Pokémon skillfully return to their designated spots to nap, missing Growlithe's usual antics. Sceptile remained silent, quickly leaping back onto the tree to rest. Doc thought Sceptile might be somewhat happy about Growlithe's absence, but it doesn't seem to be the case. He couldn't detect any particular emotion from Sceptile's behavior or demeanor. Robin, hearing the noise outside, came out from the kitchen where she was preparing dinner. Has Growlithe also found a trainer? She immediately noticed Growlithe's absence. Yes, he seems quite fond of Zephyr. The non-killing admiral? Growlithe has excellent taste then. Robin smiled, happy for Growlithe finding a formidable trainer. But there's more to her reaction. Doc noticed tears in her eyes, not for Growlithe, but present since she stepped out from the kitchen. As Doc pondered over this, Robin approached and hugged him. Thank you, Doc, she said, resting her head on Doc's shoulder, taller than him. Doc guessed she might have used the moon feather to dream about her deceased mother during the afternoon nap. Though curious about what Olivia might have said to Robin, Doc refrained from asking. By the way, Doc, look, I made cookies. Try them? Robin quickly released Doc and went back into the kitchen to fetch a plate of cookies, which looked decently made. Why the sudden interest in baking cookies, Robin? Thinking of becoming a breeder. Doc tasted one, barely remembering any instances of Robin cooking. Quite unpalatable. Doc's expression twisted, though not dramatically enough to compare to a devil fruit's effect, just plainly not tasty. Mom talked a lot with me. She didn't want me to follow in her footsteps or carry on O'Hara's legacy. She just wished for me to live a peaceful life, to be a good wife and mother. Robin smiled, leaving unsaid Olivia's final advice not to be like her. Oh, so, you're practicing your culinary skills for the future? Impressive, Robin. Doc widened his eyes, unable to imagine who would be lucky enough to have Robin as a wife, knowing she could easily manipulate them. So, how is it? Robin looked at Doc expectantly, her eyes gleaming. Doc carefully weighed his words. Not tasty. Robin seemed a bit disheartened. It's okay. Men are simple creatures. Even if it's not tasty, as long as it's a handmade cookie, they'll be happy. Just knowing you made an effort will surely make them appreciate it, Doc reassured her. Is that how you feel too, Doc? Robin hesitated before looking at Doc with the plate in hand. Of course, I'm also a man, Doc gave a thumbs up, grinning. I can't imagine who will be fortunate enough to have Robin as a wife. That man would indeed be very lucky. It's better not to look forward to something so distant. Robin turned away, heading back into the kitchen, her expression hidden from view. Doc's attention soon shifted to the skirmish between Scraggy and Poochyena. Small mistake fixed here, really. Pokemon's names are a pain in the ass to translate. Only Bone Clay observed everything, his expression peculiarly amused. After a peaceful night, a new day dawned. An important day was upon them, the last day to complete the main mission and to use Mihawk's assistance in finding a location for the new branch. Doc was eager to start the new main mission. Chapter 65. Chapter 65. Doc wavered for a long time between the paradise of the seas and the vast expanse of the Four Blues. There were myriad factors to mull over. For instance, the composition of power and the quality of clientele. The wealthy in the Grand Line were undoubtedly numerous, with every sort of individual present due to the dark underworld thriving across the length of the Grand Line, the leaders of which conducted their illicit dealings here. However, the client quality on the Grand Line was undeniably poor, as the area teemed with pirates, nobles, merchants, and slave traders in abundance, essentially a collection of scoundrels undeserving of Pokémon. It was probable that the marines stationed near the new outlet would prevent pirates from entering the shop to acquire the power of Pokémon. The primary clientele for the mystery Hatchery House remained the overwhelmingly numerous civilians, followed by the Navy and the Revolutionary Army, a fact that Doc had thoroughly considered. And these individuals were primarily concentrated in the Four Blues. But, the Four Blues were impoverished. Forget about a Pokémon with a blue talent worth 10 million belly, even purchasing a green talent Pokémon egg was a struggle, while civilians on the Grand Line could easily produce 1 million. This was a significant consideration in Doc's decision-making process. He deliberated over this with Bone Clay and Robin, even seeking insights from Newgate and Tsuru. A decision was finally made. Paradise, Water 7. Indeed, it was the place where he had previously rendezvoused with Morgans, and also the place that thus far had shown the utmost reverence for the power of Pokémon. Both the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy had recommended Water 7, convincing Doc with their reasons. Water 7, situated along the central route of the Grand Line, was among the cities with the highest customer traffic in Paradise, second only to the Sabayati archipelago. As Newgate had mentioned, this locale was a hub for the world's freest shipwrights, in a world where one was essentially immobilized without a ship. Hence, numerous individuals made their way to Water 7 monthly to commission ships, a key reason for the city's high traffic. The erstwhile Rocks pirates, and the Roger pirates as well, had ordered their vessels here. As Tsuru put it, the sea train connecting several islands was nearing completion, which would further boost Water 7's customer traffic. Moreover, to the northeast of Water 7 lay the formidable Enice Lobby, causing dread among countless criminals. Due to this island, Water 7's law and order was exemplary. Virtually anyone visiting Water 7 would behave, not daring to stir trouble. Setting up a mystery hatchery house there virtually eliminated worries about minor thieves causing disturbances. But Doc also contemplated a point not raised by Tsuru. Water 7's proximity to Marineford was relatively close, not as close as the Sabayati archipelago, but the sea train journey via Enice Lobby was not slow. For the Navy, this undoubtedly placed the mystery hatchery house under their watchful eyes. Neither party mentioned the Bubble Island. There, despite the significant customer flow and abundance of wealthy individuals, the prevalence of riffraff made it a no-go. Should a celestial dragon cause trouble one day, the Navy wouldn't dare counteract. Conducting business there was sheer folly. Then, the views of Bone Clay and Robin further persuaded Doc. The spectacle last week of Septal battling the god of water had been witnessed by too many in Water 7. For them, what had been akin to a calamity, Aqualaguna, being subdued by Pokémon, how could they not revere Pokémon? Whether it was the civilians or the affluent shipwrights, they were now highly interested in Pokémon, with many eager to acquire one. Given all these reasons, Doc decided to open the first branch in Water 7, and he immediately notified Mihawk. Snap! The shop door opened from outside. Mihawk arrived at the mystery hatchery house at 10 o'clock in the morning, as agreed, not a minute late. However, before Doc and Mihawk could exchange greetings, Doc sensed something amiss. For the moment Mihawk entered, his gaze locked with Sceptle's. Wait dash. Whoosh! Just as Doc uttered a syllable, Sceptle leaped from the tree, slashing towards Mihawk with its leaf blade, but ultimately stopping a meter from Mihawk's neck. And Mihawk, even if his prowess was reduced to that of a Totodile, he drew a knife in defense in front of his chest, seemingly just blocking Sceptle's leaf blade. Sceptle withdrew its arm, intrigue evident in its eyes. Interesting. Mihawk, too, sheathed his knife, his lips curling up uncontrollably. Had they not been fully aware of the mystery hatchery house's situation, a fierce battle would undoubtedly have ensued right then. At this moment, Mihawk felt every cell in his body seeming to leap, the first time in years he had felt such elevated battle spirit. The joy of discovering a stronger opponent was truly too pleasurable for him. Wait, let's find a place to fight later, we have business to handle first. Doc hurriedly gestured with his hands, signaling the two combat enthusiasts to halt. Sept. Fight first. However, Sceptle and Mihawk seemed too impatient to wait any longer. They must fight first, other matters could wait. Doc, speechless, sighed, follow me. At that moment, the Seduc brought by Mihawk seemed to come to its senses, toddling beside Mihawk's leg. Thus, under Doc's leadership, Mihawk and Sceptle arrived at a small uninhabited island. This was the very spot where Doc had previously practiced his conqueror's haki. Hey, why have you all followed? However, when Doc looked back, he discovered, not just Bone Clay and Robin, but all the Pokémon had followed them out. This wasn't a playful fight, Doc worried whether the island could withstand it. This level of battle is certainly worth learning from. Bone Clay's eyes shone, it was a level of combat he hadn't been exposed to before. But now things were different, he aspired to grow stronger. They couldn't always remain within the hatchery, conducting business outside required strength. I want to see as well. Robin expressed a similar sentiment. And the Pokémon incessantly acted cute and cuddly, simply wanting to stay. Darkrai, protect them. Left with no alternative, Doc could only entrust them to Darkrai. Most attacks, Darkrai's Dark Void should be able to absorb, ensuring the little one's safety wasn't an issue. Just right. Letting the little ones witness the combat style of this sea might inspire them to become more ambitious. Doc cautiously had everyone retreat to a distance of at least 100 meters, then turned back to face the combatants, Sceptle and Mihawk. Considering everyone's safety, Doc imposed certain restrictions. Listen well, both of you. Mihawk, no using moves like flying slashes, and Sceptle, no long-range attacks allowed. Just honestly spar within this small area, signal when a hit lands, avoid a fight to the death. Doc stood like a referee in the middle, addressing them both. Neither had objections. Essentially, Doc was mainly limiting Sceptle's ability to fully exploit its combat prowess. Allowing Sceptle to utilize long-range attacks, he feared Mihawk would be too easily overpowered, which probably wasn't the duel of swordsmen Mihawk wished for. Instructions given. Doc glanced at Sceptle, who also met his gaze. Doc's eyes conveyed, go easy if needed. Sceptle understood, defeat him thoroughly, become the goal he must pursue, let him feel the gap with the world's strongest. Approximately right. Once Doc retreated to the safe zone, the duel commenced. Neither Mihawk nor Sceptle was the type to idle away in chatter. Whoosh. Standing 100 meters away, onlookers could only catch a piercing sound as the two vanished from their spots. They couldn't even discern the afterimages. Only Darkrai keenly observed their duel, allowing Doc to catch a glimpse of the action. When they reappeared, merely half a meter separated them. Clang! Blade met blade. Mihawk's black sword radiated a dark, chilly hue, while Sceptle's leaf blade glimmered with a vibrant green brilliance. This equilibrium lasted barely a second before Mihawk, unable to resist, slid backward, his boots carving deep furrows in the earth, Doc noting Mihawk's arms quivering. Was Sceptle's strength overwhelming? Doc speculated the cause. The present Mihawk was far from his peak 9 years later. Even with Sceptle's power curtailed, he wasn't a match for a fully leveled opponent. Such formidable strength. So, I still have such a vast journey ahead. Mihawk, observing the nearby green blade, deeply embedded it into his memory. He felt not a hint of discouragement, on the contrary, his excitement surged, his face brimming with joy. Withdrawing his sword and slashing again, easily intercepted by Sceptle. Double slash, cross cut, leaf blade, pursuit, iron tail, slash. Sceptle spared no effort in battle, utilizing even its tail as a third blade. Mihawk found himself relentlessly driven back, unable to even initiate an attack, merely managing to fend off attacks. Doc witnessed this scene, reminiscent of Mihawk's duel with Zoro at the Baratai in the original story. Zoro launched a frenzied assault on Mihawk like a tempest. However, then, Mihawk defended effortlessly, utterly disregarding Zoro, whereas now, the tables were turned. Any slight oversight by Mihawk could spell defeat. This was a clash with a vast disparity in strength. Had Sceptile employed moves like Quick Attack, Double Team, Sand Attack, Dig, Swords Dance, Mihawk might not have lasted minutes. Mihawk. To claim the title of the world's greatest swordsman, he still had a considerable gap to bridge. Chapter 66. Chapter 66. Under Sceptile's fierce and swift attacks, Mihawk soon struggled to keep up. The tremendous force transmitted through the sword continuously reverberated through his arms, causing damage and strain, gradually sapping his strength. At one moment, his sword was swept away by a tail swipe from Sceptile, and Sceptile's leaf blade also slashed towards Mihawk's chest. Swish! The bright green leaf blade neatly sliced a large cut across Mihawk's chest, even as Sceptile had held back its strength. Sept. Why didn't you dodge? Sceptile's gaze remained sharp, like a cold, killing machine. And at that moment, Mihawk also understood what Sceptile was saying. He didn't know why he could understand Pokemon's language at this moment, when he couldn't even understand Psyduck's quack. Well, I don't know either. If I were to take a step back here, then all the persistence and effort up till now would be destroyed. Mihawk stood firm, his pupils trembling slightly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This was the first time Doc saw Mihawk in such a dire state. Even in the original story, he had never seen this man defeated. Sept. So, this is defeat. Is that so? In that case, I cannot back down even more. Sept. Even in death? Then I'd rather die. Mihawk stepped back, picked up his sword from the ground, and swung it at Sceptile again with both hands. Sceptile also raised its arm, transforming into a green streak of light, sweeping from in front of Mihawk to behind him. Swish! In an instant, another shallow scar appeared on Mihawk's abdomen. Sceptile had kept Doc's point to stop in mind very well. It wasn't over yet. Sceptile turned around to approach Mihawk again, planning to deliver the fatal blow to end the fight. Mihawk withdrew his sword to his back, turned around to face Sceptile, and spread his arms wide. Sept. What are you doing? Sceptile's eyes widened, its sternness dissipating somewhat, obviously shocked by Mihawk's actions. A scar on the back is a swordsman's shame. Mihawk's face broke into a wild smile, blood dripping from his mouth. Sept. That's the spirit? Sceptile grinned, fully acknowledging Mihawk in that moment, and the final leaf blade was released. Quack, quack. At the crucial moment, Psyduck's anxious voice sounded. The dazed little guy had only now reacted, clumsily running over with its head in its hands, seemingly trying to stop Sceptile. Psyduck's intervention also made Sceptile halt its next attack. Sceptile, that's enough, there's no need to continue. At this time, Doc also came to his senses, declaring the end of the battle. He had been stunned. What? Role reversal. You're Rorano Mihawk, and he's Dracule Sceptile, right? Mihawk collapsed backwards, lying on the ground and gasping for breath, his eyes slightly unfocused. Until a duck's head entered his field of vision did he gather a bit more focus. No choice. Psyduck got too close, poking its bill into Mihawk's face. But if it didn't get this close, its short arms couldn't reach Mihawk, making Psyduck anxious. Tears had already started forming in Psyduck's large eyes. Are you crying for me? That's a first. Mihawk didn't speak, just let Psyduck hug his head. For the first time, he clearly felt emotions like care and worry, coming from a little duckling that usually seemed to do nothing but hold its head in confusion. When Doc approached and saw the wounds on Mihawk, he shook his head helplessly. Mihawk in this state obviously didn't need to protect them, they might even need to protect him. The plan to have Mihawk accompany them to Water 7 was scrapped. Sorry, Doc. Mihawk also realized this and sincerely apologized to Doc. Failure didn't trouble Mihawk much, instead, it became a motivation for him to move forward. He was quite frank about it. Doc shook his head and then said, "Don't worry, just rest up. If you feel sorry, remember to spend more at my shop next time." Doc planned to let Mihawk continue to guard them while taking the kids out for fun. Because, main quest, Breeding Lesson 5, Taking Care of Kids, completed. Reward, Pocket Token Upgrade added saving function, belly can be stored in the Pocket Token, with expenses directly deducted from the token. Doc turned to look at the Pokemon. The little ones, with their eyes shining, were incredibly excited after witnessing the scene, completely enamored with Sceptile. Since they were at a quest location, the main quest was successfully completed, and there was no need to have Mihawk accompany them anymore. It might be better to coax him into spending more at the shop. No problem. Mihawk agreed without hesitation. To him, this was hardly an inconvenience, even for Psyduck's sake. He would frequent the mystery Hatchery House. He didn't realize how important Psyduck had become to him, it's just that this man wouldn't express it openly. Sceptile. Keep getting stronger. After leaving these words, Sceptile turned and left, looking very cool. But Doc thought, where could you possibly go? In the end, it was Bone Clay who took Mihawk back to his place. These injuries weren't too severe for Mihawk, a period of rest would suffice for recovery, while Doc returned to the shop with the others. The little ones were now extremely excited. Scraggy and Poochyena were even imitating the scene of the battle between Mihawk and Sceptile. Scraggy spread his arms wide, mumbling, and then Poochyena bit into a stick and poked forward. These kids. Doc shook his head, withdrawing his gaze. Quest system. A new main quest has been issued. Main quest, Breeding Lesson 6, Growth. Objective, as a breeder, only when a Pokemon truly grows can you demonstrate your success. Please ensure at least one Pokemon truly grows. Reward, Pokemon Pokédex, Mechanical, Fabricator. The quest was somewhat abstract, leaving Doc puzzled for a moment. How exactly is growth defined? For Pokémon, what constitutes growth? Physical development counts as growth, as does learning lessons. The timing for the reward was impeccable. It's a mechanical version of the Pokémon Pokédex, like the one Ash carries, not the book-style Pokédex Doc showed to Robin. With the Navy planning to buy Pokémon eggs in bulk, there's no need to confirm with Doc what Pokémon hatched. They can directly use the Pokédex for identification and get a brief introduction. As for how much to sell the Pokédex for, that would depend on the cost price to be determined later. Marking it up 5 or 10 times isn't too excessive, right? There should also be a scarcity marketing strategy, limited sales, and a VIP membership system. Of course, Doc decided to put these ideas on hold for now, focusing on more pressing matters. That being, Sceptile was injured. Not exactly injured, but a notch appeared on its leaf blade, likely from clashing with Mihawk's sword. Sceptile hasn't mastered armament haki, and with Mihawk's sword being one of the supreme grade swords, close to becoming a black blade, it's not too surprising the leaf blade was damaged. Let's go. Doc led Sceptile to the lab, making it the first to experience the recovery device. The effect was good. Sceptile's leaf blade quickly returned to its original condition, sparking curiosity in Sceptile. Previously, injuries were healed by eating certain special berries or waiting for natural healing, but now they could recover instantly. Doesn't that mean he can fight endlessly without any concerns? Such thoughts crossed Sceptile's mind, sparking a gleam in its eyes. However, Doc didn't notice what Sceptile was thinking. He was already considering what to do next. Although a new main quest had appeared, the priority was to get the Water 7 branch up and running, which was a hassle. Bone clay. Go to Water 7 and buy a shop in the outer city, near the North Shore. No, wait. Doc suddenly paused while assigning tasks to Bone Clay. Opening a shop on the commercial street didn't seem like a good choice because it was too inconspicuous. It might be better to do something unique. What's up? Find some shipwrights in Water 7, not for building ships, but to help us construct a shop on the North Shore. Right, go to the scrapyard and find a fishman named Tom to take on this job. Doc thought it over and rearranged his plans. Building a house could be done by anyone, it wasn't necessary to seek out Tom, the world's #1 shipwright. Doc had plans for Tom, intending to recruit him to the mystery Hatchery House for future development projects. Even if not Tom, Frankie and Icebug could also work, having been with Tom for so long they surely had experience. However, they were too young now, with limited skills, and Doc wasn't willing to wait 10 years. Having Tom build the storefront was just a gimmick to start this relationship. Tom, the fat guy building the sea train? He's swamped right now, how could he take on this job? Bone Clay wasn't just idly standing by. In his free time, he and Robin would leave the shop to gather information to help Doc analyze the situation in the sea and keep an eye on major events. The sea train project had been in the newspapers, so Bone Clay was naturally aware of it. That's true. Doc frowned, stroking his chin. Tom was once taken to court under the pretext of building a ship for the Pirate King, eventually sentenced to offsetting his crimes with the completion of the sea train. Isn't that just nonsense? Doesn't the world government know about Rayleigh in Sabayati? Or Crocus in Twin Cape? They ignore the Pirate King's crew members there, but arrest a shipbuilder? It's nothing but bullying the weak. As the sea train's completion neared, the world government's true intention was revealed: the blueprint for the Pluton. They aimed to mass-produce that ship, gaining the power to utterly dominate the world. As for Tom, he might be spared if he handed over the blueprint, because the world government didn't care about his life. Releasing him wouldn't matter since the verdict had been publicly announced. Killing Tom would be a slap in their own face, requiring another excuse. But Tom was destined not to hand it over. He was a kind-hearted man. When Water 7 faced rising water levels due to Aqualaguna, inconveniences between islands, shipyards fighting over customers leading to deaths, and residents slowly dying, he was the only one to stand up. A fishman. To save an island, to save a group of humans, to make trade between islands on the Grand Line more convenient, to improve people's lives. If the folks in Fishman Island knew about this, Tom would be branded and possibly targeted by extremists seeking to kill him. Such was Tom, which is why he wouldn't allow a power that posed a significant threat to the world to re-emerge. The Pluton blueprint, a heritage passed down by his ancestors, couldn't be easily given away. But Tom didn't know this, or rather, the somewhat naive fishman hadn't yet guessed the world government's true intentions. He was still dedicated to building the sea train, even if not for his own life, but to prevent the residents of Water 7 from worrying about drowning. Tom was fully committed to the sea train project, with no time for other jobs. How could he help Doc build a breeding house? They had to approach others to convince Tom. Frankie, too impulsive, wouldn't work. Icebug, now he was a possibility. Chapter 67. Chapter 67. Omake, Doc and Darkray's culinary adventure. In the vast and tumultuous world of One Piece, where the sea stretches beyond the horizon and islands each hold their unique mysteries, Doc, a Pokémon breeder of no small renown, accompanied by his steadfast companion, Darkray, embarked on a culinary quest unlike any other. Their mission? To discover and collect the most exquisite and nutritious foods for their ensemble of baby Pokémon, ensuring their growth and happiness. Their journey commenced in the serene and lush landscapes of Water 7, where Doc had established the latest branch of his renowned mystery Hatchery House. Despite the bustling shipwrights and the cacophony of hammers and saws, Doc's thoughts lay with the nutritional needs of his Pokémon charges. Darkrai, we must ensure our little ones taste the flavors of the world and grow strong, Doc mused, his gaze firm and resolute. Darkrai, ever silent, nodded, its shadowy form flickering slightly, as if in agreement. Their first stop was at a local market, a vibrant mosaic of colors and aromas. Doc's keen eye quickly spotted a stall laden with fresh, glistening Oron berries, a rare find in the Grand Line. These will boost their health, he thought, exchanging a few belly for a hefty batch. Darkrai hovered close, its presence causing a few startled looks, but Doc's friendly demeanor eased the vendors' concerns. As they traversed the islands, each presented its unique bounty. On an island renowned for its bakers, Doc discovered pecha berries baked into delightful pastries, light and fluffy, perfect for the Pokémon with sweeter inclinations. Even Darkrai seemed intrigued, its dark eyes following every movement as Doc carefully packed the treats. The adventure was not without its challenges. On a remote, seemingly barren island, where food was scarce and the land harsh, Doc and Darkrai faced a dilemma. The baby Pokémon needed feeding, yet the island offered little. Undeterred, Doc turned to the sea, where with Darkrai's help, he fished for Lumineon. Under the moonlit sky, they cooked a feast on the beach, the Lumineon grilled to perfection, its light still flickering as if imbued with the sea's essence. The Pokémon feasted, their spirits lifted, their bond with Doc and Darkrai strengthened. Their culinary quest led them even to the skies, atop the floating island of Skypiea, where cloudberries floated, light as air yet rich in nutrition. Doc, with a carefully aimed leap powered by Darkrai's abilities, collected these skyborne treasures, a feast for the flying and levitating Pokémon among their group. The journey was not merely a quest for food but a journey of discovery, of finding the interconnectedness of the world through the foods it offered. Each meal shared with the Pokémon was a lesson in the diversity and richness of life, teaching them about the world beyond their hatchery house. As they returned to Water 7, their bags laden with foods from across the seas and skies, Doc looked at his Pokémon, seeing not just their physical growth but the spark of curiosity in their eyes. This world is vast and wondrous, Doc said, sharing a knowing glance with Darkrai, and together, we'll explore every corner of it, for every flavor tells a story, and every meal is a step towards understanding this grand adventure we call life. In the end, Doc's and Darkrai's culinary adventure was more than a quest for sustenance, it was a journey of growth, discovery, and the deepening of bonds that transcended worlds, a testament to the love and care that truly nurtures the strongest of Pokémon. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. After deciding to start with Icebug, Doc didn't rush into action. He figured he'd let Bone Clay talk to Tom first. If that worked out, it would save a lot of hassle. Doc temporarily shifted his focus to completing the main quest. The quest was to ensure genuine growth in a Pokémon. For ancient beings like Darkrai and Sceptile, who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years, achieving growth was a tall order. Conversely, it seemed a much easier task with the baby Pokémon. One day, while observing the Pokémon in his shop, Doc sought to identify which one appeared most capable of growth. To his surprise, he discovered that the still youthful Pawniard had begun self-training after witnessing the battle between Sceptile and Mihawk. It seemed eager to become as formidable as them. Doc was startled by this and hurried over to stop Pawniard. It wasn't that the babies shouldn't train, but their training could easily become uncontrolled without scientific and systematic guidance, potentially injuring themselves or even damaging their potential. Doc believed in a simple philosophy: if they're still babies, they should play happily and grow up peacefully. Training could wait, Pokémon wouldn't miss much in a few weeks. Pawniard looked stubborn even as Doc picked it up. It wiggled its arms and then pointed at Sceptile perched in a tree. What? Why? Having listened to the Pokémon's language and behavior for so long, Doc was gradually understanding their meanings. Pawniard meant it wanted to become as strong as Sceptile. Because that way, it could help you. Pawniard's gaze was resolute, seemingly unshakable by anything. I see. Doc didn't dismiss Pawniard's ambition with "I don't need your help" or "just be happy." Such words would only belittle the Pokémon's earnest intentions and hopes. He preferred encouraging them to boldly pursue their dreams. If that's what you want to do, all right, I'll wait for you to become strong and then help me. Doc stroked Pawniard's blade gently and set it down. Follow me, Pawniard looked at Doc curiously, not knowing where he was taking it but feeling happy about the trust and expectations conveyed. Doc was an important family member, it was determined to be of assistance. That was Pawniard's simple thought. But most Pokémon would strive for such a simple belief and commitment for a lifetime until their person died, or they themselves did. Following Doc out of the shop, they arrived at a quiet and peaceful village. Pawniard looked around, puzzled about why Doc had brought it here. Villagers gazed at Pawniard with wonder, having never seen such an odd creature, which appeared somewhat intimidating. Doc was checking the route when he suddenly spotted a little green-haired potato passing by, with two bamboo swords tied to its waist, dragging on the ground and leaving a faint trail. That was none other than Roronoa, who Mihawk would later describe as juggling 3 swords. Of course, Zoro seemed to be using 2 swords for now. What? You're asking for directions? A question mark appeared over Doc's head, invisible to others. The scene felt familiar, but he couldn't place it at the moment. I heard there's a formidable dojo nearby. I'd like to visit. Doc shook his head, dismissing the thought as unimportant. Zoro should know the way back to the dojo, right? Oh, come with me then. Young Zoro, quite proud, strutted forward with a step that seemed to disown all kin. Doc, with Poniard in tow, followed. Villagers marveled at the sight, surprised anyone would dare ask Zoro for directions. As dusk began to fall, Doc started regretting trusting Zoro. Poniard, however, silently stayed by Doc's side, not one to complain. I'm telling you, I'm not lost. I was just testing your stamina. Our dojo isn't for just anyone, only those with enough patience can enter. Zoro, red-faced and neck bulging, loudly explained, his face screaming guilty. Yeah, sure. Doc didn't want to argue further, nearly causing Zoro a stroke. Having always stayed in the village, where had he seen such verbal artistry? Hey, Zoro, you idiot! Didn't I tell you to stay put if you're lost? Are you a 3-year-old? Getting lost at your age? From afar, a little girl with short blue hair, Kuna, approached, looking like she had been searching for a while. Kuna, the daughter of Koshiro, a girl tragically killed by plot circumstances. A genius little monster who defeated countless adults and beat little Zoro thousands of times, to die from a fall in the attic? Ridiculous. You don't know anything? I'm not lost. I was testing them. Zoro stubbornly retorted, pointing at Doc and Poniard. Who are you? I've never seen you on this island. Kuna began scrutinizing Doc and the unusual Poniard. Struck by Doc's appearance, Kuna confirmed they weren't from the island. Not to mention, they were accompanied by a strange and dangerous creature. We heard about a reputable dojo here and wanted to visit. If possible, I'd like this child to stay and learn. Doc was moved by Kuna's gesture, seeing light at the end of the tunnel. He also patted Poniard, who nodded stoically in agreement. Do you want to join the dojo? Kuna relaxed significantly upon hearing this. The naive and pure girl, unfamiliar with dangers beyond the seas, appeared both mature and innocent. Yes. Doc nodded. That was indeed why he brought Poniard here. Of course, the main goal wasn't necessarily for Poniard to learn under Koshiro or to forge any significant bonds with Zoro. If learning was the objective, he could take Poniard to Mihawk. Mihawk would be pleased, Poniard would receive guidance, and Doc could profit from Mihawk, benefiting all parties. But Doc was interested in the swordsmith Koshiro, who forged Wado Ikemonji and Yubashiri. Poniard's essence was a blade, even after evolving into Bishop, its nature wouldn't change. Perhaps Koshiro's unique teaching methods could refine Poniard's blades to rival great swords, or at least, Poniard could learn much from him. Like what Zoro learned about what is a sword and naming wisdom. Only Doc knew these thoughts. And without any suspicion, Kuna innocently led them back to the dojo. Ishind Dojo. Seeing the dojo's sign, Doc remembered its name. A mild-looking man with squinted eyes stood at the dojo's entrance. As Doc and Poniard appeared in his view, the man slightly opened his eyes. Doc felt a pang of worry. Legend has it, when squinty-eyed folks open their eyes, something dire happens. Father, teacher. Kuna and Zoro bowed upon seeing Koshiro, showing genuine respect. Doc gave Zoro a sideways glance. He thought Zoro would only mature after Kuna's death. It seems his transformation began the moment he joined the dojo. Good day, we're here to disturb. Doc greeted Koshiro, mimicking the gesture with Poniard. Manners start young. Good day, it's getting late. Let's talk inside the dojo. Koshiro, a very humble man, made Doc feel comfortable. The Navy might display basic etiquette towards Doc, but their inherent arrogance was unmistakable, unlike Koshiro. Then, Koshiro led them into the dojo. As Doc stepped into a dim area, Darkrai silently appeared beside him, whispered something, and then vanished into the shadows unnoticed. Koshiro, huh? Doc didn't turn towards where Darkrai indicated, merely speculating about the identity of the person peeking from there. Following Koshiro, they reached a quiet room. Koshiro sat down on the tatami, adopting a kneeling posture, while Doc chose to sit cross-legged. Poniard stood behind Doc, not taught by Doc but acting on its own volition. This action earned Koshiro's silent approval. He didn't force dojo children to learn cumbersome traditions, but he appreciated those who showed discipline. Of course, due to Koshiro's squinted eyes, no one saw this appreciation. Zoro immediately went to the backyard to train, seemingly eager to surpass Kuna. Rude idiot. Kuna complained as she watched Zoro's departing figure. Then, she prepared 3 cups of tea, serving the guests first, then her father. She intended to kneel beside Koshiro, as he taught, but seeing Poniard standing, she felt awkward sitting and stood instead. Chapter 69. Chapter 69. So, you want this child to join the Ishind dojo for training? Koshiro looked at Poniard standing behind Doc, curiosity evident in his gaze. But Doc couldn't see it. This caused Doc considerable frustration. The inability to observe the other party's expressions made it challenging for him to decipher their thoughts, complicating communication. No wonder everyone says those with squinty eyes are enigmatic. Then, I might as well squint too. Unaware of Doc's thoughts, Koshiro saw him suddenly squint, which puzzled him, prompting 3 question marks to metaphorically appear over his head. Kuna nearly laughed at the sight but managed to restrain herself, thanks to her good upbringing. Yes, this child wishes to become stronger. You should be able to see his talent. He's destined to be a swordsman. Unfortunately, I lack any knowledge of swordsmanship, which is why we've come to seek your guidance. Doc brought Poniard closer, removing its protective gear to reveal the blades on its body. Upon seeing Poniard's body, both Koshiro and Kuna were surprised, with Koshiro even widening his eyes. Without reservation, it could be said that Poniard seemed naturally destined for the way of the sword. Poniard bowed to Koshiro. It didn't want to leave the mystery hatchery house or dock, but it also desired to grow stronger, very much so. Poniard is a Pokémon. Doc preempted Koshiro's curiosity, addressing his question directly. Indeed. Koshiro nodded, not overly surprised. His openness to new things was not typical of someone from the East Blue but rather resembled that of someone from the New World. Well then, let's proceed with an entrance test. An entrance test. Doc paused, taken aback. Was such a thing necessary to join the dojo? Kuna, you'll handle it. Okay. Kuna nodded, understanding her father's intentions. Entrance tests were usually not required, but Koshiro brought them up only when a particularly promising newcomer appeared. Poniard nodded, showing no fear. Doc, however, hesitated. Because Poniard was still in its juvenile stage, he didn't want it to get injured. An entrance test wouldn't reveal much. Young Pokémon are frighteningly vulnerable. What's wrong? Koshiro noticed Doc's hesitation. It's like this, Pokémon have a different growth cycle compared to humans. Doc didn't hold back, sharing his concerns and some knowledge about Pokémon with Koshiro. You mean, this child is only half a month old? Koshiro widened his eyes again, a hint of surprise in his tone. Poniard appeared mature, but it was actually just a baby. Yes. Doc nodded but quickly added, Poniard will likely leave its juvenile phase within a week. Then, it can begin training. For this week, I hope it can mainly observe and learn, getting used to the dojo's rules. I see, no problem then. Koshiro nodded in understanding, gaining a bit more insight into Pokémon. Kuna, too, watched Poniard with curiosity, as Doc redressed it. Also, there's this. Doc tapped the floor, and a dark vortex appeared, revealing several items. To the growing astonishment of Koshiro and Kuna, items emerged, Moo Moo Milk X1000, customized outfits for Poniard X9, and a fine whetstone X1. Item after item was silently exchanged from the mystery market through Darkray's power, quickly spending 1,300 magical coins. It wasn't exactly painful, but the sudden expense was slightly disheartening. This is. Koshiro pointed at the floor, his voice filled with curiosity. That's a Pokémon ability. Pokémon are miraculous creatures with diverse abilities. You'll see more from Poniard. As for the other items, they're for Poniard's daily use. Doc explained everything, ensuring Koshiro and Kuna understood each item's purpose, to remind Poniard in the future if necessary. Poniard, standing by, looked up into Doc's eyes, tears welling up before quickly being wiped away. It resolved more firmly than ever to grow strong and assist Doc. Main quest, Breeding Lesson 6, Growth, completed. Reward, Pokémon Pokédex, Mechanical, Fabricator. The completion sound of the main quest echoed in Doc's mind, unnoticed by him as he continued to discuss Poniard's needs with a patient Koshiro. By the time Doc finished, the sun had fully set, and the dojo's courtyard was enveloped in darkness. Then, I entrust Poniard to your care. Doc stood up, bowing slightly to Koshiro. Rest assured. Koshiro also stood, returning the gesture. Poniard, you'll stay here from now on. This is for you. Doc handed the pocket token to Poniard. With the token, Poniard staying at the dojo wouldn't be much different from being at home. However, a Pokémon like Poniard, filled with ambition, likely wouldn't return home until it achieved something significant. Doc might not see Poniard for a long time. Poniard held the pocket token tightly, nodding at Doc. I'll see you out. Kuna, call Zoro to help take these items to the dormitory. Yes. Kuna responded, then said to Poniard, let's go. Poniard nodded, turning to follow Kuna but kept looking back to see if Doc was leaving. Doc stood silently, watching Poniard leave until it vanished from his sight. Doc sighed internally, then turned to the patiently waiting Koshiro. He was curious if Koshiro was truly a member of the Revolutionary Army, a question without an answer even before his transmigration, merely a popular fan theory leaning towards yes. Doc didn't ask, as Koshiro's affiliation made no difference to him. If the Revolutionary Army wants Pokémon, they'll naturally send someone after the Water 7 branch opens. No need to contact them beforehand. Thank you for showing me the way, Mr. Koshiro. You're welcome, Mr. Doc. Ultimately, Koshiro escorted Doc only out of the dojo, although he had intended to accompany him further. But Doc couldn't really leave. Stepping out of the village meant not being able to return. Moreover, Doc wasn't ready to go back yet. He wandered alone to a small forest near Shimatsuki village, standing beside a small lake. Judging by Kuna and Zoro's current state, it seemed close to Kuna's tragic narrative turning point. Should I save her? Slap. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Doc slapped himself hard. He looked at his reflection in the lake, his face quickly turning red, but he felt no regret. When did you start weighing the pros and cons of saving an innocent girl? Doc's gaze hardened as he looked at his reflection. He didn't want to become a heartless merchant, afraid that he might act against the Pokémon's wishes in the future. Save. I'll come back in a couple of days and have Poniard keep an eye out too. If you're sick, see a doctor. Don't scare me here. An elderly voice suddenly came from nearby. Doc turned to see an old man sitting on a large rock, smoking a pipe and holding a bamboo fishing rod, with a finely crafted knife at his waist. Koshiro Kozaburo. At first glance, Doc guessed his identity. Perfect. Doc hadn't returned immediately because he planned to visit this renowned swordsmith. Hello, Mr. Kozabero, I've long admired your reputation. To think someone still recognizes this old man these days. You're no ordinary fellow. Kozabero, unfazed by being recognized, leisurely smoked his pipe, watching the fishing line in the lake. The swordsmith who forged Wado Ikimonji and Yubashiri, how could I not recognize you? Doc smiled, making himself comfortable beside Kozabero, and quickly got to the point. I have a favor to ask of you. I no longer forge swords. Please forge just one more. Doc brazenly asked the old swordsmith to come out of retirement. I can't anymore. I lack the strength. I can't forge any good swords anymore. Better not to forge at all. This sword is different. Traditional forging methods won't work. Doc spoke with a hint of mystery, knowing this would intrigue Kozabero. Oh, is that so? Chapter 70. Chapter 70. Have you read the newspaper lately? I haven't looked at that thing in a long time. Kozabero shook his head. He had completely given up on keeping up with the world's affairs, caring only that nothing interfered with his fishing. All right, Darkrai, come out for a moment. Doc called upon Darkrai directly. However, Darkrai did not appear immediately. There's a fish, wahahaha, this is the first fish I've caught in 78 days, it's going to be a big one. Kozabero, unconcerned with what Doc just said, began to reel in his line eagerly. Swoosh. A dark figure was pulled up. Doc watched as Darkrai appeared, waving at him, and he nearly lost his composure. X2. The manner of Darkray's appearance left both onlookers in stunned silence. Kozabero flicked the rod, sending Darkrai back into the lake, then turned to Doc. What were you saying? I was saying, take a look at this. Doc, acting as if nothing out of the ordinary had just occurred, pulled out a Pokémon Pokédex and flipped to a certain page. Hunch. What's this? Kozabero's eyes were immediately drawn to the colorful illustration. He had never seen such a peculiar sword, complete with eyes. This is a Pokémon, a magical creature with great potential that has become well known across the seas. Many people long to have a Pokémon of their own. Doc flipped through a few more pages, showing Koshiro the diversity of Pokémon beyond just Hunch. So, what are you suggesting? Kozabero furrowed his brows, thinking back to Doc's mention of a unique sword. Right now, in your son's dojo, there's a unique Pokémon. Doc turned the Pokédex to the page on Poniard and showed it to Kozabero. These are part of their body. Yes, which is why I mentioned that your traditional forging methods won't work. Interesting. Kozabero's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Poniard indeed caught his interest. I have many, many dreams. This child's desire to grow stronger is his dream, and therefore, it's my dream as well. I've entrusted him to the Ishine Dojo. What I value is not your son's teaching level, but your forging skills. Doc could be straightforward with Kozabero in a way he couldn't with Koshiro. I want to use your skills to help him become the strongest sword in the world, ensuring there's no misunderstanding about his intentions. You have that much confidence in me? Yes. Well, I have no one else to turn to. Doc nodded, his face showing complete trust in Kozabero, whose forging skills were indeed among the best in the world. Hearing Doc's decisive words, Kozabero couldn't help but feel a bit proud and happy. If it's your dream, why not try to achieve it yourself? Can dreams really be entrusted to others? Because I lack the ability, my assistance would be limited, and besides. Doc paused, then recalled a saying. Is there anything wrong with a man entrusting his dream to another man? This quote came from the owner of a weapon shop in Logetown, East Blue, who had entrusted Zoro with the great-grade sword Yubashiri. All right. Kozabero didn't expect such a compelling statement from Doc and leaped up excitedly, standing before him. Doc was nearly taken aback. Leave your sword to me. Oh, thank you. When Doc returned to the mystery hatchery house, the baby Pokémon were already asleep on the lawn. Doc tiptoed back to his bedroom, feeling a bit weary as he sat at his desk. The mission's already completed? When did that happen? Doc was surprised to see the main quest had been completed, as he hadn't heard the notification. But it was late, and he decided to leave the Pokémon Pokédex Fabricator for tomorrow, focusing on the new quest instead. Main quest, Breeding Lesson 7, Battle. Objective, breeders are also responsible for strengthening their Pokémon, not just in health and vigor but also in combat skill. Please have 2 of your Pokémon, not older than 3 months, battle, with at least 100 spectators. 80% of the audience must find the battle genuinely thrilling, recognizing the charm of Pokémon battles. Reward, first generation Pokémon ball manufacturing machine. The quest was straightforward, unlike the previous abstract task. However, Doc was somewhat disappointed with the reward. He had never planned to introduce Pokémon balls into this world. Although Pokémon balls could be highly convenient and effective, the idea of forcibly confining Pokémon was distasteful. Not every Pokémon was as willing as Misty's Seduct to enter and exit a Pokeball freely. Moreover, Pokeballs could limit and tame wild Pokémon upon capture, a function Doc did not want. Pokémon should choose their trainers. Unwillingness should not be overridden by a mere ball. Still, Doc searched the mystery market. First generation Pokémon Ball allows carrying Pokémon conveniently without any special effects. Pokémon can enter and exit freely according to their will. That's interesting. This version seemed to be made from special wood or fruit, appearing rather primitive but effectively capturing the essence of what Doc found acceptable. If this type of Pokeball could be mass-produced, the Navy would surely buy them in bulk for surprise and raid battles. The reward was modest, merely adding a slight benefit from Doc's perspective, as he didn't intend to use Pokemon balls himself. After closing the quest panel, Doc decided not to dwell on it further and went to sleep. Everything could wait until tomorrow. Otherwise, he'd end up too restless to sleep. The next day, Doc's first update was from Frankie, who reported as expected, Tom was too busy with the sea train to construct a building for them. He was dedicated to its completion. But there was good news. According to Bone Clay, Tom hesitated significantly upon learning it was for a Pokemon store, taking an entire afternoon to decide before ultimately refusing Bone Clay's request. Doc quickly understood Tom's reasoning. Tom must have witnessed Sceptile's power and knew it could help minimize the damage from Aqua Laguna, potentially saving a significant loss. Moreover, the presence of a Pokemon store would undoubtedly increase traffic to the island, benefiting local businesses. But Tom realized this was a temporary solution. The sea train was the key. Hence, Tom's refusal. All right, his hesitation suggests there's room for negotiation. Doc nodded, satisfied with the outcome. What was Icebug's reaction? He's quite interested in Pokemon, as is the blue-haired Frankie. If not for Tom's refusal, they'd likely be eager to help with the store's construction to observe Pokemon up close. Doc acknowledged. Frankie's curiosity was unsurprising. His fascination with Sceptile was predictable. What's the plan now? Bone Clay inquired about Doc's next steps. I'll visit them this afternoon to discuss things. Doc decided to handle it himself, instructing Bone Clay, contact some reliable builders to construct a store on the northern vacant lot. It doesn't need to be big, we're not planning to put much inside. With Doc planning to talk to Icebug that afternoon, establishing that connection would make it irrelevant whether Tom was involved in the construction. Should we pay extra to expedite the construction? Yes, have it done within a week. By then, the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates will likely start buying Pokemon in large quantities. Doc agreed, seeing the value in the necessary initial investment. Then, he moved on to activate the Pokemon Pokédex fabricator. The machine wasn't large, so it didn't require much space. Otherwise, the fabrication room would indeed feel cramped. If only there were a quest reward for expanding store space. Without dwelling further, Doc focused on the machine, intending to create a Pokemon Pokédex to test its functionality. Please insert materials, #% and @. Doc followed the material list, purchasing each from the mystery market and noting the cost. Not cheap. After gathering all required materials and loading them into the machine, Doc let out a deep breath. The materials were scarce but mostly consisted of unheard-of rare materials. No wonder Pokemon Pokédexes hadn't been mass-produced in the Pokemon world. Material cost, 600 magical coins, equivalent to 6 million belly. Chapter 71. Chapter 71. Doc has created a red-shelled Pokédex, shaped like a horizontal console, much like a NDS handheld device. It allows for active input of Pokemon names for searching and can scan Pokemon through the camera on the back to gather basic information, also featuring a Pokemon directory. The color might be related to the berries added, perhaps trying a different berry could work. Doc looked at the color of the Pokédex and thought about a berry used during the material mixing process. He didn't know what that berry was for when buying the materials. It was just an ordinary berry without any special effects, now thinking it might be used as a kind of dye. Then there's the 500 magic coins value-added service, which makes up most of the value of a Pokédex. Simply put, technical protection. The function is straightforward. No matter how one studies it, no one can extract any key technologies from the sold Pokédex. Once they dismantle it, they'll just end up destroying the Pokédex, unable to reassemble it, because the moment it is opened, all rare materials instantly turn into waste plastic, making it impossible to study these materials from other worlds. Doc was quite hesitant when purchasing this feature, because this feature really seemed unnecessary. What's there to study about a Pokédex? The valuable part is just the Pokemon data, which they could simply organize themselves after buying a Pokédex to create their own specialized database. By then, the Pokédex would lose any other usefulness or value. Why would anyone bother researching or copying it? A Pokédex lacks some exclusive, necessary, rare, valuable features. Only with such features would the 500 magic coins value-added service truly show its worth. For such features, Doc already has his own ideas. For instance, the VIP feature. As for what kind of treatment one can receive at the mystery Hatchery House with VIP status, that's still under design. Because of such ideas, he purchased this value-added service to prevent others from producing counterfeit Pokédexes for special treatment at the Hatchery House in the future. As for this first Pokédex, it can only be considered a prototype at present, later to be used for experimental modifications and testing new features. The current Pokédex doesn't even match its cost price of 600 magic coins, let alone doubling that for sales. Let's give this one to Bone first. Doc looked at the incomplete version of the Pokédex in his hand, fiddled with it a bit, and felt it was of no use to him. If there's anything unclear, Doc can query it for free from the system, which has more comprehensive information than the Pokédex. The Pokédex doesn't even include data on legendary Pokémon, and its various introductions compare to the system like a castrated version, truly a bit rubbish for him. As for why give it to Bone instead of Robin? Robin likes to read and has a good memory. She has already studied half of the Pokémon book. On the other hand, reading seems torturous for Bone Clay, who finds it painfully hard to memorize. Bone Clay will need to go out for business dealings in the future, and it would be embarrassing if he encountered Pokémon he couldn't introduce. Having this Pokédex would make things much easier for him, helping him perform better at work. Moreover, Doc compared the book and mechanical versions, and the book version's descriptions are more detailed, rigorous, and even include things like a list of skills a Pokémon can learn, obviously more suitable for someone like Robin who likes to trace origins. The book version is like material organized by the system for people to read, while the mechanical version is like material directly transferred from the Pokémon world, meant as introductory reading for novice trainers. Doc/system book version mechanical version. That's roughly the relationship. Doc and the system jumble up the book and mechanical versions. One jumble, one chaos. As for spending another 600 magic coins to build a Pokédex for Robin, he'd rather not. Doc could already foresee the life of that machine, left in a corner collecting dust, as Robin who has books would definitely not consider the machine. Spending 600 magic coins seems a bit too wasteful. That's almost 10 million belly. Version number, 001. Doc, using the dark energy of Darkrai, engraved a sort of anti-counterfeiting mark on the back shell of the Pokédex. He then left the manufacturing room and handed it to Bone Clay. What is this? A Pokédex, mechanical version. It's not as detailed as the book version, but it suits you. Doc handed the mechanical to Bone Clay, and his half-hearted explanation instantly quelled much of Robin's interest. However, she still came over to take a look, willing to learn about new things, especially those produced by the Hatchery House. How does it work? Bone Clay wasn't disappointed. In fact, he found the high-tech aspect cool and was motivated to study it thoroughly. You can directly enter names to search, or point it at a Pokémon to take a photo, or browse through the directory. Doc personally demonstrated it for Bone Clay. Bone Clay also tried putting Smoochum down from his arms onto the ground, then scanned it with the camera. The next moment, information appeared on the Pokédex's electronic screen, with a colorful photo of Smoochum on the right. Not only that, but there was also a narrated voice, but not the mechanical voice of Professor Oak, but Doc's mechanical voice. Even Doc himself hadn't expected this. It was as if Doc himself had entered the information. Smoochum. Type, Ice and Psychic. Ability, Oblivious. A kiss Pokémon. Its evolved form is Jinx, a curiously spirited Pokémon with extremely sensitive lips. It touches everything with its lips first to try out, remembering things it likes and dislikes with its lips. Good stuff. Bone Clay's eyes lit up, finding the device incredibly convenient. It's missing a lot of things though. Robin wasn't very impressed with the device. She immediately noticed the huge difference between the mechanical version of the Pokédex and the book version. I plan to sell these later. Doc smiled. That's indeed a decent product, but what if others organize the data into a book and then resell it? This slightly changed Robin's opinion about the mechanical. Also, how should we price it? I've considered that too. This thing is still a prototype, its features aren't fully developed yet. I'll study it in the next few days, and once the branch store is set up, it can be sold. We'll consider the pricing then. Doc shook his head and walked toward the store exit. I'll make a trip to Water 7, Bone, you take care of the branch construction. Oh. As Doc left the Hatchery House and arrived on the streets of Water 7, the scene was quite different from before. The last time he came to meet Morgan, it was the day the water gods were about to arrive, and most people had run to the inner city, but now it was the recovery phase. People from the outer city were back cleaning and airing out their flooded homes, making the city quite lively. You could also see many people collecting sea salt on rooftops, which is a specialty of Water 7. The Aqua Laguna was not destroyed by Sceptile, but dispersed by him, falling as raindrops over Water 7, so they didn't interfere with the local sea salt collection. As for the leaves that fell with the rain a week ago, those were magical leaves made from grass-type energy by Sceptile, which soon disappeared. Doc's appearance was on the northern edge of the outer city. This was also one reason why Doc wanted the branch store built on the north shore, to make it convenient for the staff to commute. Sceptile didn't come along this time, because his presence had left too deep an impression on the residents of Water 7, and his appearance would certainly cause a huge stir, whereas today's business was meant to be secretive. Doc was also worried about being recognized, so he dressed quite conservatively, hiding his hair inside a hood to avoid exposure. His hair was too conspicuous. Green. It took less than 10 minutes for Doc to reach the north coast. This place is known to the residents of Water 7 as Shipwreck Island, essentially a styled junkyard. Only the junk thrown here consists of one thing: discarded ships. Some might be failed creations by local shipwrights dumped here, others were ships slapped over by the water gods. Tom's shipbuilding company was located here, and their building costs were virtually zero, as materials were directly salvaged from the surrounding discarded ships. Doc walked on Shipwreck Island, his feet stepping on various shipwrecks, hardly seeing any intact ground. Being able to build ships from this scrap metal, these people are quite impressive. Doc looked at the unwanted materials on the ground. Wood covered with unidentified fungi, iron sheets streaked with rust, hardly anything intact. In the past, the water gods would slap ships from unlucky sailors onto this land, but this year the water gods were directly smashed by Sceptile's tail, naturally leaving no new materials on this land. But it didn't matter, as Tom's shipbuilding company was currently striving to build a sea train, and they didn't need to provide the materials the world government would. In Water 7, 9 years later, Shipwreck Island no longer exists, indicating that it will be submerged due to the lowering of Water 7's foundations over these 9 years. But if Tom survives, Frankie doesn't disappear, and with the help of Pokémon, this situation might not happen again. Doc leisurely walked, soon spotting a one-story cottage amidst the vast ruins. It was only 1 story high, perhaps better described as a coffin plank. It resembled the house he used to build when playing MC. Chapter 72. Chapter 72. In Doc's memory, the images of Frankie and Icebug as adolescents still linger. However, upon seeing them in person on Shipwreck Island, Doc realized these two were contemporaries of Shanks, and it wasn't possible for them to be young. Icebug is now 29 years old, famously known in Water 7 as the Genius Shipwright, and Frankie is 25 years old, both older than Doc. Hello, are you looking to order a custom ship? I'm sorry, but we are not taking orders from others during this period. I know skilled shipwrights in all 7 shipyards on the island, and I could introduce you. As Doc approached the small house, a person emerged from behind a nearby derelict ship. Doc turned to look, not recognizing him at first due to his ordinary appearance. However, he identified him as Icebug by his hair color. At this time, Icebug had a clearly visible stubble on his face, presumably left after shaving. No, I'm not here to order a ship. I originally planned to discuss this with Tom first, but since you're here, I'll tell you instead. Doc considered his words and changed his initial plan upon seeing Icebug now. Tom the fishman is stubborn and, even if informed of the world government's true intentions, would still insist on completing the sea train he has been building for over a decade. It's his lifelong dream to save Water 7. But Icebug is different. The current Icebug already possesses some of the demeanor of a CEO at Galila Company, appearing as a successful and composed businessman. Telling Icebug should ensure he makes the right decisions at critical moments. What's the matter? Icebug is unaware of what he's about to hear. Unlike Frankie, who dreams of building the world's finest ship, his goal is simply to help Tom save their hometown of Water 7. Let's talk somewhere private. This place is a bit too conspicuous. Doc glanced around, noticing other people nearby. It seems some were scavengers living off materials from Shipwreck Island. To their eyes, Doc, with his handsome appearance, must be a noble from the inner city, either coming to buy materials or to order a ship from Icebug. Some of their looks were unfriendly, clearly harboring ulterior motives. Alone? All right, please follow me. Icebug scratched his head in confusion, then led Doc towards the seaside. There, a small-scale sailboat was docked, about half the size of the Going Merry. It looked like a ship Icebug had been working on himself, quite exquisitely made. Did you build this? Yes. Nice craftsmanship. Thanks. Icebug showed no pride in his skills, perhaps viewing them as just average. Doc's appreciation for Icebug grew the more he got to know him. In the original story, Icebug's role isn't prominent, but he might be remembered for sewing up the Going Merry alone on a stormy night, helping it complete its final journey, saving his crew. But as Doc got to know him personally, his opinion of Icebug improved. Please sit. Icebug led Doc into the small cabin. I didn't expect someone wielding the miraculous power of Pokémon to seek me out. When did you recognize me? Doc was a bit surprised, removing his hood that covered his hair, curious about Icebug's response. 1 week ago, on the night the sea gods arrived, he wasn't seen by many. Up close, your hair stands out. I remember you're the only one with that hair color. Icebug pointed at Doc's green hair draped over his shoulders. Upon closer inspection, Icebug realized just how strikingly handsome Doc was. It seemed impossible to find a more attractive man in Water 7. And so young. Icebug wondered how such a young man could command such powerful and mystical creatures. Was it some special devil fruit? Well, that saves me the trouble of proving my identity. I'm Doc, the manager of the Mystery Hatchery House. My employees should have visited you recently. Doc extended his hand, and they shook. Employee. Icebug frowned, then asked, you mean the talking bird, or the strange creature riding the bird? The talking bird should be Bone Clay, and the strange creature must be Smoochum. Doc massaged his forehead, feeling like the Mystery Hatchery House was lacking normalcy. Who talks business with a bird? Anyway, let me tell you what I came to inform you about. Doc glanced outside as he spoke. Though his observation haki is weak, he could still sense ordinary human presence, and someone was outside. Doc tapped his forefoot, and the shadow beneath him moved slightly, then settled. Please, go on. Do you know your master Tom has the blueprints for one of the legendary ancient weapons, Pluto? I didn't know. Icebug shook his head, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. But that was all, just a perfunctory shock. This was indeed his first time hearing this, but he didn't feel the need to exaggerate his reaction, unlike Frankie who might have collapsed in shock. Boom? Who's there? Icebug instantly turned and rushed outside. That information must not be known to anyone? Although Icebug didn't show much reaction, he knew the disaster that could follow if that information leaked. He had to suppress this news. When Icebug opened the door, he found Frankie sprawled on the ground, mouth agape. Frankie. Icebug's eyes widened slightly, then angrily grabbed the other's shoulders. How many times have I told you not to eavesdrop on my conversations with guests? Icebug, is what he said true? Although Frankie is now 25, he still appears as a youth. just like the Frankie Doc remembered who stood in front of a sea train as a normal human, marking his last moments as such. Come in. Icebug dragged Frankie inside, then checked outside thoroughly, even going around twice to ensure no one was following, before returning. Don't worry, those who were tailing just got beaten away by me. Frankie guessed what Icebug was doing based on their long history of bickering and fighting. They knew each other so well that one could tell what the other was up to just by a gesture. Phew. Icebug breathed a sigh of relief. Frankie had inadvertently done a good deed. If others had heard, it would have caused a major issue. Hey, you. Frankie? Don't be rude. Icebug slapped Frankie on the back of the head. He knew his adoptive brother's way of speaking wasn't always polite, but it was never malicious. Then you ask, you clear it up. Normally, Frankie would have fought with Icebug, but he was also anxious about Doc's earlier remarks, knowing he wasn't good at speaking, so he nudged Icebug. Mr. Doc, about earlier. How do you think the world government wouldn't be aware of information that even we at the Mystery Hatchery House could obtain? The power of Pokémon far exceeds anyone's imagination. Doc waved his hand, pointing behind Icebug and Frankie. They instinctively looked back. Unbeknownst to them, a mysterious dark creature with piercing blue eyes had appeared behind them. Wow, X2. Even Icebug couldn't keep his cool this time. If such a creature decided to attack, they might not even know how they died. Doc watched silently as they imagined various scenarios. For many at sea, appearing silently behind someone wasn't difficult, especially since Icebug and Frankie were just ordinary people, and Icebug would remain so in the future. He's called Darkrai, my partner, and also a Pokémon. You've seen his power. So, by using the power of Pokémon, we can accomplish a great many things. You also saw how the sea gods were destroyed last week by another Pokémon called Sceptile. Doc calmly introduced Darkrai, showing off Sceptile. Darkrai. Darkrai waved, then retreated, and vanished into the shadows under their watchful eyes. Gulp. X2. The sound of swallowing came from both men. They were completely shocked by the Pokémon, mentally classifying the Mystery Hatchery House as a powerful, mysterious force. From now on, whatever Doc told them, they would likely believe without hesitation. What reason would such a powerful being have to lie to two ordinary men? Wait. Mr. Doc, did you just say the world government knows about the Pluto blueprints on Tom? At that moment, Icebug suddenly remembered Doc's words, his face paling, panicked like Frankie. Yes. After the world government learned of this, they've been eyeing the Pluto blueprints. Doc nodded. According to the original story, the world government indeed had designs on the Pluto blueprints, but they didn't plan to kill Tom. They didn't care about his life and might even spare him to have him build Pluto for them. Tom's death had more to do with Spondam's personal actions and emotions. However, to make these two take the matter seriously, Doc skipped a large part of the causality, mentioning only the beginning and the end. Do you believe the world government would execute Tom if they can't get the Pluto blueprints? Chapter 73. Chapter 73. What should we do now? Was the sea train made in vain? Mr. Tom spent over a decade on it. Frankie was utterly convinced by Doc's words, becoming instantly flustered. Idiot! Calm down. Regardless of the world government, Mr. Tom would never stop working on the sea train. He had already decided to build it before the world government even approached us. Here, the difference in their temperaments was apparent. Icebug was significantly more composed, even though he was still visibly anxious. Doc sat back leisurely, watching the two as if observing a drama unfold. Mr. Doc, how can we save Mr. Tom? Icebug pondered for 3 seconds before confronting reality. They lacked the means to save Mr. Tom themselves and couldn't stand against the world government. Thus, Icebug turned to the younger man before him. This man had come here and disclosed such critical information, and Icebug was certain he had some plans in mind. Why should I tell you? Doc didn't mind sharing the information directly, but he posed the question to see if it might lead to some unexpected benefits. We'll build the best shop in Water 7 for you? We might not be as skilled as Mr. Tom, but aside from him, there are no better shipwrights on this island. Before Icebug could respond, Frankie eagerly jumped in. Shipwrights possess diverse skills, not limited to shipbuilding but also designing various room layouts on ships, so constructing a top-notch shop was well within their capabilities. That's fine then, you'll do? The branch's shop environment didn't need to be too exquisite, as it was merely meant to facilitate access. However, Sceptile was to be stationed there, so perhaps designing the branch in a forest style would make it more comfortable for him. Indeed, this was a pleasant surprise. So, what are the methods? There are 3. Doc raised 3 fingers. That's great. Icebug and Frankie were already delighted before Doc detailed his suggestions, hopeful that at least one would succeed. First, Tom could hand over the blueprint of Pluto. Second, you all could leave Water 7 and perhaps flee to Fishman Island. Third, join an organization that isn't afraid of the world government, preferably an enemy of the government, like the Revolutionary Army or us. Although Doc mentioned 3 methods, in reality, only the last was viable. Tom would neither hand over Pluto's blueprints nor leave his beloved Water 7. If Frankie and Icebug truly wished to save Tom, they would ultimately join the Mystery Hatchery House, though it remained uncertain if the Master-Apprentice trio would all join. Icebug's face was grave, realizing immediately that the second method was impossible. He knew Mr. Tom too well. As for the first method, he saw little hope. You could try convincing Mr. Tom to hand over Pluto's blueprints. The world government's only goal is that they wouldn't mind sparing his life. Rayleigh, Crocus, Bartolomeo, Buggy, Shanks, all these individuals had survived. Surely Tom wasn't doomed to die? I'll go and persuade Mr. Tom. Frankie didn't think twice, rushing outside impulsively. Discuss it somewhere private. Icebug didn't follow but reminded Frankie as he disappeared into the cabin. Once alone, Icebug turned back to Doc. Thump. Without wasting words, Icebug knelt before Doc. Doc raised an eyebrow, surprised, but then realized that kneeling wasn't such an extraordinary gesture in their world. It was often used in requests or to express gratitude. What are your plans? Doc could tell Icebug had probably anticipated the eventual outcome and solution. If I join the mystery hatchery house and serve you for life, can we save Mr. Tom? Icebug spoke plainly, as if selling his life was an acceptable trade for him. Indeed, both Frankie and Icebug would lay down their lives for Tom. Even Frankie, who seemed a bit dim-witted, would try to save Tom in his own way, such as recklessly throwing himself in front of the sea train. Stupid but touching. Welcome aboard, Icebug. There are no hierarchies within the hatchery house. From now on, we are partners. Doc stepped forward, pulling Icebug to his feet without directly addressing his question. From now on, your family is our family, your dreams are our dreams. Together, we'll create our era. Although Doc initially targeted Tom, Icebug was a fine addition too, younger and perhaps capable of surpassing his master in the future. Plus, it wasn't certain whether Tom would join. Doc planned to construct many special and mobile structures across the sea, such as gyms, Pokémon centers, and other branches. Without skilled shipwrights like Tom and Icebug, those future plans would be challenging to realize. Okay. Icebug seemed unaccustomed and awkwardly scratched his head. You'll see, I'm not just all talk. Doc noticed Icebug's reservation, which was normal since they had only just met. Over time, Icebug would see that Doc wasn't just a smooth talker. Having gifted eggs of Smoochum and the feather of New Moon items worth billions of belly as welcome gifts, he had nothing else to be stingy about. What do I need to do? Suddenly being part of an organization left Icebug feeling strange and somewhat lost. First, finish building the branch with Frankie. I'll have Bone Clay bring people to help you. We might have 2 big deals in a week, then continue helping Tom with the sea train. Doc nodded, recalling the plot details for this period. The branch should have a forest-like style. Get some fresh, lush trees. Septal will guard the branch. Septal is that green big guy from last week. Doc grinned and gestured. Icebug immediately remembered the powerful Pokémon that had scattered the Aqualaguna with a flick of its tail. No one understood the destructiveness of the Aqualaguna better than these shipwrights, especially Icebug, who had seen countless shipwrecks on Shipwreck Island. Knowing Septal would be arriving soon eased Icebug's mind considerably. When is the sea train expected to be completed? If all goes well, by early next year. Icebug estimated before responding. That soon. It was now October of the year 1511 in the Sea Circle calendar, just 2 months before the chaotic year 1512. Doc hadn't expected the sea train to be completed so quickly, recalling it was supposed to finish in the latter half of the following year. Yes, because the Aqualaguna didn't come to destroy this time, our progress wasn't severely disrupted like before. Icebug revealed a reason Doc hadn't considered. This was not mentioned in the original story, and Doc had overlooked this detail. No problem, the difference isn't significant. On the day Tom goes to court, take Septal with you. Though he doesn't obey others, he won't allow harm to come to his companions. Doc waved his hand. Now that they were involved, Tom's death was out of the question. Then bring Tom and Frankie back to the main store. Doc handed Icebug a pocket token, demonstrating its use in person. This deeply impressed Icebug, who had never left Water 7. The wonders shown by the mystery hatchery house seemed like another world to him. Icebug clutched the pocket token tightly, understanding its life-saving importance more crucial than any Pluto blueprint. He resolved to keep it close even while sleeping. For now, just focus on that. Once you've dealt with the sea train, come help manage the branch. We're really short on hands. Doc stretched and prepared to leave. This visit had been very fruitful. Icebug's joining meant that the mystery hatchery house had a solid technical foundation for its future endeavors in opening 8 gyms and Pokémon centers across the sea. The mystery hatchery house needed such talents. As for whether the world government would agree, that's a huge joke. From the moment the mystery hatchery house decided to usher in the Pokémon era, the world government had been a major obstacle, a bigger thorn than even the pirates, an organization that must be dealt with. Whether or not Robin, Tom, or the Revolutionary Army was involved, the world government would stand in their way. Not acting now was partly because Doc had crossed too early and the original hadn't finished, so the full extent of the world government's power was unclear. If the Sky King Uranus was in their hands, the mystery hatchery house couldn't act recklessly, not knowing what it entailed. The strength of Imma, the 5 elders, and the Knights of God was also unknown. On the other hand, the sea couldn't withstand the chaos of losing the world government yet. A supreme force needed to dominate the sea, more precisely, to suppress those ambitious figures. Without the world government, and before the mystery hatchery house could grow, the world would turn into a hellish place. Chapter 74. Chapter 74. I'm busy. Extremely busy. This was Doc's only thought after returning to the mystery hatchery house. There was too much to do. Bone Clay and Icebug were handling the branch office affairs, and Septal had already followed Bone Clay to the northern shore of Water 7, where the store environment was being created to suit him. Doc's main tasks were still untouched, as he was busy discussing the details of the first comprehensive trade with both the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates. The Whitebeard pirates only intended to purchase 10 Pokémon eggs. They weren't particularly in need of Pokémon power, purely wanting to add some interesting and magical companions to their ship. The Navy, however, had bigger ambitions. Sengoku had a huge appetite and initially wanted 4,000 eggs to create 10 battleship-level Pokémon naval combat units. A Navy admiral's ship typically carries about 800 personnel, so the idea was to replace half of these with Pokémon, forming units of 400 human and 400 Pokémon sailors per ship, a strategy envisioned by Sengoku. Doc could only think, "You're very ambitious. 4,000 eggs." Doc couldn't even fathom it. "What, is Marineford too peaceful for you? 4,000 Pokémon babies, if 1,000 of them turned out to be mischievous like Growlithe and slippery like Grimmer, would the Navy base even function anymore? Normally, you wouldn't have to do anything, the entire Grand Line's Navy would just come here to babysit." Doc couldn't trust Sengoku with so many Pokémon. He knew the various species and their living habits, and there was no way they could properly care for them without casualties. 4,000 was simply too many. Later, it seemed Zephyr personally visited the Fleet Admiral's office and let Sengoku take care of a Growlithe for 3 days, after which Sengoku quickly changed his tune. From 4,000 eggs, he dramatically reduced his request to 400 eggs. Moreover, Doc added several conditions to the deal, without which he wouldn't even sell the 400 eggs. Conditions included: after the Pokémon hatch, their trainers must stay by their side continuously, caring for them until they mature. The Pokémon cannot be trained until they have matured. The Mystery Hatchery House retains the right to inspect the living conditions of the Pokémon at the Navy base at any time, and many other stipulations aimed at ensuring the well-being of these Pokémon babies. Eventually, a deal was struck. Sengoku dispatched a unit of Headquarters Rear Admirals to Water 7, near the Mystery Hatchery House branch on the North Shore, where they constructed a small Navy base. A team of 30 learners was also stationed there. A Headquarters Rear Admiral sounds impressive. But there are only a few dozen admirals, and with people needed to guard New World bases, go on missions, and maintain a presence at headquarters, they couldn't spare anyone to come to Water 7. Remember, this is paradise, and so close to a nice lobby. Why would they need an admiral stationed here? Sending a rear admiral to oversee things was already giving a lot of face to the Mystery Hatchery House. Little did they know that this rear admiral was actually relieved. What's the difference between being stationed here and retiring? Doc was satisfied with Sengoku's arrangements but now faced another dilemma. What kind of Pokémon eggs should he sell to the Navy? And what quality should these Pokémon eggs be? Definitely not purple. The Navy couldn't afford a price tag of 400 billion belly for that. Even blue-quality Pokémon eggs cost 40 billion, and the Navy would need to request funds from the world government to afford them. Doc specifically asked Sengoku about his budget, and he mentioned getting 30 billion from the world government, but nothing more. 30 billion, is that a lot? Compared to individual pirate bounties, it's a substantial amount. But consider how many pirates there are and the total amount of bounties. In the future, the combined bounty of the Straw Hat Pirates alone exceeds 8.8 billion. The world government comprises at least 170 member countries. Doflamingo once intercepted a kingdom's tribute to the Celestial Dragons in exchange for a warlord position, knowing full well how much was involved. Perhaps that's why when he later demanded 10 billion belly from King Riku of Dressrosa, he knew Riku could muster that sum, and indeed, Riku did manage to gather the money. Considering Dressrosa's impoverished state under King Riku, the annual tribute to the Celestial Dragons must have been substantial, certainly around 30 billion belly, otherwise, Dressrosa would have developed sooner. As for the Germa Kingdom, managing to produce such a vast clone army under the world government's nose without a bounty, being able to alter Sanji's bounty and conditions, the annual tribute they pay is unimaginable. Even during the Sabayati Archipelago incident, a second-generation celestial dragon casually offered 500 million for a mermaid, indicating the immense wealth these individuals control. So, 30 billion is not much for the world government, not exactly pocket change, but they wouldn't miss it. This was also a key reason why the Navy could never become independent from the world government. Doc now had a figure in mind. 30 billion could be spent without concern, any more would have to come from the Navy's own funds. They had the money, but not much more than 40 billion could be spared. That settled it. Magical Marketplace. Pokémon Egg, blue 500 magic coins. 400 randomly assorted blue quality eggs. Purchasing from the Magical Marketplace at half the retail price, one blue quality Pokémon egg costs 500 W belly. 400 eggs would then require 20,000 magic coins? Doc had just over 10,000 magic coins on hand. Where was he supposed to get that much money? He had no choice but to ask the Navy to pay a 20 billion belly deposit first. Using the pocket tokens saving feature, this transaction was easily completed. 20,000 magic coins appeared in Doc's balance and then vanished, turning into Pokémon eggs, blue, x 400. Once the Navy takes these 400 Pokémon eggs after a week, his Mystery Hatchery House will make a clean 20 billion belly profit, or 20,000 magic coins. A massive fortune? The legendary Pokémon he had been dreaming of seemed within reach, beckoning to him just a week into the future. Moreover, the remaining magic coins would be enough for him to exchange for a special ability seed. In the world of pirates, anyone who masters observation haki could be considered a special ability trainer. They could help their Pokémon predict opponents' moves using observation haki, thereby guiding or warning them. But psychic powers are different. Observation haki doesn't have offensive capabilities. Now, Doc could hardly contain his excitement and joy, but there were urgent matters to attend to, so he forced himself to calm down and continue working. 400 Pokémon eggs in the store, plus the original little ones, nearly left him and Robin without a place to stand, even using Doc's bedroom and staff quarters. Doc hurriedly called Bone Clay, asking him to stay with Sceptile in Water 7 for the next few days. The mystery hatchery house would close for a week. The main store was locked down, inaccessible to anyone outside. Robin also began a busy routine, checking the status of the 400 eggs daily. Although an accident was nearly impossible within the hatchery house, vigilance was necessary. After about a week, when the branch office and the Navy base were completed, Sengoku would send people to transport the eggs, with Zephyr and Kuzen probably working overtime to select suitable trainers. Doc took the opportunity to let the 400 eggs benefit from the store's incubation lamps to speed up hatching. The transaction with the Whitebeard pirates wasn't urgent, so it could be delayed for a few days. Doc still had plenty to do. He needed to study the VIP features of the Pokédex and prepare Pokémon for the main mission. He didn't have a moment to spare. Doc was thinking of hiring again. To create a superior Pokémon League, sufficient manpower was essential. The Hatchery House had many vacant positions, such as researchers, medical staff, inspectors. The former two were obvious, but inspectors represented the Hatchery House in periodic visits to clients to ensure Pokémon were treated fairly, and future officials for various competitions and events. I need to hire more people. Doc, alone in the manufacturing room tinkering with the Pokédex machine, muttered about future plans. For now, getting research personnel in place was critical. Doc couldn't manage training Pokémon hatchlings, ponder new Pokédex features, and communicate with Sengoku about transactions all at once. Just do it. Doc decisively put down his work, donned a white hooded cloak, and stepped out of the store. Destination? Random. It depended on who he might meet. Grand Line, Paradise. Spring Queen City, also known as St. Poplar or St. Birch, a luxurious city filled with the breath of art, is one of the most favored tourist destinations among the wealthy on the Grand Line. St. Birch is also a city on the sea train route. In the original story, after CP9's defeat at Enice Lobby, they were pursued by the world government and navy. Using the powers of the Dordor fruit, they fled Enice Lobby, took the sea train to St. Birch, and earned money through performances to treat Rob Lucci's injuries. Rob Lucci proved effective, leading the once derelict CP9, under the world government's pursuit, to rise to CP0 status within 2 years. The bond among CP9 members, their unyielding commitment to each other, would have qualified them to purchase Pokémon. Unfortunately, being under the world government, they had no chance. St. Birch is also known for another famous location, Joy Street. Stussy, the queen of Joy Street and one of the underworld leaders, is from there. This woman has many identities, but her secrets have been unveiled. She is a clone created by Vegapunk using Miss Backen's genes, obediently following his orders. Her long-term undercover mission in CP0 has been ongoing for over a decade. Doc's current destination is none other than Joy Street in St. Birch. There, he encountered a group of unexpected individuals. The Don Quixote family. Chapter 75. Chapter 75. In the hormone-charged atmosphere of Joy Street, few people can sit quietly and enjoy a cup of coffee, except perhaps those who have just vented their frustrations. Doc, however, is an exception. Sitting at the entrance of a cafe on the street, he sips a hot chocolate, ignoring the calls of a lady across the street trying to get his attention. He's busy keeping a discreet eye on the actions of the Don Quixote family. On the other hand, Doflamingo felt thirsty and decided to stop by a roadside cafe with his family. As they settled down for a relaxed coffee break, they noticed a man in a white cloak sitting next to them, staring intently at them. Pika, go ask that guy what he wants, Doflamingo instructed, pointing to the strangely dressed, rotund man beside him. Despite his odd attire, no one dared to laugh at Senior Pink in front of Doflamingo, as those who had ridiculed him in the past had met grisly ends. To achieve his ambitions, he was a man who would stop at nothing, even sacrificing his own family if necessary. However, aside from that, no one could harm or even mock a Don Quixote family officer, especially after the incident with Rosinante, which had profoundly changed Doflamingo. Senior Pink responded, moving towards Doc with a pacifier in his mouth, a habit he adopted after the death of his wife and child. Senior. Had he been discovered? Doc's eyes widened slightly. He hadn't expected his surveillance to be noticed. Wasn't the most dangerous place supposed to be the safest? Although discovered, Doc was not perturbed. To be honest, all of St. Poplar combined wouldn't stand a chance against him and Darkrai if it came down to a fight. Hey, sir, why have you been staring at us? Senior Pink sat down opposite Doc, his sunglasses failing to hide the scrutiny in his eyes. I didn't expect to be noticed. Doc shook his head and removed his hood. You are quite cautious. Is this guy serious? Sweat dripped down Senior Pink's forehead as he failed to detect any hint of jest in Doc's demeanor. Pika, let's go. No need to waste words with this one. As Senior Pink prepared to say more, Diamante's voice reached them. They decided to leave. Just moments before, Doflamingo had laughed off Doc's comments and promptly left with his group. You're lucky. Senior Pink gave Doc a final look before following his comrades. In his view, if this weren't Joy Street where Stussy forbade killing, Doflamingo would have surely eliminated this man. It seems I'm not the one who's lucky. Doc finished his coffee and continued to follow the Don Quixote family from a safe distance within the crowd, believing they wouldn't notice. The Don Quixote family, famously known to be intercepted by those who cross time. Arriving in the world of One Piece, targeting the Don Quixote family guaranteed high-quality gains. Doc, in fact, had a business proposition specifically for Senior Pink and silently followed the family to see what they were up to. At this time, Doflamingo was not yet the underworld's greatest ruler known as Joker, he was only one of many. The Don Quixote family would need to take over Dressrosa and establish the Smile Factory and arms production to achieve that status. After about 15 minutes, the Don Quixote family entered a brothel. Doc was puzzled. Given the Don Quixote family's usual style and wealth, why would they need to visit a brothel to find women? Darkrai, go take a look. Knowing he might be discovered if he followed them inside, Doc sent Darkrai while he waited at a corner down the street. Unbeknownst to him, various suspicious characters had started to appear at every corner of the street, all seemingly focusing on the brothel. Doc, blending in, didn't seem out of place at all. It looks like the underworld is up to something big. Doc muttered disinterestedly, not at all curious about their plans. He was far too busy to meddle in underworld affairs. After about half an hour of standing and almost dozing off, Darkrai suddenly emerged from a nearby wall, grabbed Doc, and flew into the sky. What? Doc, barely awake, was shocked to find himself suddenly airborne. His heart almost stopped. Boom! Before he could ask Darkrai what was happening, the brothel below them exploded. Had Doc remained on the spot, he might have been caught in the blast. What's going on? Doc's eyes sparkled as he looked down at the now roofless brothel. The scene below seemed far from peaceful, with the 7 major underworld leaders apparently gathered there, and it didn't look like their negotiations had gone smoothly. Let's go down. Doc patted Darkrai, signaling that it was too conspicuous to remain in the sky. They returned to a secluded corner, and Darkrai went back to hiding in his shadow, watching over him. Just when Doc thought the underworld leaders were just posturing and unlikely to fight, a sudden battle erupted. Gunfire and explosions rang out, accompanied by screams and the chaos of fleeing people. Hidden in an alley, Doc was observing the situation when he noticed a dark cannonball headed towards 2 sisters trying to escape. The older sister quickly covered her younger sibling in an embrace. Darkrai, save those sisters. Without hesitation, Doc decided to intervene. If he hadn't seen it, or if the sisters had been villains, it might have been different. But witnessing such a scene, how could he not act? Doc didn't consider himself the wise and cunning protagonist of an apocalyptic tale. With a gesture, Darkrai instantly darted out, absorbing the cannonball into a dark void. X2. The sisters, stunned, looked at Darkrai, clearly shocked by their sudden rescuer. Without saying much, Darkrai pointed towards Doc, who was standing in an alley and waved at the sisters. After a moment's hesitation, the sisters ran towards him, knowing all too well how to survive on Joy Street. Go inside. Doc casually opened a door beside him and ushered the sisters in. Only as they approached did Doc realize that these were no strangers but Monet and Sugar, who would have joined the Don Quixote family in another year according to the original story. Now, it seemed likely that the family had intended to recruit and utilize the sisters during this chaos, but Doc had now intercepted them. Regrettably, the sisters appeared to be ordinary humans, having not consumed the snow or hobby fruits yet. Presumably, those fruits were either still in the Don Quixote family's possession or not yet obtained. Regardless, Doc hadn't saved them to exploit their abilities. Even without their devil fruit powers, they could be trained for roles like Pokémon referees or coordinators for competitions positions that didn't require special skills since everyone in this world would be starting from scratch with Pokémon contest rules. Let's find a safer place, Darkrai. As the battlefield expanded, Doc had Darkrai move them away from the fray. 2 hours later, the conflict finally ended. Joy Street was largely destroyed, with Stussy suffering the heaviest losses. After a bout of violent negotiations, it seemed Stussy had gained the most, given her control over the territory and numerous subordinates, including some from the world government, scattered throughout the area. The Don Quixote family's losses were moderate, though the officers were somewhat injured, there were no casualties. After concluding his business, Doflamingo didn't linger, quickly moving his group towards the shores of St. Poplar. But just as they were about to board their ship, an obstacle appeared. It's you? Senior Pink instantly recognized the figure before him. The man with the abysmally poor spying skills. Yes, it's me, the renowned king of peeping of the underworld. Doc casually flicked his hair. The Don Quixote family fell silent. Chapter 76, Chapter 76 Doflamingo's forehead veins bulged, clearly at his limit with Doc, fingers twitching as if ready to eliminate the nuisance himself. Buzz. But before Doflamingo could make his move, a deep crimson surge of Conqueror's haki swept through the area. After 3 seconds, Doc retracted his haki, looking pleased with the demonstration. Sweat trickled down Doflamingo's forehead, and only 4 people, including his top 3 executives and Senior Pink, remained standing beside him. Now, can we have a serious conversation? Doc's face bore a gentle smile, as if the overwhelming display of haki was unrelated to him. Who are you? Doflamingo's agitation settled, the veins on his forehead smoothing out a sign he was regaining his composure. The strength of Doc's haki was something Doflamingo hadn't encountered before, its oppressive force palpable even to him. Let me introduce myself. I'm Doc, manager of the Mystery Hatchery House. Mystery Hatchery House? Huh? What does the king of Pokémon want with me? Doflamingo recalled hearing rumors about the revolutionary Pokémon that had stirred massive waves across the seas recently. They had briefly discussed these creatures at their gathering of the 7 underworld leaders, speculating about the person who wielded such power. Unexpectedly, that very individual now stood before him. Initially skeptical about the real influence and potential of Pokémon, Doflamingo was now a believer, having witnessed Doc's display of power. His ambition was undeniable, the forces at his command were far from ordinary. Doflamingo's eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, gleamed faintly. His interest in Pokémon's power peaked. If not for Doc's demonstration, Doflamingo might have already been negotiating in his typical, aggressive manner. Actually, I have an item here called the Crescent Feather. A feather. Doflamingo's brow furrowed in confusion, not following Doc's lead. Nevertheless, he listened intently as Doc continued. Yes, Pokémon possess a variety of powers, like Darkrai here. Doc tapped the ground lightly, and Darkrai emerged from the shadows. Before their widened eyes, Darkrai spread its arms, enveloping them in an endless vortex of darkness, momentarily isolating them from the outside world. Silence fell. Overwhelmed, Doflamingo had nothing to say, his thoughts racing silently. The Crescent Feather comes from a Pokémon as powerful as Darkrai. It has a magical ability that allows one to see deceased loved ones in their dreams. Doc's last remark was directed at Senior Pink, pinpointing his true aim. He knew Senior Pink would yearn to see his beloved Lucian again. Doflamingo caught on to this as well. Having investigated Senior Pink's change of heart over the past 2 years, he knew what had happened and how desperately Senior Pink wished to see Lucian again. Doflamingo didn't understand this desire. To him, the dead were just that, dead. Even having personally killed Rosinante, he wouldn't want to see him again, preferring to remember him in his own way. However, Doflamingo respected his family members. We'll take that feather. Without hesitation, Doflamingo spoke, not even turning to consult Senior Pink. It wasn't necessary. Doflamingo knew Senior Pink well enough to decide for him, fully aware that he would forego such a precious chance to avoid being exploited, a testament to the loyalty within the Don Quixote family. Wait. Doflamingo seemed about to add more, but Doc didn't give him the chance to continue. In an instant, Doc and Darkrai vanished from the spot, leaving the Don Quixote members alone under the sky, their faces devoid of joy after the terrifying experience. If he had wanted to kill us, nobody in the world would have known. Cheer up. You'll see your wife soon enough. Think about what you want to say to her. Doflamingo interrupted Senior Pink, then used his string fruit powers to move the unconscious bodies onto the ship, quickly departing with his crew. Once the Don Quixote ship was out of sight, Doc emerged from the shadows. He knew Doflamingo had intended to discuss Pokémon business. Given his ambitions, Doflamingo wouldn't easily give up on the power of Pokémon. But Doc had no interest in dealing with him. Despite Doflamingo's popularity among fans for his compelling backstory, his actions, slave trading, arms smuggling, and other unspeakable deeds made him far worse than a typical pirate. In spite of his loyal followers, his moral corruption was beyond redemption. If Pokémon chose to ally with them, Doc wouldn't interfere, respecting their choice. But he wouldn't intervene if they were captured or executed by the Marines for their crimes. And now, selling Pokémon eggs to the Don Quixote family? Absolutely not. Chapter 77. Chapter 77. When Doc returned to the Mystery Hatchery House, it seemed that Robin had already calmed the 2 new staff members. At least this was true for the 11-year-old Sugar. Sugar had been well protected by her sister and had a limited understanding of the world. She was still in the process of embracing new things, so she quickly adapted to everything around her. Her more mature sister, Monet, seemed a bit slower to adjust. She had a solid understanding of the world, and the appearance of the Mystery Hatchery House was warping her worldview. It was like someone from a technological era suddenly being able to cultivate magic. Children might think nothing of it, but adults would definitely experience a shock to their cognition. At this moment, Sugar was happily playing with the Pokémon babies, who seemed to love her innocent nature. Monet, however, sat quietly, gazing over the lawn filled with eggs and the little creatures playing with her sister. As Doc entered, Monet immediately stood up to greet him but hesitated, unsure of what to say, so she simply bowed deeply. Thank you for saving us. No problem. Have you had a chance to learn a bit about our Mystery Hatchery House? Doc removed his white cloak and handed it to Robin, who approached to take it. Yes, Monet replied, noticing Doc's long green hair, which was strikingly similar to her own. She couldn't help but give it a second glance. Wow, Big Brother's hair is just like sister's. Maybe you're our long-lost family member. Sugar had also noticed Doc's hair and, with a Dedenne perched on her head, she bounded over to Doc and gently touched his hair. She had always envied other children who had complete families and wanted one of her own. Of course, Sugar knew they weren't actually related to Doc. She was just saying this perhaps to make him happy, and then he might let them stay. Sugar, don't say nonsense. Monet pulled Sugar back. Living in a place like St. White Poplar, Monet knew how to survive. Assuming the head of a powerful place like the Mystery Hatchery House was formidable, she worried that Sugar's careless behavior might offend him. Haha, I wish I had a cute sister like you. Doc wasn't bothered by their naive impressions. He simply smiled warmly. Then, can Sugar and I stay here with you? Sugar eagerly looked up at Doc with hopeful eyes. Dedenne voiced its thoughts. Of course. We're really short on staff here. If you'd like to stay and help me out, I'd really appreciate it. Doc smiled and patted the Dedenne on its head. Yay. Sugar hugged Dedenne and started hopping joyously around the lawn, carefully avoiding the Pokémon eggs. She was careful and tender-hearted. Doc nodded approvingly. He hadn't decided what kind of job to train Sugar for, as he hadn't yet identified her talents. But there was no rush after all. Sugar was still very young. We're very grateful for your hospitality. Monet was visibly moved as she bowed to Doc, relieved that she no longer had to worry about living in fear or dealing with unruly customers. What did you do in St. White Poplar? Doc thought it was important to know what Monet had been doing before. I was a bartender at a pub, Monet said somewhat sheepishly, unsure how her skills could be useful here. Doc considered that Monet might be suited for research or developing products like Pokémon incense or muffins, but those roles weren't urgently needed. Right now, the biggest gaps were in research, inspections, and medical care. I can learn. I'm a fast learner, and I'm willing to do any job. Seeing Doc's concerned expression, Monet quickly offered her eagerness to adapt, fearing they might be turned away. You'll be my assistant for now. I'll teach you how to use the equipment in the manufacturing room, and you might need to conduct some research later. Okay. Monet agreed immediately, although she felt a bit overwhelmed by the prospect of doing scientific work. What about me? What will Sugar do? Sugar ran up to Doc at that moment. What would you like to do? Doc frowned slightly, thinking of assigning her some light tasks. I want to fight bad guys. Some creepy guys used to follow my sister, and I scared them off. I'm really strong. Sugar swung her fists to show her strength. Even if you say so. Doc sighed. Even if Sugar claimed to be strong, she was just an 11-year-old girl, and the mystery hatchery house didn't really have much need for fighting. Sugar, stop messing around. Monet reached out to pinch Sugar's cheek, turning it red. I'm not messing around. Sugar was stubborn. How about this? Doc thought for a moment and then came up with an idea. Both Monet and Sugar looked at Doc curiously. Sugar, you'll be the captain of our security team. You'll be in charge of maintaining safety and peace in the hatchery house. If a customer causes trouble or if the Pokémon start fighting, it's your job to step in, enforce the rules, and teach them a lesson. Doc, looking at Sugar's emerald hair, couldn't help but smile as he thought of a profession from another world. He planned to train Sugar to be a Miss Junsar of the future. For now, her responsibilities would only extend within the safe environment of the mystery hatchery house. Great. Leave it to me. Sugar patted her chest confidently. Dedenne expressed its readiness to help Sugar. Monet shook her head in resignation but was somewhat relieved. The young man in charge seemed easygoing and even willing to indulge her sister's playful side. In her eyes, Doc's accommodation was merely playful, letting the little girl enjoy herself without feeling burdened. She didn't realize Doc seriously considered training Sugar for a security role. By the way, you can just call me Doc. No need for boss or manager. We are partners in creating the Pokémon era. Doc instructed Monet and Sugar on how to address him, making them feel more at ease as part of the team. Okay, they both nodded. After sorting out the titles, Sugar continued to play outside, Robin watched over the Pokémon eggs, and Monet followed Doc into the manufacturing room to learn about the equipment. Doc showed her how to use various machines and encouraged her to think about potential developments for the Pokémon decks. I'll leave you to think about this. It's still early, so I'm going out to see if I can recruit more staff. Leaving Monet in the manufacturing room, Doc greeted Sugar and Robin before stepping out again. Research staff was somewhat in place, but inspectors and medical staff were still needed. For inspectors, it would be best to find men with a somewhat intimidating appearance, someone who looks like they wouldn't tolerate mistreatment of Pokémon. For medical staff, maybe someone like Nurse Joy, a pink-haired woman could be interesting. Chapter 78, The North Blue. Once the most powerful sea in the world due to the presence of the Vinsmoke and Donquixote families, the North Blue has seen a decline in overall strength. The Vinsmoke family has transformed into the seafaring kingdom of Germa 66 with no fixed territory, while the Donquixote family has advanced towards the New World. The departure of these two major powers has led to increased chaos in the North Blue. Family organizations, a hallmark of the North Blue, resemble the gangs of the West Blue but with a more distinct class structure. Today, family skirmishes over territory and profit are common sights across the islands of the North Blue. Previously, under the control of the Donquixote family, these families dared not challenge them, staying quietly in their designated territories, out of sight from Donquixote da Flamingo. However, as the Donquixote family gradually reallocates its forces to the Grand Line, these lands have become no man's land, stirring unrest among the families. Amidst the struggle, the casualties often include innocent bystanders, as these family members fire at will, not caring if the targets are foes. On a small island in the North Blue, only a small impoverished town sits, with a population just under 100. Chosen as a neutral ground for a deal between two families, the arrangement falls apart and leads to a direct conflict. Bellamy, a mere 19-year-old, becomes the sole survivor of this conflict. He was just a local delinquent, known for his arrogance and for beating up troublesome kids who dared to steal from the market vendors. These vendors, in turn, paid Bellamy protection money which he used to keep the peace on his turf. Today, these troublesome kids will no longer be a problem for him. The local vendors will no longer give him poor quality apples. He has no home to return to. Impossible. Hiding in a barrel, Bellamy watches the chaos unfold outside with bloodshot eyes. He vows to survive, to become stronger, and to mercilessly exact revenge on his foes. Not everyone can be Uzumaki Naruto, enduring without hatred. Most are like Uchiha Sasuke, bearing grudges after losing loved ones. At that moment, a handsome young man steps out from a nearby inn, catching Bellamy's attention. Bellamy, recognizing that this man is not a local, bursts out of the barrel and runs towards him. No ill intentions, Doc mutters to himself, observing the young man approaching him. Though the newcomer's appearance is intimidating, Doc detects no malice in his eyes and concludes he's likely just a survivor from the town. Stop staring, you crazy? Hide? You'll get killed. Bellamy grabs Doc and pulls him towards the inn. They fall not onto the hard wooden floor, but onto a soft lawn surrounded by colorful eggs. Bellamy has never seen such large eggs before and inadvertently swallows his saliva in awe. You're too reckless, Doc comments as he lifts Bellamy off him and surveys their surroundings. Realizing they haven't damaged the Pokémon eggs stored safely away by Robin, Doc assesses the situation. This is. Bellamy looks around, bewildered. What's going on today? Feels like there's a war everywhere. Doc rubs his neck, having just rescued Monet and Sugar from a deadly altercation. From saving people from the underworld's leader, the Don Quixote family, to now saving someone from a low-level family dispute. Doc rises, evaluating the man who tackled him. Although of average strength, Bellamy's fearsome appearance and remarkable height make him a perfect candidate for intimidating others, a useful trait in this world where power can be rapidly acquired, especially after consuming a devil fruit. Moreover, the main strength of their mystery hatchery house always lies in Pokémon, not humans. You guys, who are you? Bellamy asks, still stunned by the situation. Never mind that now. Do you want to kill all those bastards outside yourself? Doc points outside to the chaotic town. Of course. Bellamy responds, his breathing heavy with the desire for revenge. Are you ready to pay the price for that? Doc, initially hesitant to intervene, now sees no reason not to help if the town's conflict doesn't threaten their operations or harm Pokémon, their main priority. I'm just an ordinary man. I thought I'd live a quiet life, but now my life, though not worth much, is all I have. If you can help me seek revenge, I'll give you everything, Bellamy declares, ready to devote his life to his benefactor without hesitation. All right, from now on, you're a part of our mystery hatchery house. The hatred of one of our own is not an outsider's matter. Doc nods, stepping outside with Bellamy following closely. As they prepare to confront the armed assailants, Doc reassures Bellamy, don't worry about the guns. Soon, you'll be able to ignore them too. Me? I can't. You can. Doc pats Bellamy, encouraging him. Navigating through the gunfire, they approach the conflict zone, prepared to end it not through violence but with an overwhelming display of presence, a power even the mightiest in the seas find useful. What's your name, by the way? I'm Doc. Me? I'm Bellamy. Doc pauses, a question mark appearing above his head. Well, intercepting 3 people from the Don Quixote family in one day certainly makes for an interesting twist. Chapter 79. Chapter 79. Bang! As Doc and Bellamy walked down a street, a crisp sound rang out from afar. A bullet struck a stone pillar not far from Doc. Doc remained calm. If necessary, Darkrai would release a dark void to absorb all incoming attacks. If Darkrai did not act, it meant the attack would not reach him. Even without Darkrai, Doc could still sense the trajectory of the bullet, invisible to the naked eye, but perceivable through his observation haki. Take cover. In panic, Bellamy grabbed Doc, intending to drag him into a nearby alley for cover. However, Doc stood still. The 2 feuding families in this town seemed to have entered a tense phase, neither daring to show themselves too openly, opting instead to observe from the shadows. But Doc and Bellamy's appearance had suddenly made them the focus of the battlefield. That gunshot seemed to be a signal for attack. Following that, countless men in black surged out from all corners of the town. The battlefield was chaotic, with few recognizable faces, making it hard to distinguish friend from foe. However, one thing was clear, Doc and Bellamy, with their distinctive attire, were definitely not allies. Bellamy, seeing the approaching crowd of about 100 people, started to tremble, but he did not flee on his own and instead looked to Doc. Having agreed to become Doc's companion, he had no reason to run alone. As a delinquent, Bellamy might not know much, but he had his own principles. A man must have loyalty. Watch closely, Bellamy. Doc glanced around casually, a red light flickering through his green pupils. Buzz? The next moment, the air compressed to its limit emitted a dark red, semi-transparent haki, spreading outwards. The menacing crowd in front of them, upon being enveloped in this dark red world, fell forward, eyes rolling back. Without exception, Doc frowned. He had restrained himself, but still saw some of the physically weaker ones bleed from the nose as they fell. With such poor physical conditioning, they might not even match the young Growlithe. Bellamy was stunned, his eyes widening, his jaw dropping, and his trembling body shook even more. He struggled to turn his head towards Doc and reached out with trembling hands. Bang! Bellamy knelt down suddenly. Brother, I want to learn this. At this moment, there was no fear in Bellamy's eyes, only intense excitement. I can't teach you that, I can only teach you how to play basketball. Doc turned away, looking up at the distant sky. Bellamy was puzzled, unable to understand Doc's response. Never mind. Doc sighed. A joke he once enjoyed now only made him feel lonely and isolated. No one in this world could understand him. Aren't you the one who wants to personally seek revenge? Those guys are just knocked out. Doc walked towards the fallen crowd, picked up a knife from the ground, and handed it to Bellamy. The tasks I'll need you to do in the future might be dangerous. I need you to grow quickly, and I'll help you become stronger. Yes, brother, I will definitely do it. Bellamy stood up, took the knife, and looked at the group of men in black on the ground, clenching his fists. Weakness invites slaughter, but strength allows one to slaughter the weak. This was the lesson Bellamy had just learned from Doc. If he could become as strong as Doc, then these people wouldn't dare massacre the town. The first step, you must kill without changing your expression, leaving none of your enemies alive. Doc stood before Bellamy, hesitatingly delivering this directive. Since arriving in this world, Doc had never killed anyone, but now he was instructing someone else to kill. It wasn't that Doc couldn't do it himself. Having been in this world for over a month, he had somewhat adapted, and killing villains no longer burdened him psychologically. However, having a 19-year-old innocent suddenly kill over 100 people was tormenting for him, even though it was Bellamy's own request. But Doc would not stop his decision because of this. They weren't playing house, they were engaged in a game that could change the entire world. A game, could it really be completed without getting one's hands bloody? Or should they expect the world government to recognize the situation and surrender voluntarily? The mystery Hatchery House needed to have a decisive force, and Bellamy was the first person Doc chose for this role. Doc wouldn't teach Bellamy the professional knowledge of the Pokémon industry like he did with Robin and Monet. He would do everything possible to help Bellamy improve his combat skills. He might even unhesitatingly request a few masters from the Navy or the Whitebeard pirates for Bellamy. As for whether Bellamy had the talent, Doc knew from the moment he learned Bellamy's name. In the year 1520 of the sea calendar, Bellamy was a nobody in Mocktown, easily knocked out by Luffy just entering the Grand Line. By 1522, with a bounty of over 100 million, he shone in the Colosseum and became a well-known bounty hunter, though still no match for Luffy, who had trained under Rayleigh for 2 years. But Bellamy, a minor character among pirates, had trained himself for 2 years without guidance. Therefore, Doc had high expectations for his potential and future. He might not compare to those with a lineage of strong warriors, but becoming a powerful figure like Zephyr was possible. Zephyr, a typical example of a civilian reaching the pinnacle at sea, was essentially the marine version of Dracula Mihawk. No wonder he commanded so much respect among veteran admirals. After taking the knife from Doc, Bellamy hesitated no more and approached the fallen men. This was not only a resolution of his past grudges but also his initiation into the mystery Hatchery House. Despite his discomfort, he had to complete it. I'll join you. Doc took a deep breath and walked beside Bellamy. He would watch as Bellamy methodically killed each of the men, a test for Bellamy and a challenge for himself. He was the manager of the mystery Hatchery House, the future leader of the Pokémon League, a partner to all, and a trainer recognized by Darkrai and Sceptile. He couldn't always hide behind his partners. Someday, he too would need to kill. This world, if not this one, would eventually lead to a world where he must kill. The scene of slaughter was bloody and tedious. Or rather, the path of growth is bloody and tedious. He and Bellamy grew together in just the short distance they walked. From initial discomfort to numb acceptance in just a few minutes. Habituation is a terrifying thing. Even actions as severe as killing can be performed without a change in expression. Bellamy seemed particularly gifted, adapting even quicker than Doc, becoming decisive and efficient with each strike. When night fell, Doc and Bellamy sat alone by the sea. The ground behind them in the small town stained a dark red, emitting a pungent smell. Brother. Don't call me brother, we are companions, just call me Doc. No. Bellamy shook his head, stubborn about this matter. You are my brother. You can call me boss. That works too. This time Bellamy accepted, as long as he could express his admiration. Then I'll call you Bell. Okay. When the moon was high above, the two quietly returned to the mystery Hatchery House. Doc led Bellamy to the boys' dormitory, then instructed Robin, still reading, to explain the shop and Pokémon matters to Bellamy the next morning. As for Doc, his mood was complex, unable to sleep, so he headed to the workshop, planning to study the Pokémon Pokédex further. When Doc opened the door to the workshop, he saw Monet sitting at the desk, writing and drawing something. Doc. Monet turned her head and smiled warmly. Welcome back. This much effort. Doc scratched his head with a finger. Monet was just a girl with no combat ability, unlike him and Robin, who could work till midnight without feeling tired. It's very late, go rest. Doc walked over and glanced at the content Monet was writing on the paper. They were standard business tactics, like card discounts, advanced reservations, home delivery, etc. But some ideas inspired Doc. Like the idea of an auction. Doc could offer items not available outside in an auction. People who purchased the Pokémon Pokédex would become VIP of the Mystery Hatchery House, the auction ticket, a proof of financial capability to participate in the auction. A great idea, indeed. Though rare items must be sold at a fair price, the mystery shop wasn't just about rare items, there were also many common items never seen in this world before. like Pokémon evolution stones and certain metals with special effects, also plentiful in the mystery shop. This is a good idea. Doc pointed at the paper. Really? If it helps, that's great. Monet seemed energized, smiling happily. I'm not very tired yet, let me think a bit more, I seem to have some ideas now. Let's do it together. Okay. Chapter 80. Chapter 80. A new day has dawned. With Iceberg, Monet, Sugar, and Bellamy joining as new staff members over the past 2 days and not having interacted much yet, Doc has called a meeting for everyone in the Hatchery House. Besides introductions, the purpose of the meeting is to understand each other's roles and how they can assist each other in daily tasks. The inaugural internal meeting of the Pokémon League is being held in Doc's bedroom. There's simply no space left in the shop due to the 400 Pokémon eggs, and the little ones also need some room to move, so everyone has to make do with Doc's bedroom. At this moment, everyone is sitting cross-legged on an oval carpet. Present are Bone, Smoochum, Robin, Moltank, Sugar, Monet, Iceberg, Bellamy, Sceptile, Darkrai, and Doc himself. This is the current staff of the Mystery Hatchery House. Cough, cough. First, let me introduce our staff and their roles. Doc stands to draw everyone's attention. Everyone claps respectfully, especially Bellamy, whose applause thunders loudly, bothering Moltank next to him, who quickly covers her ears. Doc then begins to explain each person's role and title. Bone Clay, External Secretary, responsible for handling Doc's external affairs and representing the Mystery Hatchery House in negotiations with other organizations. His next task is to help Iceberg set up a branch and maintain contact with the Navy's branch in Water 7. Robin, Internal Secretary, primarily takes care of new staff and young Pokémon, and due to her extensive knowledge, she acts as Doc's strategist along with Funky. She is second only to Doc in Pokémon knowledge. Her next task is to help Doc train Pokémon that have matured beyond their juvenile phase and learn skills. Iceberg, future manager of Water 7 branch, League craftsman. Due to his calm personality and business acumen, Doc plans to entrust him with all future branches in the pirate world. Iceberg is also tasked with helping the League construct various facilities. His next job is to build a branch, continue working with Tom on the sea train, and hone his craftsmanship. Monet, researcher, future Pokémon professor. Her job is to collaborate with Doc on researching the Pokémon Pokédex. Sugar, security officer, future Miss Juncha. Her role is to resolve disputes among Pokémon in the shop and maintain order within the Hatchery House. Bellamy, prosecutor, future representative of League's force. His job is to become stronger. Doc will find him mentors from the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy, prioritizing the Whitebeard side. Sceptile, branch defender, external public face of the Hatchery House. His job is to guard the branches. Darkrai, personal bodyguard of the League leader, the silent guardian shadow of the League. His job is to protect Doc. Now that we've found heads for various departments of our League, the only position we still need to fill is medical staff, which can't be rushed. My goal is to create a transcendent power beyond the world government, the Pokémon League, to usher this world into an era of peace and adventure and a foundational coexistence of humans and Pokémon. Doc declares his ambition and vision openly for the first time after the introductions. Such a future cannot be achieved by me alone, I need everyone's help. Please work with me to forge a new era for Pokémon. Yes. Bellamy roars enthusiastically, jumping up and raising his arms in cheer. Moltank and Smoochum are startled and quickly burrow into Robin and Bond's arms. He. Robin hugs the soft, chubby Moltank, smiling at Bellamy. She's not annoyed but rather happy that there's someone like Bellamy in the Hatchery House. Aside from him, the others seem to have calmer and quieter personalities. Sugar is quite lively, but she's just a little girl, not as energetic as Bellamy. Hey, Bellamy, that's enough, you're too loud. Bone, holding Smoochum, gives Bellamy an exasperated look. He's noticed that Bellamy is clearly Doc's fanboy. He'd cheer enthusiastically for anything Doc said. The boss is right. Bellamy sheepishly scratches his head and gives a thumbs up. Iceberg smiles subtly. Initially, he was apprehensive about meeting his unseen companions, but now he appreciates the atmosphere. The shop is full of people like him, new to the Hatchery House, and everyone seems easy to get along with. Especially Bellamy, who reminds him of Flam in a way. The days ahead are long, and will indeed be busy for a while, but it should get easier after some time. Let's all keep pushing for a bit longer. Doc ends the first internal meeting of the Pokémon League with these encouraging words. Of course, this is just a formality. The Pokémon League hasn't officially been established yet. When it is, it will be announced to the world, likely spread far and wide by Morgans. By then, many will likely be interested in the Pokémon League, wanting to join and become part of it, becoming the first to reap the benefits of the new era. After the meeting, everyone goes back to their respective tasks. The progress on the Pokémon Pokédex is slow, mainly because the Hatchery House's business is still limited, and there aren't many special services suitable for VIP. Doc has thought deeply about the reasons. The space is too small, there aren't enough Pokémon outside, and they haven't matured enough yet. The latter issue will be resolved once the branches are built, but growth will take time. The former, however, is a major problem. They lack the territory needed to develop various projects Doc has envisioned. For instance, Doc has long planned for the Pokémon School and Pokémon League buildings. He's reluctant to place such critical facilities in the outside world. He wants to add the shop's void rules to these buildings. More precisely, the power suppression effect. But to place these two buildings inside the shop, there isn't enough space. After much deliberation, Doc finds a solution in the mystery shop. Now, all Doc needs to do is wait for the 2 billion belly from the Navy, and he can purchase his first fully leveled legendary Pokémon. The solution lies in the special ability of this legendary Pokémon. Darkray's exclusive skill is Dark Void, but his real special ability allows him to induce nightmares or even control them, although there isn't much use for this ability at the moment. This skill might have more utility in a world like Naruto's, where illusion techniques are common, but it's still unclear if illusions and dreams can be connected. They are both related to the mental realm, however. Based on Doc's observations in the mystery shop of those legendary Pokémon summaries, he's made a startling discovery. That is, in the mystery shop, if a legendary Pokémon's ability becomes ineffective due to the current world's characteristics, the system will patch the Pokémon so its original ability can still be used. The strength of this patch will only be known once it's summoned. It's because of this patch that Doc has set his sights on a particular legendary Pokémon, Giratina. Also known as the Ghost Dragon, a dual-type ghost and dragon Pokémon, and a deity on the same level as the temporal god Dialga and the spatial god Palkia. In the Pokémon world, the master of the distortion world, a creature so tempestuous that not even Arceus is spared its wrath. Giratina's combat prowess is formidable, but its special ability as the master of the distortion world allows it to maintain its origin for me within the distortion world, even without a Griseous orb. Palkia, a spatial god, can enter the distortion world, but his intrusion only invites a beating from Giratina, and even with an adamant orb to enter his origin for me, it's merely less embarrassing. In the distortion world and outside, Giratina's combat capabilities aren't on the same level. It could be said that the existence of the distortion world itself, due to the combat boost it provides to Giratina, is considered part of Giratina's special ability. However, in the world of One Piece, there is no concept of the distortion world. This means Giratina's special ability is ineffective. And the system's patch is compensation with a mini-world, where only Giratina has the ability to open the gateway to this mini-world. In this world, Giratina can revert to its origin for me. This mini-world follows laws similar to those of the Pokémon world, and the mystery shop does not provide more specific details about its contents. But these details alone are enough for Doc to make his choice. Previously prioritized Pokémon like Kyogre or Lugia are now put on hold. Giratina is his top choice. With it, their Pokémon League can have a secure headquarters, a location for the Pokémon School, a venue for the Pokémon Conference, and an environment for breeding Pokémon all secured. Moreover, the combat power Giratina could unleash in this world might not necessarily be weaker than that of Kyogre or Lugia. Chapter 81. Chapter 81. Upon discovering Giratina, Doc's mind overflowed with plans for the Pokémon League, particularly with the VIP benefits for the Pokémon Pokédex, which he began conceptualizing and researching immediately. About 5 days later, after intense efforts by Doc and Monet working overtime, the Pokémon Pokédex V1.0 was finally completed. The prototype, coded as 001, was a red Pokémon Pokédex owned by Bone. Apart from the basic Pokémon data, it included special VIP benefits, accessible via a VIP benefits icon on the Pokédex's homepage. 1. Eligibility to participate in the Mystery Hatchery House auctions. 2. The privilege to bring up to 10 people for a tour of Pokémon Island annually, except during special periods. 3. Priority booking for hotels and seating at events on Pokémon Island, with access to the island 3 days before other guests. 4. Lifetime free access to Pokémon recovery services at Pokémon centers worldwide. 5. Free admission to Pokémon School and complimentary educational materials. Further benefits to be updated free of charge. These 5 benefits constitute the VIP treatment exclusive to Pokémon Pokédex owners. With these services added, the total cost of manufacturing one Pokédex came to 1,000 magical coins, equivalent to 10 million belly. Doc planned to sell each unit for 100 million belly, a tenfold markup. This price was considered reasonable given the lifetime benefits it offered, with potential for additional perks in the future. Ongoing updates and upgrades for the Pokédex would be covered by the Hatchery House, a cost taken on by the business which, although minor, could accumulate significantly over decades. To prevent future losses, Doc removed a proposed benefit 10% off all services at the Hatchery House from the list. Doc was careful to ensure these VIP benefits wouldn't create an unfair advantage by turning members into pay-to-win players, distancing them significantly from others. Instead, these benefits were designed to enhance their experience and prestige, making them feel special and more willing to invest in the Pokédex. Sigh, we finally completed the development. Doc and Monet, in the workshop, looked at the Pokémon Pokédex they held, relieved. Especially Monet. An ordinary girl, she had been working from early morning till late at night alongside Doc, and dark circles had formed under her eyes from exhaustion. She was truly determined to assist Doc. So, we can start selling the Pokédex now, right? Monet slumped on a chair, her long green hair disheveled. Not yet. Let's wait a couple of weeks until the 400 Pokémon eggs from the Navy are about to hatch. By then, they'll likely need the Pokédex urgently. I need to check on the Pokémon in the meantime. Doc still had a few concerns. For instance, the disposition of the upcoming Giratina. In the Pokémon world, Giratina was known to be temperamental and not easy to deal with, possessing a strong territorial instinct. Anyone who wandered into its distortion world would likely get a rough welcome. If this Giratina shared the same traits, it could be problematic. While it might allow Doc into the newly formed world due to their natural affinity, it might not welcome other beings. Doc considered ways to persuade Giratina. He could force Giratina to obey through system constraints, but he preferred not to do that. Respecting the will of Pokémon was essential to earn their genuine loyalty and cooperation. Even if Giratina allowed others into its realm, the exact nature of that world was uncertain. If it was a complete replica of the distortion world from the Pokémon universe, significant alterations might be needed. Doc. Monet looked at Doc, hesitating slightly. Monet, if calling me by my name makes you uncomfortable, feel free to use a different title. I just don't want there to be a sense of distance between us, which is why I asked you to use my name. Doc sensed Monet's difficulty in addressing him directly. Each person has their unique traits, like Bone Clay's loyalty and Bellamy's admiration. For Monet, it was her profound respect and extreme loyalty to her leader. In the original narrative, Monet always addressed Doflamingo with respect as young master, and she was the first executive willing to die for him, likely due to Doflamingo saving her and Sugar in their original timeline. Now that Doc has taken on the hero's role, Monet sees no reason to treat him differently. However, it was this respect that made it difficult for her to call Doc by his name directly, similar to Bellamy's excessive admiration and indebtedness, placing themselves beneath Doc. Monet pondered, unable to decide on a suitable title. Belle calls me boss. Maybe you could do the same? I don't like being called manager or boss. Doc suggested an alternative for Monet. That doesn't sound good. Unexpectedly, Monet rejected the suggestion. Doc had thought of her as compliant, someone who would accept whatever was said. What would you like to call me, then? Leader. Monet recalled the recent meeting Doc had led, then proposed a title. The head of the Pokémon League would be the leader. Isn't that a bit too grand? Doc was slightly embarrassed but couldn't suppress a smile. Of course not, Leader Sama. Monet quickly picked up on Doc's fondness for the title. He, let's keep it low-key. Doc quickly waved his hand and then fled the workshop. With the Pokémon Pokédex issue resolved, he could now focus on training Pokémon, a task that had fallen on Robin these past few days. Doc didn't favor one over the others, he held high hopes for each Pokémon in the shop. Robin, how's the branch coming along? While watching the little ones practice, Doc also asked Robin, who had been handling communications with Bone and Iceberg while he was preoccupied. It's going smoothly, we should be open in about 2 days. People in Water 7 have noticed the developments at the North Shore, and the crowd there is growing, awaiting the Hatchery House's opening. It's getting rather chaotic. Robin, wearing glasses that added to her intellectual appearance, reported, but the Navy has stepped in to maintain order. Occasionally, Sceptile takes a stroll outside and drags a sea king from the nearby sea, which quiets everyone down significantly. Doc nodded. Sceptile wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, so this tactic likely came from Bond's advice. At that moment, the shop door opened, and a regular customer walked in. Mihawk? It's been a while since I last saw you. What brings you here today? Doc greeted the newcomer with a smile, also noticing the Psyduck in Mihawk's arms. The old Mihawk wouldn't casually carry anything around, let alone a plump duck. It seemed Mihawk and Psyduck had grown quite close. Doc, it seems Psyduck is sick. Mihawk, always stoic, cradled the Psyduck without any coldness in his actions. He didn't even glance at the Pokémon eggs scattered across the lawn but went straight to Doc, presenting the Psyduck. Doc was surprised. He hadn't expected a Pokémon to fall ill so soon, given the current small number of Pokémon. Let me have a look. Robin put down her Pokédex and removed her glasses to come over. Sugar, who had been training with the Pokémon, also paused to look at the Psyduck in Mihawk's arms. Quack. Psyduck noticed its surroundings and weakly waved a chubby hand, greeting everyone. Its voice was hoarse, and a bit of mucus dripped from its nostrils, quickly sucked back in. The reflex to snort mucus back was quite rapid. Or rather, it didn't require mental effort, being more of a bodily instinct. Common cold? It wasn't a serious issue and was easy to resolve. Doc could quickly tell. How long has it been? First day. No big problem. Doc nodded, impressed by Mihawk's sensitivity in noticing Psyduck's discomfort on the first day. Honestly, had Mihawk not mentioned Psyduck's illness, Doc might not have noticed right away, as the little duck always seemed so oblivious, making it hard to spot any issues. Unfortunately, though not serious, a cold can't be treated with a recovery device. Recovery device performs strong physical recovery for Pokémon, quickly repairing physical injuries sustained in battle, an essential machine in Pokémon centers. That was the specific function when the recovery device first appeared. The device could restore the energy Psyduck lost due to the cold, temporarily improving its condition, but it wasn't a permanent solution. This was why, despite having recovery devices, Pokémon centers still needed nursejoys, chanseis, and some surgeons. It was also why Doc was eager to recruit medical staff. Now, Doc had to handle it himself. Treating simple illnesses was part of a breeder's essential skills, and the common cold fell into that category, so Doc could manage it. Chapter 82. Chapter 82. Doc rummaged through the studio for some berries he had previously extracted from a berry gift pack. He also found a medicinal herb from the magical shop, which had been used by Iris and Dent in the original story to treat an injury of a Pokémon. He crushed these ingredients into a paste and handed it to Mihawk. Is this medicine? Mihawk looked at the small bowl of deep green paste, sniffed it without detecting any foul smell. It smelled tart and sweet, probably not bad tasting. Mihawk made this judgment based on his sense of smell. He then took a small spoon, intending to feed Psyduck, but the Pokémon seemed resistant, pushing the spoon away and turning its head. The medicine actually doesn't taste very good. Pokémon have a more sensitive sense of smell, and they can detect it, Doc explained to a puzzled Mihawk. The medicine was indeed not very palatable. In the original story, after eating it, the Pokémon's already grim expression worsened, although the medication was effective and quickly made it feel much better. Eat. Mihawk was succinct, gently patting Psyduck's belly. Reluctantly, the little one opened its beak. Quack. After swallowing a spoonful, Psyduck visibly grimaced, clutching its head in discomfort. Bear with it. Mihawk continued feeding. Here, this might help. Sugar, standing nearby, pulled a candy from her pocket and handed it to Mihawk. My sister always uses these when she gives me medicine. Good idea. Mihawk nodded, taking the candy from Sugar. He learned yet another trick for child care, a skill that was utterly useless to his former self but now proved valuable. After Psyduck reluctantly finished the medicine, Mihawk turned back to Doc. Pokémon are quite robust. Usually, one dose of medicine is enough for recovery. It should feel better by tomorrow. Although Mihawk didn't speak, Doc understood what he meant. Perhaps due to their improved relationship and newfound understanding, Doc could now guess Mihawk's thoughts easily. The man was surprisingly straightforward. All right, how much do I owe you? 50 belly. Doc paused. He hadn't yet planned a pricing structure for medical services at the Pokémon Center. But Mihawk's question prompted Doc to start thinking. In the realm of medical care, Doc decided not to profit. Future use of Pokémon Center recovery machines would only charge a nominal fee for electricity, 500 belly, equivalent to the price of 2 years ago for a chopper, or a cotton candy. For other illnesses, only the cost of materials would be charged, all other fees would be waived. Okay, Mihawk nodded. However, he didn't hurry away but instead turned to look around the shop. At that moment, he noticed the plethora of eggs suddenly filling the store. It was a dizzying sight. How about it? Want to buy an egg? Doc nudged Mihawk, inquiring if he was interested. Maybe in a few days, after Psyduck gets better, Mihawk indeed contemplated getting another Pokémon. Not to train a sword master capable of defeating him, as before, but because he didn't want Psyduck to be lonely. Mihawk often practiced intense swordplay, and Psyduck would just sit there, staring blankly. Mihawk wondered if Psyduck felt bored. Where have you been staying recently? Pokémon usually have strong constitutions and shouldn't fall ill so easily unless there's been a significant environmental change. Doc voiced another of his lingering questions. I'll come with you. Seeing Mihawk hesitate, Doc decided to accompany him to check things out. All right. Mihawk nodded. Having Doc come along might help determine the cause of Psyduck's illness. As Doc left the shop with Mihawk, he shivered the moment he stepped outside. The sky was snowing. They were in a small town blanketed in snow, where Mihawk resided in one of the houses. It was hard to tell whose unlucky pirate's house it was. Where is this? Somewhere on the Grand Line's Winter Islands. Not sure exactly? Mihawk shrugged, never one to keep track of his locations. Psyduck might have gotten cold. Doc rubbed his forehead and looked at Psyduck. Although Psyduck seemed oblivious, his body had already reacted. As a water-type Pokémon, Psyduck had a high tolerance for cold, so even if it felt chilly, it wouldn't show obvious discomfort. The only way to tell if Psyduck felt cold was to check its palms. Since Psyduck always held its head, its palms didn't touch the outside world, making them sensitive to temperature changes. Doc grabbed Psyduck's hand, holding its head, and saw a faint redness in the palm. It wasn't obvious, but it was there. He explained Psyduck's condition to Mihawk, who gained new insight. If you're cold, how could Psyduck not be, especially since it's not an ice-type Pokémon? Doc pulled off the scarf around Mihawk's neck and wrapped it around Psyduck's neck. The little one didn't respond much, but its expression clearly showed it felt more comfortable. I see. Mihawk, looking at Psyduck, nodded. Thanks. No problem, just be more careful next time. I need to go back. Doc, feeling frozen, headed back to the shop. But as soon as he returned, Sugar came running up, her big eyes looking up at him imploringly. She was smart, using her cuteness and youth to charm the adults. Doc, what's up? I want to go out and play in the snow. Sugar looked at Doc pitifully. She had been inside the shop for many days. Dedenne, Evie, Smooch. The other little ones followed Sugar, showing various expressions to Doc. Doc suddenly realized that the little ones hadn't been out for a while. For those who had experienced the outside world, staying in all the time must be tough. Come to think of it, none of you have seen snow before. So today, let's have a snowball fight. Doc smacked his forehead, regretting his oversight, but quickly waved his hand, planning to take everyone out. Sugar, go call your sister. Robin, help me get Bone, Iceberg, and Sceptile back. Everyone's off today, let's all go out and play. Boss is right. Bellamy's voice came first, followed by his appearance. Bellamy had been training in the men's dormitory, but his voice carried through the door before he burst out. About 10 minutes later, Mihawk, who had stayed to watch Psyduck build a snowman, turned his head to see Doc leading a group towards him. Whack! Before Mihawk could see clearly who was approaching, a soft snowball hit him. He could dodge, but that would mean letting Seduck get hit. Mihawk just watched as the snowball hit his hat, and the little girl next to Doc flashed a mischievous smile. Mihawk turned back to the diligently snowman building Seduck, thinking it was much cuter. Arriving on the snowy ground, Doc didn't need to give any orders, the Pokémon spontaneously started frolicking. Some were having snowball fights, others building snowmen, and some chased each other around in the snow. Iceberg and Sceptile were stunned. They thought they were called for something urgent, but it turned out just to be for fun. Now, one preoccupied with the sea train and the other wanting to sleep in the small forest inside the branch. Iceberg massaged his temples, but then he smiled, deciding to join in the fun since he was already there. It had been a long time since he'd played so freely. As for Sceptile, after getting hit by a stray snowball, he cursed and walked off. He hated the cold weather. After a day of activities, everyone returned to their tasks. It was on the third morning that Bone brought news. The Water 7 branch was completed. So was the Navy's base. Water 7's north shore was overflowing with people, and all the major shipyards and shops were closed as a huge crowd planned to buy a Pokémon. Doc knew they were eager, but he couldn't rush things. He had to settle his business with the Navy first and get those 2 billion belly. Not just for Giratina and the special ability seeds, but also because he didn't have enough magical coins to purchase the large number of Pokémon eggs needed to sell to the people of Water 7. Robin, have Bone organize a pre-order event at the North Shore before opening the shop. Record how many people want to buy Pokémon eggs, and make sure to ask whether they want a family companion or a helper, and get an idea of their price expectations. Doc gave his instructions. He needed a clear inventory of how many and what quality of Pokémon eggs to buy from the magical shop. In the days to come, their mystery hatchery house might earn money quickly, but spending it would be just as fast. Especially on Pokémon Island, no matter the situation, it was expected to require significant investment from Doc. Housing the Pokémon species there would cost magical coins. Building various facilities there would cost belly to hire workers. And who knows what else might need funding. Doc resolved to save where he could, not skimp on necessary expenses, and absolutely not waste a penny where it wasn't needed. Chapter 83. Chapter 83. After the branch store was completed, Doc had not yet had a chance to visit the Water 7 area to see how things were going when the Navy, eager to proceed, sent someone to prepare for the reception of the 400 eggs. The visitor was none other than Sengoku himself. Thanks to the pocket tokens, it was extremely easy for the Navy to reach the main store of the Mystery Hatchery House, unlike other visitors who had to go through the formality of visiting the branch in Water 7. Accompanying Sengoku were two others, Zephyr and Kuzan, the two admirals who would be responsible for distributing the Pokémon eggs. Naturally, Zephyr had his Growlithe by his side. As the three of them entered the hatchery and saw the lawn full of colorful eggs, they were simultaneously stunned. Then, each displayed a completely different expression. Sengoku's face split into a wide grin, Zephyr raised his palm, seemingly curious about the suppressed power, and Kuzan somewhat headache-inducingly ran his hands through his curly hair. Kuzan was already fretting about whom to distribute the Pokémon eggs to, a problematic issue indeed, considering his slight indecision. Unlike the humans, Growlithe's focus was distinctly different. The first thing he did upon entering the hatchery was to dash towards Doc, who expertly grabbed him by the nape of his neck. Whew, it seems I still haven't lost my touch, Doc thought, relieved as his body reacted instinctively. Bark. Growlithe didn't seem upset. Instead, he wagged his tail and tried to lick Doc's face. Seeing Growlithe, the other Pokémon ran over to greet their friend, and soon enough, Growlithe was tumbling around on the lawn with the group, forgetting all about Doc. I've been waiting for you, Admiral Sengoku, it's been a while, I've missed you. Doc swallowed his emotional tears to prevent them from betraying his feelings. Sengoku didn't believe a word, he knew exactly what Doc was really missing. Without much ado, he pulled out his pocket token and handed it to Doc, loaded with sufficient funds. Seeing 40 billion belly vanish in an instant had left Sengoku shocked during their initial transaction, increasingly aware of the mystery surrounding the hatchery and the truth in the words Tsuru had passed to him. The future would indeed belong to Pokémon. Alright, the 20 billion belly has been confirmed, you can now take the 400 eggs. Please take good care of these children, I entrust them to you. Doc swiped over the pocket token, and the 20 billion belly converted into 200,000 magical coins flowed into Doc's system balance. Even Doc couldn't help but feel a bit thrilled at that moment, but he quickly composed himself to attend to his customer. Don't worry, whenever you want to inspect them, you're welcome to. The people I choose won't be failures. Zephyr tilted his chin up confidently, secure in his judgment. Also, I'll pay for Growlithe myself. Tell me your price. Bark. Growlithe looked up with intelligent eyes, confident in his worth. Oh, finally gained the recognition of Admiral Zephyr? Good job, Growlithe. Doc smiled and rubbed Growlithe's fluffy ears. Then Doc pondered what price to set for Growlithe. Considering all aspects aptitude, species, appearance, personality, traits Growlithe was a top-tier choice and also bore an Eastern aura. Ideally, Doc could ask for 200 to 300 million belly. However, initially, Growlithe had chosen Zephyr unilaterally. Zephyr hadn't wanted Growlithe at first, and Doc had essentially forced the pairing. Though Zephyr had come to accept and even cherish Growlithe, this didn't change Doc's somewhat forceful sales tactic at the beginning. Considering this, Doc didn't set the price too high. 150 million belly. This was only 50 million more than the egg stage, a relatively low price for Growlithe. No problem. Zephyr didn't hesitate, turning back to retrieve the funds and returning within 5 minutes with 150 million belly. This was his personal purchase, independent of the Navy, as Sengoku really couldn't afford to spend much more, leaving Zephyr to foot the bill himself. Another 15,000 magical coins entered the account. Then came the process of transporting the eggs. Sengoku had prepared 100 baby carriages outside, each able to hold 4 eggs. The transportation process wasn't slow, and it took about a quarter of an hour to move all the eggs out of the shop. The mystery hatchery house was once again empty, returning to its previous spacious and quiet state. Admiral Sengoku, these eggs will hatch in about 2 weeks. Doc didn't forget to remind Sengoku of this detail. Understood. Sengoku nodded, then, with a swirl of his cape, turned to leave. And I'll try to pick good people for those children. Kuzan left a somewhat awkward assurance before departing, a kind of promise. Thank you, that would be appreciated. As the Navy's significant order was completed, Doc now had the funds to engage in other activities. He now had a balance of 228,900 magical coins in his system. With many tasks at hand, Doc felt a sense of urgency. Robin, check on Bond's progress with the inventory. Icebug, take a trip to Water 7 and purchase some display shelves for the branch. I plan to sell some goods there, our services at the hatchery are too monotonous. Doc was busily delegating tasks. After settling his immediate plans, he opened his magical shop. Giratina, shiny 1 million magical coins. Doc's eyes sparkled as he stared at the display. Discovering that he could choose whether the Pokémon were shiny without affecting the price delighted him. The normal color of Giratina was a mix of gold, red, and gray with black wings. The shiny version of Giratina was a blend of silver, blue, and cream with black wings. The normal Giratina looked like a tyrant, full of malevolence. The shiny Giratina resembled a noble king, radiating a regal air. It was like comparing Hercules and Gilgamesh from the Holy Grail War. Use the 90% off coupon for Pokémon purchases. Giratina, shiny 100,000 magical coins. Purchase. At that moment, Doc could hardly care about the flow of magical coins. He was fixed on the Giratina displayed in the magical shop. He watched as Giratina disappeared from the shop listing. A legendary Pokémon could only be purchased once, and after this transaction, it would never be available for purchase again. As the 100,000 magical coins vanished from Doc's account, Giratina did not appear in the shop. Due to the large size of Giratina, it has been placed in the Origin World. A door to the Origin World has been left in your bedroom, where you can enter at your discretion. Informed by the system, Doc's excitement temporarily cooled. He had to plan his remaining magical coins carefully. Originally, Doc planned to use another 100,000 magical coins to purchase a special ability seed, but he couldn't make that purchase yet. The demand for Pokémon eggs from the clients in Water 7 was still unknown. Spending all his magical coins now might leave him unable to purchase necessary eggs from the magical shop later. This was also why Doc so eagerly wanted Giratina. With the Origin World, he could cultivate his own Pokémon species and create something similar to the Safari Zone. Unlike in the animations and games where Pokémon are caught through battles in the Safari Zone, here the acquisition of Pokémon would be through personal charm or over time, winning their hearts rather than capturing them through force. This would significantly reduce the future need for Pokémon eggs, decreasing Doc's need to frequently purchase eggs from the magical shop. Doc also needed to reserve some magical coins for buying items. For example, Moo Moo milk and potions that could be sold directly at the branch needed to be bought. Additionally, the Pokémon block kit and berries could be used to produce large quantities of Pokémon blocks in different flavors, which could also be sold at the branch. Items like evolutionary stones and auxiliary tools would be sold at auction later. People outside didn't need these items yet. There were many ways to spend money, and Doc felt somewhat overwhelmed by the calculations. He would have to spend all night figuring out how much to spend on what. Phew, alright, let's check out the Origin World. Having tentatively planned his immediate activities, Doc followed the system's instructions and found the door to the Origin World. There it is. In his bedroom's ensuite bathroom, Doc was relieved to see the door wasn't in the toilet but on the innermost wall. It resembled a mirror-like surface of water that reflected nothing. Tentatively, Doc reached out his hand, causing ripples as it passed through the surface, then he stepped through. The transition was seamless, without dizziness or disorientation, just a sudden change of scenery. Here, Doc gazed at his surroundings with wide eyes. He was in a vast plain that felt like a flat terrain in Minecraft. Looking up, the sky was dotted with leisurely clouds and a sun that was bright without being harsh. A gentle breeze carrying a hint of fresh grass wafted across the area, coming from nowhere in particular. In the distance stood a massive, squat tree that only appeared short because of its lush, broad girth. It was at least 200 to 300 meters tall, like a world tree supporting this Origin World. Fruits could vaguely be seen among the thick branches, though their exact nature was unclear from this distance. Perfect. Doc took a deep breath and strolled through the expansive plains. This Origin World was absolutely perfect. It wasn't chaotic like the Distortion World, nor did it have any uneven terrain. Doc felt like he was in creative mode, ready to spend time reshaping this world to his liking. Chapter 84. Chapter 84. New fanfics? Give them a try, they are pretty good. Hogwarts, I really am a model wizard. Marvel, I summon heroes from various worlds. System, how big is this world? 100 million square kilometers. What? Doc couldn't remain calm hearing this number. He stood stunned, looking around the vast plains. The Earth's surface area is 510 million square kilometers, of which 148 million are land. That meant the origin world was about a fifth of Earth in size, or two-thirds of Earth's land area. No wonder Doc was shocked. This plane is 100 million square kilometers. Doc swallowed hard, unable to comprehend the scale. No, the land area you are standing on equals the hatchery's area multiplied by 1 million, totaling 3.8 million square kilometers. Beyond this land lies the ocean. The land area will expand with the expansion of the hatchery, up to a maximum of 50 million square kilometers. 3.8 million square kilometers. Doc's homeland had an area of 9.8 million square kilometers, meaning the land under his feet was about a quarter the size of it. When Doc looked at the plains again, his eyes were filled with bewilderment. How to develop such vast land? It seemed impossible to utilize all of it. Is this continent only composed of plains? This land follows the same template as the hatchery's hall, plains, a single tree, and a lake. If you require additional terrains or buildings, please make purchases from the new module in the magical shop. Same template. Doc pondered the phrase, then suddenly remembered a crucial question. System, how do we apply the store's suppression rules to this origin world? The origin world inherently includes a more stringent void suppression rule, which you cannot feel, applying to all creatures except the host and Pokémon, including the staff of the magical hatchery. Is that so? Then I'm relieved. Hearing the system's answer, Doc felt a weight lift from his chest. He had been concerned about unruly individuals from the world of One Piece entering the Pokémon Island and causing trouble. With this suppression rule in place, even if more of such individuals appear in the future, Doc wouldn't need to worry. He wouldn't even need to intervene personally. The members or Pokémon living here could easily handle these troublemakers. Now Doc had the time to check out the new module mentioned by the system. Magical Shop. Indeed, there was a new module named Pokémon Island, the name Doc had chosen for this world. It contained many items that had not been available in the magical shop before. Volcano terrain, 1 square meter, 1 magical coin. Snowy mountain terrain, 1 square meter, 1 magical coin. Terrains like forests, plateaus, rocky mountains, lakes, and flower beds were generally priced at 1 magical coin per square meter. Doc thought these were the main items, but the real key items came later. Sinnoh League headquarters, 10,000 magical coins. Pokémon Grand Festival venue, 50,000 magical coins. City-level Pokémon Center, 1,000 magical coins. Wallace Cup venue, 10,000 magical coins. Professor Oak's research lab, 1,000 magical coins. Doc nearly drooled seeing these buildings. They were exact replicas from the Pokémon world, though they didn't include any related equipment, machinery, or office supplies, which Doc needed to purchase separately. Doc had originally thought it might take decades to build these structures in his plan, but the system had saved him a tremendous amount of trouble. Now Iceberg wouldn't need to stay busy on Pokémon Island, he could focus on the sea projects. As for Doc, he just needed to focus on making money. Could this be the system's real purpose? Doc suddenly realized the true aim of the system. All these conveniences were for him to focus on making money? The system aims to cultivate the host into the greatest Pokémon breeder across all worlds. Earning money is secondary, the main goal is for the host to have more time to complete main quests and improve breeding skills. Okay, I believe you. Doc nodded, thoroughly convinced. Overall, acquiring Giratina was a huge win for Doc. The inclusion of this origin world and the new module in the system were perfect. The only downside was the lack of money. What he thought was a substantial amount of 120,000 magical coins now seemed insufficient. Turning this world into what I hope for might not be feasible with the wealth from just the world of One Piece alone. Doc sighed and shook his head. He wondered how the world would look if he could divert all the money from the celestial dragons and the world government, probably totaling hundreds of billions of berries. As Doc sat down, contemplating how to make money, a massive shadow gradually enveloped him. Is it getting dark? Doc frowned as he came to his senses but suddenly realized he had forgotten something important. Why did he enter Pokémon Island initially? Roar. A deep sound came from behind Doc in the sky. Instinctively turning around, Doc froze on the spot. He remembered, he was there to meet his beloved Giratina. At that moment, Giratina floated quietly in the sky in front of Doc, its eerie blue eyes steadily gazing at him. As a mythical Pokémon, controlling its size was trivial, depending purely on its will. P.S. Here, the sizes from the games are not followed as they are too low. If movies and animations can enlarge these divine creatures, so can we. So, what's the smallest size for a mythical Pokémon like Giratina in origin form? At least 6.9 meters. And the largest? No one has ever studied this. If asked before, Doc would have said he didn't know, but now, if asked, he would say at least 200 meters. Hello. Doc greeted the origin form Giratina in front of him. The immense body completely cast Doc in shadow, and conservatively estimating, it stretched about 200 meters. 200 meters was certainly long, a titan in the Pokémon world, but in the world of One Piece, it was still just a baby. In the deep seas of One Piece or in the calm belts, sea kings several hundred to thousands of meters long were common. Of course, Giratina might not win in size, but its combat power was not something those sea kings could touch. Roar. Giratina made a sound that Doc couldn't quite understand. Doc tilted his head. Due to low compatibility and intimacy with Giratina, he couldn't yet understand its language. Doc was a bit flustered. Giratina was rumored to be extremely violent and brutal, more so than Yveltal, and it was because of its rebellion against Arceus that it was banished to the distortion world. Although Giratina wouldn't hurt him, thanks to the initial intimacy set by the system, if it had a really bad temper, many of Doc's plans might be obstructed. Just as Doc was anxiously scratching his head, Giratina shrank. In Doc's view, Giratina became smaller and smaller until it was only 7 meters long, probably its smallest limit. Roar. Doc shook his head, puzzled. He wasn't sure if he had heard it wrong, but it seemed like Giratina had just made a sound that was somewhat coquettish. Whine. Giratina seemed anxious as Doc remained motionless. It pushed its head forward, nudging into Doc's arms. It's important to note that Giratina's head had horns. Doc couldn't withstand it and nearly spat out blood. Okay, good boy. Suppressing the pain in his abdomen, Doc reached out to pet Giratina's head. Now he was sure, the legendary Giratina was indeed being affectionate. The earlier sound wasn't an illusion. His own Giratina was a bit strange. But that was good. Doc liked this friendly and gentle Giratina, as long as it wasn't a violent creature. Darkrai, emerging from Doc's shadow at that moment, eyed Giratina warily. When Giratina had approached, Darkrai was ready to intervene, but hearing Giratina's sound had shocked him. Darkrai glanced at Doc. If he hadn't misunderstood, Giratina seemed to have called Doc Daddy. Whine. As Darkrai stealthily observed Giratina, the legendary Pokémon noticed his presence. Giratina's blue eyes rolled, and it charged at Doc's shadow. Darkrai didn't understand what Giratina was doing and quickly retreated into Doc's shadow, but to his surprise, Giratina followed, pulling him out. He couldn't resist. Darkrai was shocked. He couldn't resist this Giratina at all. Their powers weren't even on the same level. Roar. Giratina dropped Darkrai to the ground, growled, then shielded Doc behind it. Wait. Giratina, this is Darkrai, my partner. He has protected me many times, and he will be your partner too. Seeing that Giratina seemed to have mistaken Darkrai for a nefarious enemy, Doc quickly intervened, hugging Giratina's large tail to stop further aggression. Chapter 85. Chapter 85. Considering that Giratina was a bit unusual, Doc decided to take it to the lab for a checkup. You need to stay in your smallest form, okay? Doc gently patted the giant insect beside him, unsure if the creature could understand him. Whine. Giratina blinked. Then, Doc led Giratina out of Pokémon Island. With Giratina personally creating a spatial gate, they could go directly to the lab without passing through Doc's bedroom. Once they left Pokémon Island, Giratina uncontrollably reverted from its origin form to its altered form, growing to a height of 4.5 meters. The hatchery had a ceiling high enough to accommodate Giratina. However, Giratina's size still nearly filled the remaining space in the lab. Monet, who was in the lab, was startled by the sudden appearance of Giratina and stood frozen, staring at the formidable Pokémon that had appeared out of nowhere. Monet, this is Giratina, our hatchery's new partner. He's very powerful, maybe even stronger than Sceptile and Darkrai, Doc explained to her as she seemed stunned. Roar. Giratina had a different demeanor when facing others compared to when it was with Doc. It acted like a spoiled child on Pokémon Island, but in front of others, it resumed its proud demeanor as the master of the distortion world. He was truly a dragon of contrasts. He's probably saying hello to you. Oh, hello, Giratina. Monet came to her senses, bowing stiffly to Giratina, her heart still not quite calm. Master Doc, you go ahead, I need to use the restroom. She hurriedly left the lab after making an excuse. Whine. Seeing Monet leave, Giratina reverted to its previous demeanor, giving Doc a pitiful look with a tone that seemed to mix confusion and loss. She's not scared of you, she's just shy because it's her first time seeing you. She'll be more comfortable later. Although Doc still couldn't understand what Giratina was saying, he guessed the gist of it. He didn't have the heart to tell Giratina that Monet might have been frightened by its fierce appearance. Not everyone could appreciate the beauty of a lord of the distortion world like he could. Come, let's go inside, and I'll give you a checkup. Doc opened the glass door of the diagnostic device. Giratina obediently walked in on its 6 legs, then turned around to look at Doc with a pitiful expression, as if Doc was about to do something terrible to it. Of course, such a pitiful look could only be perceived with a certain level of intimacy, which Doc had due to the system's bond. If not for the system's added bond, Doc might have thought Giratina was plotting how to dispose of him. The checkup took a long time, much longer than for King Lizard or Darkrai, taking a full 5 minutes, which was 5 times longer than it took for Darkrai. Giratina, shiny. Type, Ghost/Dragon. Ability, Pressure. Quality, Red. Height, minimum 4.5 m, altered form, 7 m, origin form. Weight, minimum 650 kilograms, altered form, 750 kilograms, origin form. Age, 1 day. Level, LV.85, altered form, LV.95, origin form. Moves, Shadow Force, Draco Meteor, Outrage, Hyper Beam, Thunder, Earthquake. Doc was no longer able to stay calm as he read the information displayed on the screen. It was overwhelming. First, the quality was red, the first red quality Pokemon Doc had seen, seemingly confirming his suspicion that red was likely the quality of first-rate gods. Then, there were Giratina's abilities. With 18 types in existence and Giratina mastering moves from 15 of them, it lacked only poison, bug, and fairy moves. Lastly, and most shockingly, Giratina's age was only 1 day. How could a newly born Giratina be so powerful? Moreover, unlike Darkrai, Giratina has always been unique in the Pokemon world, never having a second one, let alone a shiny version which only exists in games. Thus, Doc concluded that this Giratina had been created by the system just recently. A baby dragon? Thump, thump, thump. Whine. Doc, distracted, looked up when he heard the noise, turning to the diagnostic machine. Giratina seemed uncomfortable inside and had started hitting the glass with its head. Quickly, Doc opened the glass enclosure and led Giratina out. Giratina, you're truly amazing. Doc patted Giratina's head gently. Giratina's level in the One Piece world was exceptionally high, a conclusion Doc made based on Darkrai's power level. Although labeled as LV.100, similar to Darkrai and King Lizard, the nature of this level was quite different. Darkrai had been declared by the system to be comparable to the strongest historical figures of this world at the time of its appearance, equating to a level of LV.100. Sceptile, though not explicitly stated, likely possessed a similar level of power. As for who these historical figures were, that was uncertain. They could be Imma, who has lived for hundreds of years, Rocks from the previous era, or the current era's Whitebeard. It was unclear. However, Giratina was different. Its nature was like, others score 100 because they only have 100 potential, but I score 100 because the test only goes up to 100. If it were to fight those three, it might not utterly defeat them, but overwhelming them wouldn't be difficult, especially in its origin form. If Doc could later exchange for the Griseous Orb, allowing Giratina to maintain its origin form even outside, then its real level would jump by 10, making it capable of potentially destroying this world. Hehe. Seeing the gigantic baby dragon before him, Doc couldn't help but grin. If previously he felt unsure about his ability to overthrow the world government and celestial dragons with just Sceptile and Darkrai, now with Giratina, Doc felt that toppling the world government and celestial dragons was no longer an issue. But the world still needed the world government to maintain a stable situation for the time being. Doc would continue to develop the hatchery during this period, and his power wouldn't remain static. With Giratina, 3 Pokemon were now more than enough to overthrow the world government. The situation would only become more favorable in the future. The world government, from the moment of Giratina's birth, was no longer a major concern for Doc. Now, the hatchery's biggest enemy was time. Only when Pokemon became the mainstream of this era and most of the world's civilians possessed the power of Pokemon could the world government completely disappear. Otherwise, if the world government fell and the Navy lost its financial support during the ongoing Great Pirate Era, there would be no need to think further. Pirates would run rampant, looting and pillaging across the world, turning it into a realm dominated by pirates, with ordinary and kind-hearted people becoming lambs to the slaughter. But when Pokemon became the mainstream, the situation would be entirely different. Not to mention that ordinary people would have Pokemon for self-defense, making it difficult for pirates to harm or rob them. Imagine holding a Pokemon tournament, offering rare items and the unique title of champion as the top prize. What attraction would the One Piece or title of Pirate King hold then? By that time, pirates would be a thing of the past. When pirates couldn't steal or find treasures and had to face the Navy's Pokemon forces, who would want to remain a pirate? In contrast, participating in Pokemon competitions would be prestigious and profitable without risking life. Even if one didn't win, simply showing one's skills could lead to a job offer from the Pokemon Alliance, which would be far better than being a pirate. The era of Pokemon is coming, and trainers will become the mainstream in this sea. Doc murmured with a smile, envisioning that bright future. Whine. I'll be counting on your help from now on, Giratina. Roar. Afterward, Doc took Giratina out of the lab to introduce it to everyone. Everyone's reaction was different. Monet was still somewhat afraid, probably because of Giratina's constantly aloof appearance. Sugar, Bone, and Bellamy thought Giratina was incredibly cool and went up to touch and pat it, nearly breaking through its stoic facade. Iceberg, showing politeness, had 2 drops of cold sweat but also showed signs of joy. With Giratina's addition, Mr. Tum's safety seemed less worrisome. As for Robin, her tastes always differed from others. She thought Giratina looked very cute, a sentiment Doc couldn't understand at all. Darkrai, having spied Giratina's true nature, looked at it as an adult would a child. A child that could pin him to the ground with 1 foot. As for Sceptile, well, does it need to be said? He was definitely itching for a challenge with the Lord of the Distortion World. Unfortunately, Doc sternly stopped Sceptile from challenging Giratina this time. A few hundred-year-old grandpa picking on a baby just born a day ago? Do you have no shame? Chapter 86. Chapter 86. The shop had become quiet. Due to the emergence of Pokemon Island, the Pokemon from the nursery had a larger, freer, and safer living space, so they were all sent there. Another reason was that Giratina was too big and often bumped into things in the shop, so it could only stay on Pokemon Island. Doc worried that Giratina might feel lonely, so he sent the other Pokemon there as well, letting the group entertain Giratina together. Now, only Smoochum and Miltank were left in the shop. They definitely wanted to stay close to their trainer. Once things settle down in Water 7, I'll buy some Pokemon groups to send to Pokemon Island. Doc looked at his system balance, which truly wasn't much. But such a vast Pokemon Island with only a few Pokemon probably felt too desolate for them. Doc, the pre-order registration in Water 7 is almost done. It nearly killed me. Bone came back holding a roll of paper. From morning till the night of the third day, the continuous work had almost exhausted him. Let me see. Doc took the roll from Bone. It recorded the pre-orderers' names, addresses, specific requirements for Pokemon, and the amount they were willing to pay. These were merely to help Doc determine which quality of Pokemon egg to purchase from the magic shop. For example, a shipwright needed a partner and assistant to help in the shipbuilding process, ready to pay 2 million belly. For cases like this, where there is no need for the Pokemon to be strong in battle, there's no need to consider quality. Any Pokemon, regardless of quality, can be helpful, though it requires specific species. Certainly, Pokemon like Caterpie, Goldeen, and Magikarp wouldn't be helpful at all. To avoid accusations of defrauding consumers later, Doc would purchase Pokemon eggs based on the amount and requirements specified by the customers. For the shipwright, Doc would buy a green quality fighting-type Pokemon egg for 1.5 million belly. Fighting-type Pokemon, regardless of the species, could assist the shipwright. The extra 500,000 belly serves as a customization fee for requiring specific species, something Doc had instructed Bone to inform the customers about, so this amount was entirely at the customer's discretion. If the shipwright had requested just a companion Pokemon without specific requirements, then Doc would only provide a green quality egg costing 1 million belly, with the type and species of the Pokemon being completely random. Unbelievable. According to my survey, there are about 30,000 households in Water 7, and over 10,000 households came to pre-order from us, exceeding 1/3 of the population. Didn't people from outside the city come too? Doc asked Bone. He expected quite a few from outside Water 7 would come to register, though such numbers wouldn't be large since, although Doc had established and opened the branch, he hadn't informed the entire sea. Currently, only the locals of Water 7 would be aware of the branch opening. Doc feared announcing it widely would lead to an influx of various people into Water 7 in a short time, possibly keeping Bone busy just registering pre-orders for a month, so he decided to let the news spread slowly. Some did, but those guys looked a bit sneaky, not sure what they were up to, so I didn't even register them. Alright, although there's Navy around, there will inevitably be some people mixed in. Try your best to discern. Doc nodded. These were issues he had anticipated. Undesirable incidents were bound to occur in the future. Inevitably, innocent Pokemon would suffer. Doc could only try to minimize these occurrences as much as possible and get his inspection team up to speed quickly. He also planned to implement other protective measures. Robin, contact Morgans for me, tell him I want to post a bounty. A bounty. Robin was surprised and then asked, for what? For information on any trainer mistreating their Pokemon worldwide, we will send someone to investigate personally. If true, the informer gets 50,000 belly. This bounty is open to anyone, Navy, revolutionaries, pirates, merchants, information brokers, anyone. This was one of the protective measures Doc thought of on the spot. It would certainly be somewhat useful as this bounty covered virtually every corner and sector of the world. Wherever people were, there would likely be eyes on this bounty. Once their Pokémon League forces grew stronger and the times changed, such incidents would become increasingly rare, and such bounties could then be withdrawn. Okay, I'll contact him now. Robin nodded. Monet, Bone, categorize the information on this list, then summarize a detailed price range chart based on what I taught you, and have it to me by tonight. Okay X2. Bellamy, come with me to the Whitebeard Pirates. No problem. Afterward, Doc handed the paper to Bone and left the shop with Bellamy. On the Moby Dick, Doc and Bellamy emerged from the kitchen door, casually grabbed a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, and asked him to inform Newgate of their arrival. Soon, Marco, transformed into a phoenix, flew down from the sky and landed in front of Doc and Bellamy. Good thing we're not enemies with the Pokemon Nursery. Your ability to strike directly at someone's home base is truly terrifying. Marco shook his head. If one day they were all asleep and Doc came over with his Pokemon and wiped them out, it's doubtful many of them would react in time. You said it yourself, we're not enemies. Doc waved his hand. As long as it wasn't the world government or the celestial dragons, Doc generally wouldn't take the initiative to strike at any force or organization. Why did you suddenly come over? You must be incredibly busy right now. As Marco led Doc to find Newgate, he didn't forget to inquire about Doc's purpose for visiting. My new staff member, Bellamy, has great potential. I'm looking for a teacher for him in physical skills and haki. Doc pointed to Bellamy beside him, who respectfully nodded at Marco. From us? With your and the Navy's relationship, you could directly find Zephyr or Garp, no problem. Marco looked at Bellamy in surprise. He didn't expect Doc to be so generous to his staff, running to the Whitebeard Pirates to find a teacher for him. That's right, besides you guys, I plan to take him to the Navy later to learn haki and the 6 powers. Hey, you're too greedy, thinking of eating both the Navy and pirates. Marco slapped Doc's shoulder. This kind of thing probably only Doc could do in the entire sea. Doc shook his head without explaining in detail. Every physical powerhouse focuses on different things. For example, Marco specializes in using legs, Jaws specializes in using arms, Zephyr specializes in using wrists, Garp specializes in using fists. Doc planned to train Bellamy to be a versatile physical powerhouse, a hexagonal warrior. Old man, they're here. Marco led them to the deck at the bow of the ship. Doc looked up. Newgate seemed to always be sitting there, gulping down his drink, with a pink egg hanging from his white beard. He really wondered how Newgate didn't find such a life boring. Yo, Doc, long time no see. Yeah, it's been a while. This time I came over. Doc explained his purpose, introduced Bellamy by his side, and also stated his terms. You've always wanted to buy 10 more Pokémon eggs, right? Consider that money as Bellamy's tuition fee. Oh, no problem, let Marco and Jaws teach him. Newgate nodded. Actually, even if Doc hadn't offered anything, he wouldn't have refused. In his view, Doc and the Pokémon nursery were already friends of the Whitebeard pirates, so a little help like this was nothing. His sons were always idle anyway. You don't have any requests for the Pokémon, do you? No. Newgate shook his head unconcernedly. What's there to request? They, the Whitebeard pirates, lacked nothing. All right. Doc didn't waste words and immediately opened the magic shop. Random Pokémon egg, 500 magic coins. Buying 10 eggs for 5,000 magic coins amounted to purchasing 10 blue quality Pokémon eggs. 1 white, 5 green, 3 blue, 1 purple. Gambled on a purple quality egg, just this one purple quality egg was worth 5,000 magic coins. This 10 draw truly valued 6,755 magic coins. If Doc were to sell these eggs, that would be 135.1 million belly, which was the tuition he paid for Bellamy at the pirate side. Definitely worth it in Doc's view. If Bellamy proves worthy, using this money to train a top-tier human warrior on the sea would indeed be a huge gain. Later, Doc took Bellamy to the Navy and did the same. Zephyr originally didn't want to train a newcomer without a foundation, but when Sengoku heard there were eggs to be had, he agreed on his behalf. 3 green, 7 blue. Real value 3,650 magic coins, a loss in gambling. Seems the Navy side isn't very lucky. But Sengoku clearly didn't think so. In his view, whether Zephyr teaches one person or a group, it's all the same. Essentially, they netted 10 Pokémon eggs for a bit of effort, which meant 10 living combat forces for the Navy in the future. Zephyr had some complaints, saying it wasn't Sengoku who had to spend the effort to teach. Sengoku retorted angrily, saying Zephyr doesn't know the cost of housekeeping. The two old men from a past era almost came to blows, with Garp fanning the flames on the side. Fortunately, they were eventually calmed by Tsuru. Chapter 87. Chapter 87. Now that the grand opening frenzy has passed, Doc has instructed Iceberg to send away the crowds gathered at the storefront. While many people are still watching, the situation is no longer as chaotic as it was initially. Doc told the crowd that the Pokémon eggs would be delivered directly to their homes once they arrived. Now, Doc is preparing to stock the shelves of the branch store with merchandise. Moo Moo milk, 50,000 belly per bottle. Nanab fruit, 100 belly each. Poke block, 500 belly for 3. Potion, 1,000 belly per bottle. Super potion, 5,000 belly per bottle. These are all fairly common items. For the people living in Water 7, the prices are affordable, and the items are essentials that trainers might need in their daily lives. Initially, the original Pokémon Ball was also to be stocked, but the main quest hasn't been completed yet, so that machine is still unavailable. He's talking about the Pokeballs on Arceus. The completion of the main quest still troubles Doc to this day. The growth of the little ones isn't too slow, but producing a fight that feels thrilling is rather challenging. Giratina, because of its age bug, is theoretically capable of completing the main quest. The problem is the lack of a worthy opponent. Darkrai and Sceptile combined might manage, but their age doesn't qualify. This results in the main quest being put on hold for now. Doc has decided that if he can't think of anything in a few days, he might as well host a demonstration match in Water 7. Then invite 100 ordinary people to watch this match. For the general populace, the little ones' battles would be quite spectacular. Doc, we've finished the tally. Bone, who had been busy compiling data with Monet, finally completed their task and handed a chart to Doc. Thanks for the hard work. Take a good rest. Doc took the chart prepared by Bone and Monet and glanced over it. Then he headed back to his bedroom and immediately began calculating how many magic coins he would need to purchase Pokémon eggs. Good thing I didn't rush to exchange for special abilities, or I might not have enough magic coins. Doc frowned as he wrote down figures on another sheet of paper. Tens of thousands of orders. Nearly 2/3 are for purchasing green quality Pokémon eggs, which might cost about 350,000 magic coins. Of the remaining third, the majority are orders for white quality eggs, needing only 17,000 magic coins, while the orders for blue quality eggs, though only about 500, would take about 250,000 magic coins. Those who can afford blue quality eggs are mostly nobles and wealthy merchants residing in the inner city of Water 7 or top bosses of various shipyards. They need powerful and loyal Pokémon to ensure their personal safety, so they prefer to spend the money usually reserved for human bodyguards on nurturing a strong Pokémon instead. Looks like it will cost about 520,000 magic coins, and the sales should bring in around 1,330,000 magic coins. Doc roughly estimated, then calculated the astonishing figure. After deducting the cost, there should be a net profit of 800,000 magic coins. However, this money wouldn't be received all at once, because Doc doesn't have enough capital to buy all the Pokémon eggs in one go and sell them immediately. During this period, some customers might change their minds about following the trend and give up on buying Pokémon eggs, or the nursery might find a customer's conduct unsatisfactory and decide not to sell. These are all possibilities. Doc decides to proceed gradually, starting with the business of white-quality eggs first. These customers are mostly ordinary citizens leading plain lives, needing a companion or family member in their daily lives, with no particular demands for the Pokémon and not just whimsical decisions. 17,000 magic coins isn't much, and Doc can easily afford it. Doc first heads to Pokémon Island, as only there is space to accommodate so many Pokémon eggs. Review. As soon as Doc arrives, before even opening the magic shop, the baby dragon, sensing something, comes over. Giratina appears and immediately bumps into Doc's embrace, not very forcefully, but still knocking Doc back several meters. Thankfully, Doc was prepared and used armament haki for some defense, otherwise, he would have been injured. Giratina is too strong and still too young, often unable to control its own strength. But Doc isn't worried about Giratina hurting others because Giratina is very aloof and doesn't initiate contact with other humans. With other Pokémon, however, Giratina seems a bit shy, rarely approaching others actively, appearing to be socially anxious. Alright. Doc quickly pats Giratina's head. At the same time, he notices the other little ones around Giratina, indicating they have gotten along well with it. After spending a few minutes calming down the baby dragon and having it lie quietly on the grass nearby, Doc then opens the magic shop. He immediately purchases nearly 3,500 white-quality Pokémon eggs. In the next moment, the area around Doc and the few Pokémon is swarmed with eggs. The grassland is covered with multicolored Pokémon eggs. Even Giratina's twin blue eyes freeze for a moment, looking around, not understanding what's happening. Sister Eevee reacts the fastest. She jumps off Giratina's back, cautiously tiptoes among the eggs, sniffing this one, then that one. Left with 106,900 magic coins. Doc checks the system balance after purchasing the white-quality eggs. Giratina, could you take me over there? Doc pats the baby dragon beside him, who is cautiously sniffing an egg, and points in another direction. Review. Giratina happily obliges, lowering its head to let Doc climb onto its back. When Doc actually gets on Giratina's back, he's thrilled. It's not every day one gets to ride a Lord of the Distortion world, and a shiny one at that. It's a thrilling experience, soaring through the sky, watching the blurred grassland swiftly pass by below. Let's stop here. Doc doesn't let Giratina fly far before stopping in a nearby open area. As the magic coins continue to drain away, Doc purchases another 2,000 green quality eggs. These 2,000 are custom orders for customers with specific needs. Each egg's attributes are known to Doc, and they will be sold for 500,000 belly more than their purchase price. After buying these Pokémon eggs, Doc's balance of magic coins in the system is down to 6,900. Until he sells these eggs, he won't have the funds to continue purchasing from the magic shop. Doc calls over the other employees, except for Iceberg and Bellamy. Septal, continue to watch the store. Bone, I need you to deliver these Pokémon eggs to the customers. I'll have Darkrai secretly protect you. Doc points to the batch of white-quality Pokémon eggs. Since there are no custom orders, there's no need to pay special attention to which customer gets which egg. Doc plans to stay busy on Pokémon Island for the next few days and won't go out, so there's no need for Darkrai to keep guarding. Now, what needs protection are the Pokémon eggs. Robin, contact the underworld for me. Recruit a group of mercenaries to temporarily act as our inspection personnel in Water 7, patrolling the city 24/7 in 3 shifts. I refuse to believe that with the protection of the Navy, mercenaries, and bounty missions, someone would still dare to target our eggs. This is the first public sale of Pokémon eggs, a crucial step in forging the Pokémon era, and Doc takes it very seriously. Issues are bound to arise, but Doc will do everything he can to minimize the likelihood of problems, even if it means spending more money. He exchanges the remaining 6,900 magic coins for 69 million belly, which will fund the recruitment of these mercenaries. Not only is he hiring a group of specialists from the underworld, but Doc also plans to find a group of local toughs from Water 7 who haven't committed serious crimes and try to train them as future inspectors for the League. The group from Frankie's original storyline is a good example. The worst of them were just small-time delinquents, mostly just ordinary people who had fallen into a rut in life and become resigned to their fate. Though they lacked combat skills or special abilities, they were decent people, and Doc would recruit them without fear of betrayal. Unlike the mercenaries recruited from the underworld, Frankie's group, despite being just ordinary delinquents, were willing to lower their heads to ask for the Straw Hat Pirates' help and even rushed headlong into an ice lobby, known as a place of no return, all to rescue their boss. They were just a bunch of ordinary thugs who might have endangered their future by possibly becoming wanted criminals for this action, but they did it anyway. Although they didn't play as significant a role as Funky in the original story, what they did was, in Doc's view, no less significant. They are reliable partners. Monet and Sugar, come help me tag these eggs with customer information for the next couple of days. Doc points to the batch of custom Pokémon eggs beside him. He needs to write down the corresponding customer addresses on these eggs to prevent Funky and Doc Lay from delivering them to the wrong places. That's about all the tasks for now. Everyone get to work. In a few days, when things calm down a bit, I'll go out and recruit some more people. Now that the grand opening frenzy has passed, Doc has instructed Iceberg to send away the crowds gathered at the storefront. While many people are still watching, the situation is no longer as chaotic as it was initially. Doc told the crowd that the Pokémon eggs would be delivered directly to their homes once they arrived. Now, Doc is preparing to stock the shelves of the branch store with merchandise. Moo Moo Milk, 50,000 belly per bottle. Nanab Fruit, 100 belly each. Poke Block, 500 belly for 3. Potion, 1,000 belly per bottle. Super Potion, 5,000 belly per bottle. These are all fairly common items. For the people living in Water 7, the prices are affordable, and the items are essentials that trainers might need in their daily lives. Initially, the original Pokemon Ball was also to be stocked, but the main quest hasn't been completed yet, so that machine is still unavailable. He's talking about the Pokeballs on Arceus. The completion of the main quest still troubles Doc to this day. The growth of the little ones isn't too slow, but producing a fight that feels thrilling is rather challenging. Giratina, because of its age bug, is theoretically capable of completing the main quest. The problem is the lack of a worthy opponent. Darkrai and Sceptile combined might manage, but their age doesn't qualify. This results in the main quest being put on hold for now. Doc has decided that if he can't think of anything in a few days, he might as well host a demonstration match in Water 7. Then invite 100 ordinary people to watch this match. For the general populace, the little ones' battles would be quite spectacular. Doc, we've finished the tally. Bone, who had been busy compiling data with Monet, finally completed their task and handed a chart to Doc. Thanks for the hard work. Take a good rest. Doc took the chart prepared by Bone and Monet and glanced over it. Then he headed back to his bedroom and immediately began calculating how many magic coins he would need to purchase Pokemon eggs. Good thing I didn't rush to exchange for special abilities, or I might not have enough magic coins. Doc frowned as he wrote down figures on another sheet of paper. Tens of thousands of orders. Nearly 2/3 are for purchasing green quality Pokemon eggs, which might cost about 350,000 magic coins. Of the remaining third, the majority are orders for white quality eggs, needing only 17,000 magic coins, while the orders for blue quality eggs, though only about 500, would take about 250,000 magic coins. Those who can afford blue quality eggs are mostly nobles and wealthy merchants residing in the inner city of Water 7 or top bosses of various shipyards. They need powerful and loyal Pokemon to ensure their personal safety, so they prefer to spend the money usually reserved for human bodyguards on nurturing a strong Pokemon instead. Looks like it will cost about 520,000 magic coins, and the sales should bring in around 1,330,000 magic coins. Doc roughly estimated, then calculated the astonishing figure. After deducting the cost, there should be a net profit of 800,000 magic coins. However, this money wouldn't be received all at once, because Doc doesn't have enough capital to buy all the Pokemon eggs in one go and sell them immediately. During this period, some customers might change their minds about following the trend and give up on buying Pokemon eggs, or the nursery might find a customer's conduct unsatisfactory and decide not to sell. These are all possibilities. Doc decides to proceed gradually, starting with the business of white quality eggs first. These customers are mostly ordinary citizens leading plain lives, needing a companion or family member in their daily lives, with no particular demands for the Pokemon and not just whimsical decisions. 17,000 magic coins isn't much, and Doc can easily afford it. Doc first heads to Pokemon Island, as only there is their space to accommodate so many Pokemon eggs. Review. As soon as Doc arrives, before even opening the magic shop, the baby dragon, sensing something, comes over. Giratina appears and immediately bumps into Doc's embrace, not very forcefully, but still knocking Doc back several meters. Thankfully, Doc was prepared and used armament haki for some defense, otherwise, he would have been injured. Giratina is too strong and still too young, often unable to control its own strength. But Doc isn't worried about Giratina hurting others because Giratina is very aloof and doesn't initiate contact with other humans. With other Pokemon, however, Giratina seems a bit shy, rarely approaching others actively, appearing to be socially anxious. All right. Doc quickly pats Giratina's head. At the same time, he notices the other little ones around Giratina, indicating they have gotten along well with it. After spending a few minutes calming down the baby dragon and having it lie quietly on the grass nearby, Doc then opens the magic shop. He immediately purchases nearly 3,500 white quality Pokemon eggs. In the next moment, the area around Doc and the few Pokemon is swarmed with eggs. The grassland is covered with multicolored Pokemon eggs. Even Giratina's twin blue eyes freeze for a moment, looking around, not understanding what's happening. Eve. Sister Evie reacts the fastest. She jumps off Giratina's back, cautiously tiptoes among the eggs, sniffing this one, then that one. Left with 106,900 magic coins. Doc checks the system balance after purchasing the white quality eggs. Giratina, could you take me over there? Doc pats the baby dragon beside him, who is cautiously sniffing an egg, and points in another direction. Review. Giratina happily obliges, lowering its head to let Doc climb onto its back. When Doc actually gets on Giratina's back, he's thrilled. It's not every day one gets to ride a Lord of the Distortion world, and a shiny one at that. It's a thrilling experience, soaring through the sky, watching the blurred grassland swiftly pass by below. Let's stop here. Doc doesn't let Giratina fly far before stopping in a nearby open area. As the magic coins continue to drain away, Doc purchases another 2,000 green quality eggs. These 2,000 are custom orders for customers with specific needs. Each egg's attributes are known to Doc, and they will be sold for 500,000 belly more than their purchase price. After buying these Pokemon eggs, Doc's balance of magic coins in the system is down to 6,900. Until he sells these eggs, he won't have the funds to continue purchasing from the magic shop. Doc calls over the other employees, except for Iceberg and Bellamy. Septal, continue to watch the store. Bone, I need you to deliver these Pokemon eggs to the customers. I'll have Darkrai secretly protect you. Doc points to the batch of white-quality Pokemon eggs. Since there are no custom orders, there's no need to pay special attention to which customer gets which egg. Doc plans to stay busy on Pokemon Island for the next few days and won't go out, so there's no need for Darkrai to keep guarding. Now, what needs protection are the Pokemon eggs. Robin, contact the underworld for me. Recruit a group of mercenaries to temporarily act as our inspection personnel in Water 7, patrolling the city 24/7 in 3 shifts. I refuse to believe that with the protection of the Navy, mercenaries, and bounty missions, someone would still dare to target our eggs. This is the first public sale of Pokemon eggs, a crucial step in forging the Pokemon era, and Doc takes it very seriously. Issues are bound to arise, but Doc will do everything he can to minimize the likelihood of problems, even if it means spending more money. He exchanges the remaining 6,900 magic coins for 69 million belly, which will fund the recruitment of these mercenaries. Not only is he hiring a group of specialists from the underworld, but Doc also plans to find a group of local toughs from Water 7 who haven't committed serious crimes and try to train them as future inspectors for the League. The group from Frankie's original storyline is a good example. The worst of them were just small-time delinquents, mostly just ordinary people who had fallen into a rut in life and become resigned to their fate. Though they lacked combat skills or special abilities, they were decent people, and Doc would recruit them without fear of betrayal. Unlike the mercenaries recruited from the underworld, Frankie's group, despite being just ordinary delinquents, were willing to lower their heads to ask for the Straw Hat Pirates' help and even rushed headlong into a nice lobby, known as a place of no return, all to rescue their boss. They were just a bunch of ordinary thugs who might have endangered their future by possibly becoming wanted criminals for this action, but they did it anyway. Although they didn't play as significant a role as Funky in the original story, what they did was, in Doc's view, no less significant. They are reliable partners. Monet and Sugar, come help me tag these eggs with customer information for the next couple of days. Doc points to the batch of custom Pokemon eggs beside him. He needs to write down the corresponding customer addresses on these eggs to prevent Funky and Doc Lay from delivering them to the wrong places. That's about all the tasks for now. Everyone get to work. In a few days, when things calm down a bit, I'll go out and recruit some more people. Now that the grand opening frenzy has passed, Doc has instructed Iceberg to send away the crowds gathered at the storefront. While many people are still watching, the situation is no longer as chaotic as it was initially. Doc told the crowd that the Pokemon eggs would be delivered directly to their homes once they arrived. Now, Doc is preparing to stock the shelves of the branch store with merchandise. Moo Moo Milk, 50,000 belly per bottle. Nanab Fruit, 100 belly each. Poke Block, 500 belly for 3. Potion, 1,000 belly per bottle. Super Potion, 5,000 belly per bottle. These are all fairly common items. For the people living in Water 7, the prices are affordable, and the items are essentials that trainers might need in their daily lives. Initially, the original Pokemon Ball was also to be stocked, but the main quest hasn't been completed yet, so that machine is still unavailable. He's talking about the Pokeballs on Arceus. The completion of the main quest still troubles Doc to this day. The growth of the little ones isn't too slow, but producing a fight that feels thrilling is rather challenging. Giratina, because of its age bug, is theoretically capable of completing the main quest. The problem is the lack of a worthy opponent. Darkrai and Septal combined might manage, but their age doesn't qualify. This results in the main quest being put on hold for now. Doc has decided that if he can't think of anything in a few days, he might as well host a demonstration match in Water 7. Then invite 100 ordinary people to watch this match. For the general populace, the little ones' battles would be quite spectacular. Doc, we've finished the tally. Bone, who had been busy compiling data with Monet, finally completed their task and handed a chart to Doc. Thanks for the hard work. Take a good rest. Doc took the chart prepared by Bone and Monet and glanced over it. Then he headed back to his bedroom and immediately began calculating how many magic coins he would need to purchase Pokemon eggs. Good thing I didn't rush to exchange for special abilities, or I might not have enough magic coins. Doc frowned as he wrote down figures on another sheet of paper. Tens of thousands of orders. Nearly 2/3 are for purchasing green quality Pokemon eggs, which might cost about 350,000 magic coins. Of the remaining third, the majority are orders for white quality eggs, needing only 17,000 magic coins, while the orders for blue quality eggs, though only about 500, would take about 250,000 magic coins. Those who can afford blue quality eggs are mostly nobles and wealthy merchants residing in the inner city of Water 7 or top bosses of various shipyards. They need powerful and loyal Pokemon to ensure their personal safety, so they prefer to spend the money usually reserved for human bodyguards on nurturing a strong Pokemon instead. Looks like it will cost about 520,000 magic coins, and the sales should bring in around 1,330,000 magic coins. Doc roughly estimated, then calculated the astonishing figure. After deducting the cost, there should be a net profit of 800,000 magic coins. However, this money wouldn't be received all at once, because Doc doesn't have enough capital to buy all the Pokemon eggs in one go and sell them immediately. During this period, some customers might change their minds about following the trend and give up on buying Pokemon eggs, or the nursery might find a customer's conduct unsatisfactory and decide not to sell. These are all possibilities. Doc decides to proceed gradually, starting with the business of white quality eggs first. These customers are mostly ordinary citizens leading plain lives, needing a companion or family member in their daily lives, with no particular demands for the Pokemon and not just whimsical decisions. 17,000 magic coins isn't much, and Doc can easily afford it. Doc first heads to Pokémon Island, as only there is space to accommodate so many Pokémon eggs. Review. As soon as Doc arrives, before even opening the magic shop, the baby dragon, sensing something, comes over. Giratina appears and immediately bumps into Doc's embrace, not very forcefully, but still knocking Doc back several meters. Thankfully, Doc was prepared and used armament haki for some defense, otherwise, he would have been injured. Giratina is too strong and still too young, often unable to control its own strength. But Doc isn't worried about Giratina hurting others because Giratina is very aloof and doesn't initiate contact with other humans. With other Pokemon, however, Giratina seems a bit shy, rarely approaching others actively, appearing to be socially anxious. All right. Doc quickly pats Giratina's head. At the same time, he notices the other little ones around Giratina, indicating they have gotten along well with it. After spending a few minutes calming down the baby dragon and having it lie quietly on the grass nearby, Doc then opens the magic shop. He immediately purchases nearly 3,500 white-quality Pokemon eggs. In the next moment, the area around Doc and the few Pokemon is swarmed with eggs. The grassland is covered with multicolored Pokemon eggs. Even Giratina's twin blue eyes freeze for a moment, looking around, not understanding what's happening. Eve. Sister Evie reacts the fastest. She jumps off Giratina's back, cautiously tiptoes among the eggs, sniffing this one, then that one. Left with 106,900 magic coins. Doc checks the system balance after purchasing the white-quality eggs. Giratina, could you take me over there? Doc pats the baby dragon beside him, who is cautiously sniffing an egg, and points in another direction. Review. Giratina happily obliges, lowering its head to let Doc climb onto its back. When Doc actually gets on Giratina's back, he's thrilled. It's not every day one gets to ride a Lord of the Distortion world, and a shiny one at that. It's a thrilling experience, soaring through the sky, watching the blurred grassland swiftly pass by below. Let's stop here. Doc doesn't let Giratina fly far before stopping in a nearby open area. As the magic coins continue to drain away, Doc purchases another 2,000 green quality eggs. These 2,000 are custom orders for customers with specific needs. Each egg's attributes are known to Doc, and they will be sold for 500,000 belly more than their purchase price. After buying these Pokemon eggs, Doc's balance of magic coins in the system is down to 6,900. Until he sells these eggs, he won't have the funds to continue purchasing from the magic shop. Doc calls over the other employees, except for Iceberg and Bellamy. Septal, continue to watch the store. Bone, I need you to deliver these Pokemon eggs to the customers. I'll have Darkrai secretly protect you. Doc points to the batch of white-quality Pokemon eggs. Since there are no custom orders, there's no need to pay special attention to which customer gets which egg. Doc plans to stay busy on Pokémon Island for the next few days and won't go out, so there's no need for Darkrai to keep guarding. Now, what needs protection are the Pokemon eggs. Robin, contact the underworld for me. Recruit a group of mercenaries to temporarily act as our inspection personnel in Water 7, patrolling the city 24/7 in 3 shifts. I refuse to believe that with the protection of the Navy, mercenaries, and bounty missions, someone would still dare to target our eggs. This is the first public sale of Pokemon eggs, a crucial step in forging the Pokemon era, and Doc takes it very seriously. Issues are bound to arise, but Doc will do everything he can to minimize the likelihood of problems, even if it means spending more money. He exchanges the remaining 6,900 magic coins for 69 million belly, which will fund the recruitment of these mercenaries. Not only is he hiring a group of specialists from the underworld, but Doc also plans to find a group of local toughs from Water 7 who haven't committed serious crimes and try to train them as future inspectors for the League. The group from Frankie's original storyline is a good example. The worst of them were just small-time delinquents, mostly just ordinary people who had fallen into a rut in life and become resigned to their fate. Though they lacked combat skills or special abilities, they were decent people, and Doc would recruit them without fear of betrayal. Unlike the mercenaries recruited from the underworld, Frankie's group, despite being just ordinary delinquents, were willing to lower their heads to ask for the Straw Hat Pirates' help and even rushed headlong into a nice lobby, known as a place of no return, all to rescue their boss. They were just a bunch of ordinary thugs who might have endangered their future by possibly becoming wanted criminals for this action, but they did it anyway. Although they didn't play as significant a role as Funky in the original story, what they did was, in Doc's view, no less significant. They are reliable partners. Monet and Sugar, come help me tag these eggs with customer information for the next couple of days. Doc points to the batch of custom Pokémon eggs beside him. He needs to write down the corresponding customer addresses on these eggs to prevent Funky and Doc Lay from delivering them to the wrong places. That's about all the tasks for now. Everyone get to work. In a few days, when things calm down a bit, I'll go out and recruit some more people. Chapter 88. Chapter 88. Today, Water 7 is quite bustling. Because today, the Pokémon Nursery's egg delivery bird has started delivering Pokémon eggs door to door. Of course, Egg Delivery Bird is a nickname given by the people of Water 7. The actual identity of this bird is Bone Clay. At this moment, Bone Clay is holding a bag in each claw, containing about 10 Pokémon eggs, and he is on his way to the next customer's address. Bang! A clear gunshot suddenly emanates from an alley below. Bone Clay glances down and continues to fly forward unperturbed. Although he has been learning dual-color Haki from Doc, daily life is busy, and progress is slow, so he hasn't mastered it to the extent of dodging bullets. However, it's not a problem. Doc anticipated this and arranged for the elusive Darkrai to guard him and the Pokémon eggs from the shadows. Every shadow in the city could potentially conceal Darkrai. Those who attack from the shadows think it's the best place to hide, but in reality, the farther away they are from the shadows, the safer they are. At least, they can die slower. The gunshot causes a minor stir in Water 7. When people from that area call the Navy, they find nothing in the alley where the gunshot came from. Did the person escape? Perhaps only Bone Clay knows the answer. On the rest of his route, Bone Clay encounters no further incidents. Whether there were no more foolish people or whether they were dealt with by Darkrai before they could act, Bone Clay does not know. His only responsibility is to deliver the eggs, which he does with unwavering dedication. By nightfall, when Bone Clay finishes his last planned delivery of the day and returns to the nursery's branch, he stops dead in the sky. In front of the nursery, hundreds of stakes have been erected, each with a head impaled on it. Bone Clay doesn't even need to think about who these people were. They were undoubtedly those who intended harm to him or the nursery's branch that day. But, does Doc-san know about this? Bone Clay swallows hard. He has always seen Doc as rather benevolent, and he truly cannot imagine Doc ordering the scene of these people's heads displayed in front of the store. Regarding this matter, Bone Clay does not bring it up. But he has an answer in his heart and has made a precise judgment about Doc's actions. Doc's ambition to destroy the world government and create a new era of peace is serious. The next day, this bloody scene stirs up a commotion throughout Water 7. The person who comes forward to explain is not from the Pokémon Nursery but a rear admiral from the nearby Navy base. After verification by the rear admiral, among those killed, 30% were bounty criminals, and the majority of the others were bounty hunters from the underworld, likely hired for the job. As for the few unknown faces, even though they had not been seen before, grouped with these individuals, they were probably not up to any good either. This incident gives the people of Water 7, who live a mundane life, a new topic of conversation after meals. Meanwhile, those who originally bought Pokémon eggs to show off, now hide their eggs and dare not tell others they have them. This is not the situation Doc-san wanted to see. Pokémon should not be something to be snatched or hidden. Before these Pokémon are born, he must change this situation. At night, on the northern coast of Water 7, Doc and Iceberg are sitting together on a small boat floating on the sea, eating Water 7's specialty, water meat. Before peace arrives, there must always be a great war. This process is destined to be bloody. If not others, then it must be us. Doc looks at the calm sea before him. Someday, the seas outside Water 7 will not be so peaceful. Maybe there will often be a migrating group of Lapras singing as they pass by, or a Wallord performing a waterspout, or Milotics intertwining hearts under the moonlight. That era will surely be beautiful. Doc-san, the sea train is almost finished building. Iceberg seems not interested in discussing peace with Doc. He doesn't have such grand ambitions. Oh, progress is so fast. Yes, thanks to the people you had bone find, they helped us a lot. Iceberg shows a somewhat relaxed smile. It has been a long time since he felt this light after Tom's last court appearance. It's nothing. We are all partners. Doc waves his hand nonchalantly, also asking, has the world government come looking for you yet? No, probably not until the sea train is completely built. Iceberg shakes his head, then looks troubled. No matter what, Tom-san is unwilling to hand over the Pluton blueprints, nor is he willing to just leave Water 7, so we might need to ask Sceptile or Darkrai to save him when the time comes. It's expected, don't worry, Tom-san won't die. Doc yawns, saving Tom is really not a difficult task. If Darkrai makes a move, the world government won't even know who took Tom-san away. Tom-san is very grateful you are willing to help. He says that once the sea train is built, he will join us in the nursery, although he might still focus on the project to make Water 7 float. Oh, that's great news. Ha ha ha, maybe we can turn Water 7 into one of the most famous Pokémon cities in the world someday. I already have some ideas. Doc hears that Tom wants to join, and his face uncontrollably shows delight. No way around it, Tom's craftsmanship is too strong, undoubtedly the top shipwright of this world in this era. With his help, the nursery's projects can proceed on two fronts. As for the future Pokemon City plan for Water 7, he is benchmarking it against Lumiose City in the Kalos region. This city's name might sound unfamiliar, but it birthed a particularly famous character. The later Kalos champion, Grand Festival Master Mikuri. Lumiose City can be said to be the most glamorous city in the Pokemon world, and its water culture is particularly rich, as the Lumiose gym is a water-type gym, and Mikuri is also a water-type champion. Coincidentally, Water 7 has plenty of water. Originally, Flam also planned to come with us, but Tom-san stopped him. His dream is to build a dream ship and see it reach the end of the world. Iceberg looks up at the twinkling stars in the sky. Whether it's me or Tom-san, we both hope that in the future he can sail on his own ship, watch it with his own eyes, accompany it to fulfill his dream, and not just follow us around. He doesn't seem like the type to have the patience to stay in one place doing nothing, right? Indeed, from when he first came to Scrap Island, he was restless, causing trouble everywhere. Only Tom-san was willing to take him in. Doc watches Iceberg suddenly become enthusiastic, telling him about Frankie's childhood. For Doc, this is also a nice experience, allowing him to learn about the past of characters from the original story, and he listens with interest, though he can't help but occasionally glance towards the cabin. That guy really likes eavesdropping. Given Frankie's easily moved nature, he's probably already silently weeping with his mouth wide open. The night passes quickly, and the next day quietly arrives. Bone starts another day of egg delivery, and today Darkrai has much less to worry about. Moreover, the mercenaries that Robin found have also arrived. Robin seems to have specifically recruited people from nearby islands, so they arrived very quickly. There are only 90 of them. It sounds few, but these are no ordinary people, considering Robin paid a hiring price of 2.3 million berries for each person, and only hired them for a month. First, there aren't many people doing this line of work on nearby islands, and second, these people are already more than enough. The area of Water 7 is inherently small, just a small island. It just seems bustling and busy, which makes people overlook its size. 30 people per shift, rotating in 3 shifts. Doc even finds 2 very interesting individuals on the hiring list. One is named Galdino, the other is named Miss Valentine. Sound unfamiliar? Well, let's use another name. Mr. 3 and Miss Valentine's Day. The former needs no introduction. He later becomes the famous captain of the Cross Guild on the Grand Line. The latter is a user of the Kilo fruit, partner of Mr. 5, the woman in the yellow mini dress carrying an umbrella. These two have not yet joined Baroque Works, and Crocodile may not even have recruited Mr. 1 yet. Galdino was originally a down-and-out office worker, who accidentally ate his boss's candle fruit and was hunted down, now forced to scrape by as a new mercenary in the underworld. Miss Valentine's situation is similar. Her dream is to open a chocolate shop, but without funds. She plans to use her fruit powers to make quick money in the underworld, hoping to quickly save enough to start her business. Robin has a keen eye, choosing these 2 underworld newcomers who have no job experience. She also openly shares her thoughts with Doc-san. That is to try to pull these 2 into their nursery's inspection team, to work under Bone in the future, especially since Doc and the others have said that the nursery is severely understaffed, particularly the inspection department. As for their characters, Robin plans to continue observing them. Chapter 89. Chapter 89. Actually, Doc doesn't worry much about the character of these people. After all, they are fairly familiar figures. Sometimes Doc really admires the inside of Doflamingo and Crocodile. Impressive indeed. The Pokémon League wouldn't be possible without the contributions from these 2. No wonder they are leaders. Their discerning and ruthless vision has chosen each subordinate well. First, let's talk about Galdino, Mr. 3, whose record is compellingly notable. It's hard to say whether this man is lucky or unlucky, always caught up in major events, yet he always plays a unique role, especially during the Summit War. First, he blocked Magellan's deadly poison wave with his candle wall. Later, at the risk of his own life, he climbed the execution platform and blocked an attack from Sengoku at a critical moment. And finally, he unlocked the Seastone handcuffs of Ace and Marco with his candle key. Before this, in Little Garden, he nearly annihilated the Straw Hat Pirates, pushing Zoro to the brink of cutting off his own feet. Even without considering Galdino's incredible combat record. Just the words Mr. 3 said as he fell from the execution platform were enough to change Doc's opinion of him. If I say I am here to mourn my deceased comrades, would you laugh at me? Although this man is mostly a coward, he has his own survival bottom line. When Bone Clay alone held back all of Impel Down for them, Galdino thought Bone Clay was doomed to die, so he risked his life to step onto the execution platform, seizing the opportunity to fulfill Bone Clay's last wish to help Luffy save Ace. Now, let's talk about Miss Valentine, Mikita. No, not just her, but the other members of Baroque Works too. None of them would abandon a comrade, of course. This doesn't include Crocodile, who had originally planned to send Bone Clay to eliminate Mr. 3. After Crocodile's defeat and the disbandment of Baroque Works, when Miss Valentine, Mr. 5, and Miss Golden Week were safe in Little Garden, they learned that Mr. 3 was being pursued by the Navy on Holiday Island and decisively left Little Garden to rescue him, only to be captured by Hina. Coincidentally, Bone Clay had just escaped from Hina's custody and immediately returned to rescue them. In the nick of time, Bone Clay fought the Navy to save them, and then they managed to rescue the imprisoned Miss Daublefinger, Christmas, Mr. 4, and that dog. As for the outcome of the battle on Holiday Island, Mr. 2 and Mr. 3 were captured, and the rest of Baroque Works members escaped. Later, the two were imprisoned in Impel Down and had no chance to attempt another rescue. As for Crocodile and Mr. 1, they were captured early in Alabasta. Knowing all this, Doc believes that Galdino and Mikita are worth developing. Robin, go find these two guys, ask them if they want to join the Mystery Hatchery House. Don't we need to observe them for a while? Robin was somewhat puzzled. Monet, Bellamy, and their sisters are just ordinary civilians, unlikely to be any trouble. But Galdino and Mikita are different, they're from the underworld, even newcomers there might not be good people. Who else would normally venture into such a place? These two are not like her, being hunted by the world government and the Navy. Once they're in, you can observe them more closely. I'm counting on you to pay extra attention, Robin. Okay. Robin quite likes this feeling of being needed. It makes her feel more clearly that she is a part of the Mystery Hatchery House, a companion to everyone. Have them lead a team each, responsible for different shifts. This will help train them. I'm going to the back streets of Water 7. You're going alone. Not exactly, Giratina is here. Doc shook his head, smiling, and pointed at his shadow. A pair of deep blue eyes appeared in the shadow, same as Dacray's, but Dacray is one-eyed. Ghost-type Pokémon often have the ability to enter shadows or hide themselves in darkness. Many ghost types can make their bodies intangible or transparent, easily passing through walls, and even immune to normal and fighting moves. The best at this is definitely Marshadow, a master of entering shadows. His special ability is to enter any shadow, imitate the target's actions and strength, understand their feelings and emotions, and then surpass the target. As for Dacray, Doc doesn't understand why a pure dark-type Pokémon can enter the Shadow Realm, which is a power Dacray showed in the original story. Even without Dacray's close protection, Giratina can also enter the shadows to protect Doc. But for Giratina, it seems he doesn't like staying in the shadows. But there's no choice, the process of Bone Clay delivering the eggs cannot go without Darkray's protection, and the other staff members are not comfortable letting Doc go alone, so Giratina has to endure this inconvenience for now. Doc has finished marking the custom eggs, now he just needs to wait for Bone Clay to deliver the eggs and bring back the money to proceed with the next batch of transactions. Taking advantage of the rare free time now, Doc plans to go to Water 7 and recruit those unemployed into the Mystery Hatchery House. No, perhaps it's more appropriate to say into the future Pokémon League. These people won't become core members of the Mystery Hatchery House. Core members are those who hold significant power, which are the current members of the house. The people about to be recruited will become subordinates to Bellamy, becoming part of the League inspection squad. When Doc left the Mystery Hatchery House, he started wandering the streets of Water 7. Finding the Frankie family was quite simple. For example, the Square sisters by Frankie's side were very noticeable, as were Zanbei and the other unemployed hanging around the bar entrance. There aren't many places with bars in the outer city. Sure enough, it took Doc less than an hour to find these people. Of course, it might also be related to the current time, at 10 o'clock at night, just when these guys were coming out of the bar. Wahahaha. Today, Zanbei the Great also dominated the drinking table. What are you talking about, Zanbei? You're not that great. Tamagon was impressive. A group of staggering people, still holding bottles, hooked arms, and walked forward in the alley, heading towards Doc. Of course, they mean no harm to Doc, they are so drunk they don't even realize there's someone standing in front of them. But Doc didn't have time to deal with them. His gaze was drawn to the bar door where a pair of sisters were being chased out. Did I remember wrong? It turns out that the Square sisters didn't have square hairstyles at this time. Doc's gaze was mainly on Kiwi and Mozu, who currently had explosive hairstyles similar to Brooke. Speaking of which, these sisters are not bad in terms of looks and are quite pretty for women in the pirate world, with some peculiarities probably only in their long noses and hairstyles. While Doc was pondering what to say to these people, a man came out of the bar, naturally reaching for the waists of the Square sisters. You bastard, what are you doing to our little sisters? Let go. Before Doc could speak, the front-running Zanbei and others immediately became annoyed. They have good relationships with those they often drink with. Because they are all unemployed without families and overlooked by the major shipyards, perhaps out of sympathy, the older brothers usually take good care of the young Square sisters and do not allow other ruffians to bother them. Get lost. Unfortunately, this time the ruffian targeting the Square sisters seems not to be an ordinary person, quite strong, and quickly beats Zanbei and the others to the ground. Zanbei and his friends are usually hollowed out by alcohol. Relying on their numbers, they can bully some trashy ruffians, but if they encounter someone who can fight, they turn into softies, not to mention they are still groggy now. These days, the news of the Mystery Hatchery House's opening gradually spread around the neighboring seas. All sorts of oddities and trash came to Water 7 to watch the excitement, like the one currently before them. It's worth noting that the Navy might not normally handle such matters, as since the Great Pirate Era began, the number of pirates has surged, and they barely have enough hands to catch them. Hey, you. Doc shook his head, stepped forward, and even without waiting for the ruffian to speak, raised a hand and grasped the other's jaw, instantly knocking the man out with pain. Now, Doc's strength can't compare with Darkrai, Sceptile, or Giratina. There are hardly a few people in the entire sea who can match them. Aside from those three, Doc's strength is absolutely number one in the mystery hatchery house. Handling such ruffian henchmen is an easy task. Thank you, young man. Zanbei was startled, then leaned on the wall to stand up and thank Doc. Clearly, this man is not ordinary, and besides necessary thanks, a little more courtesy is due. At that moment, the Square Sisters also sobered up a bit and came over to bow slightly. Why do you want to be a bunch of ruffians? Doc looked down at the people lying all over the ground. Those who couldn't stand up weren't beaten down, they simply hadn't sobered up from the alcohol. Ahaha, young man, we're just a bunch of worthless people. If it were someone else talking to Zanbei like this, he would definitely be annoyed, but facing Doc, he could only laugh awkwardly. Because Doc had just helped them, and they couldn't beat Doc. As for being annoyed, it's not that he thinks the other party is wrong, but he knows the other party is right, and he's a bit resentful because they're just a bunch of ruffians. A bunch of ruffians who know they are worthless but just can't bring themselves to admit it. Then go and become a person of value. Chapter 89. Chapter 89. Actually, Doc doesn't worry much about the character of these people. After all, they are fairly familiar figures. Sometimes Doc really admires the inside of Doflamingo and Crocodile. Impressive indeed. The Pokémon League wouldn't be possible without the contributions from these two. No wonder they are leaders, their discerning and ruthless vision has chosen each subordinate well. First, let's talk about Galdino, Mr. 3, whose record is compellingly notable. It's hard to say whether this man is lucky or unlucky, always caught up in major events, yet he always plays a unique role, especially during the Summit War. First, he blocked Magellan's deadly poison wave with his candle wall. Later, at the risk of his own life, he climbed the execution platform and blocked an attack from Sengoku at a critical moment. And finally, he unlocked the Seastone handcuffs of Ace and Marco with his candle key. Before this, in Little Garden, he nearly annihilated the Straw Hat Pirates, pushing Zoro to the brink of cutting off his own feet. Even without considering Galdino's incredible combat record. Just the words Mr. 3 said as he fell from the execution platform were enough to change Doc's opinion of him. If I say I am here to mourn my deceased comrades, would you laugh at me? Although this man is mostly a coward, he has his own survival bottom line. When Bone Clay alone held back all of Impel Down for them, Galdino thought Bone Clay was doomed to die, so he risked his life to step onto the execution platform, seizing the opportunity to fulfill Bone Clay's last wish to help Luffy save Ace. Now, let's talk about Miss Valentine, Mikita. No, not just her, but the other members of Baroque Works too. None of them would abandon a comrade, of course. This doesn't include Crocodile, who had originally planned to send Bone Clay to eliminate Mr. 3. After Crocodile's defeat and the disbandment of Baroque Works, when Miss Valentine, Mr. 5, and Miss Golden Week were safe in Little Garden, they learned that Mr. 3 was being pursued by the Navy on Holiday Island and decisively left Little Garden to rescue him, only to be captured by Hina. Coincidentally, Bone Clay had just escaped from Hina's custody and immediately returned to rescue them. In the nick of time, Bone Clay fought the Navy to save them, and then they managed to rescue the imprisoned Miss Daublefinger, Christmas, Mr. 4, and that dog. As for the outcome of the battle on Holiday Island, Mr. 2 and Mr. 3 were captured, and the rest of Baroque Works members escaped. Later, the two were imprisoned in Impel Down and had no chance to attempt another rescue. As for Crocodile and Mr. 1, they were captured early in Alabasta. Knowing all this, Doc believes that Galdino and Mikita are worth developing. Robin, go find these two guys, ask them if they want to join the Mystery Hatchery House. Don't we need to observe them for a while? Robin was somewhat puzzled. Monet, Bellamy, and their sisters are just ordinary civilians, unlikely to be any trouble. But Galdino and Mikita are different, they're from the underworld, even newcomers there might not be good people. Who else would normally venture into such a place? These two are not like her, being hunted by the world government and the Navy. Once they're in, you can observe them more closely. I'm counting on you to pay extra attention, Robin. Okay. Robin quite likes this feeling of being needed. It makes her feel more clearly that she is a part of the Mystery Hatchery House, a companion to everyone. Have them lead a team each, responsible for different shifts. This will help train them. I'm going to the back streets of Water 7. You're going alone. Not exactly, Giratina is here. Doc shook his head, smiling, and pointed at his shadow. A pair of deep blue eyes appeared in the shadow, same as Dakray's, but Dakray is one-eyed. Ghost-type Pokémon often have the ability to enter shadows or hide themselves in darkness. Many ghost types can make their bodies intangible or transparent, easily passing through walls, and even immune to normal and fighting moves. The best at this is definitely Marshadow, a master of entering shadows. His special ability is to enter any shadow, imitate the target's actions and strength, understand their feelings and emotions, and then surpass the target. As for Dakray, Doc doesn't understand why a pure dark-type Pokémon can enter the Shadow Realm, which is a power Dakray showed in the original story. Even without Dakray's close protection, Giratina can also enter the shadows to protect Doc. But for Giratina, it seems he doesn't like staying in the shadows. But there's no choice, the process of Bone Clay delivering the eggs cannot go without Darkray's protection, and the other staff members are not comfortable letting Doc go alone, so Giratina has to endure this inconvenience for now. Doc has finished marking the custom eggs, now he just needs to wait for Bone Clay to deliver the eggs and bring back the money to proceed with the next batch of transactions. Taking advantage of the rare free time now, Doc plans to go to Water 7 and recruit those unemployed into the Mystery Hatchery House. No, perhaps it's more appropriate to say into the future Pokémon League. These people won't become core members of the Mystery Hatchery House. Core members are those who hold significant power, which are the current members of the house. The people about to be recruited will become subordinates to Bellamy, becoming part of the League inspection squad. When Doc left the Mystery Hatchery House, he started wandering the streets of Water 7. Finding the Frankie family was quite simple. For example, the Square Sisters by Frankie's side were very noticeable, as were Zanbei and the other unemployed hanging around the bar entrance. There aren't many places with bars in the outer city. Sure enough, it took Doc less than an hour to find these people. Of course, it might also be related to the current time, at 10 o'clock at night, just when these guys were coming out of the bar. Wahahaha. Today, Zanbei the Great also dominated the drinking table. What are you talking about, Zanbei? You're not that great. Tamagon was impressive. A group of staggering people, still holding bottles, hooked arms, and walked forward in the alley, heading towards Doc. Of course, they mean no harm to Doc. They are so drunk they don't even realize there's someone standing in front of them. But Doc didn't have time to deal with them. His gaze was drawn to the bar door where a pair of sisters were being chased out. Did I remember wrong? It turns out that the Square Sisters didn't have square hairstyles at this time. Doc's gaze was mainly on Kiwi and Mozo, who currently had explosive hairstyles similar to Brooke. Speaking of which, these sisters are not bad in terms of looks and are quite pretty for women in the pirate world, with some peculiarities probably only in their long noses and hairstyles. While Doc was pondering what to say to these people, a man came out of the bar, naturally reaching for the waists of the Square Sisters. You bastard, what are you doing to our little sisters? Let go. Before Doc could speak, the front-running Zanbei and others immediately became annoyed. They have good relationships with those they often drink with. Because they are all unemployed without families and overlooked by the major shipyards, perhaps out of sympathy, the older brothers usually take good care of the young Square Sisters and do not allow other ruffians to bother them. Get lost. Unfortunately, this time the ruffian targeting the Square Sisters seems not to be an ordinary person, quite strong, and quickly beats Zanbei and the others to the ground. Zanbei and his friends are usually hollowed out by alcohol. Relying on their numbers, they can bully some trashy ruffians, but if they encounter someone who can fight, they turn into softies, not to mention they are still groggy now. These days, the news of the Mystery Hatchery House's opening gradually spread around the neighboring seas. All sorts of oddities and trash came to Water 7 to watch the excitement, like the one currently before them. It's worth noting that the Navy might not normally handle such matters, as since the Great Pirate Era began, the number of pirates has surged, and they barely have enough hands to catch them. Hey, you. Doc shook his head, stepped forward, and even without waiting for the ruffian to speak, raised a hand and grasped the other's jaw, instantly knocking the man out with pain. Now, Doc's strength can't compare with Darkrai, Sceptile, or Giratina. There are hardly a few people in the entire sea who can match them. Aside from those three, Doc's strength is absolutely number one in the Mystery Hatchery House. Handling such ruffian henchmen is an easy task. Thank you, young man. Zanbei was startled, then leaned on the wall to stand up and thank Doc. Clearly, this man is not ordinary, and besides necessary thanks, a little more courtesy is due. At that moment, the Square Sisters also sobered up a bit and came over to bow slightly. Why do you want to be a bunch of ruffians? Doc looked down at the people lying all over the ground. Those who couldn't stand up weren't beaten down, they simply hadn't sobered up from the alcohol. Ahaha, young man, we're just a bunch of worthless people. If it were someone else talking to Zanbei like this, he would definitely be annoyed, but facing Doc, he could only laugh awkwardly. Because Doc had just helped them, and they couldn't beat Doc. As for being annoyed, it's not that he thinks the other party is wrong, but he knows the other party is right, and he's a bit resentful because they're just a bunch of ruffians. A bunch of ruffians who know they are worthless but just can't bring themselves to admit it. Then go and become a person of value. Chapter 89. Chapter 89. Actually, Doc doesn't worry much about the character of these people. After all, they are fairly familiar figures. Sometimes Doc really admires the inside of Doflamingo and Crocodile. Impressive indeed. The Pokémon League wouldn't be possible without the contributions from these two. No wonder they are leaders, their discerning and ruthless vision has chosen each subordinate well. First, let's talk about Galdino, Mr. 3, whose record is compellingly notable. It's hard to say whether this man is lucky or unlucky, always caught up in major events, yet he always plays a unique role, especially during the Summit War. First, he blocked Magellan's deadly poison wave with his candle wall. Later, at the risk of his own life, he climbed the execution platform and blocked an attack from Sengoku at a critical moment. And finally, he unlocked the Seastone handcuffs of Ace and Marco with his candle key. Before this, in Little Garden, he nearly annihilated the Straw Hat Pirates, pushing Zoro to the brink of cutting off his own feet. Even without considering Galdino's incredible combat record. Just the words Mr. 3 said as he fell from the execution platform were enough to change Doc's opinion of him. If I say I am here to mourn my deceased comrades, would you laugh at me? Although this man is mostly a coward, he has his own survival bottom line. When Bone Clay alone held back all of Impel Down for them, Galdino thought Bone Clay was doomed to die, so he risked his life to step onto the execution platform, seizing the opportunity to fulfill Bone Clay's last wish to help Luffy save Ace. Now, let's talk about Miss Valentine, Mikita. No, not just her, but the other members of Baroque Works too. None of them would abandon a comrade, of course. This doesn't include Crocodile, who had originally planned to send Bone Clay to eliminate Mr. 3. After Crocodile's defeat and the disbandment of Baroque Works, when Miss Valentine, Mr. 5, and Miss Golden Week were safe in Little Garden, they learned that Mr. 3 was being pursued by the Navy on Holiday Island and decisively left Little Garden to rescue him, only to be captured by Hina. Coincidentally, Bone Clay had just escaped from Hina's custody and immediately returned to rescue them. In the nick of time, Bone Clay fought the Navy to save them, and then they managed to rescue the imprisoned Miss Daublefinger, Christmas, Mr. 4, and that dog. As for the outcome of the battle on Holiday Island, Mr. 2 and Mr. 3 were captured, and the rest of Baroque Works members escaped. Later, the two were imprisoned in Impel Down and had no chance to attempt another rescue. As for Crocodile and Mr. 1, they were captured early in Alabasta. Knowing all this, Doc believes that Galdino and Mikita are worth developing. Robin, go find these two guys, ask them if they want to join the Mystery Hatchery House. Don't we need to observe them for a while? Robin was somewhat puzzled. Monet, Bellamy, and their sisters are just ordinary civilians, unlikely to be any trouble. But Galdino and Mikita are different, they're from the underworld, even newcomers there might not be good people. Who else would normally venture into such a place? These two are not like her, being hunted by the world government and the Navy. Once they're in, you can observe them more closely. I'm counting on you to pay extra attention, Robin. Okay. Robin quite likes this feeling of being needed. It makes her feel more clearly that she is a part of the Mystery Hatchery House, a companion to everyone. Have them lead a team each, responsible for different shifts. This will help train them. I'm going to the backstreets of Water 7. You're going alone. Not exactly, Giratina is here. Doc shook his head, smiling, and pointed at his shadow. A pair of deep blue eyes appeared in the shadow, same as Dacray's, but Dacray is one-eyed. Ghost-type Pokémon often have the ability to enter shadows or hide themselves in darkness. Many ghost types can make their bodies intangible or transparent, easily passing through walls, and even immune to normal and fighting moves. The best at this is definitely Marshadow, a master of entering shadows. His special ability is to enter any shadow, imitate the target's actions and strength, understand their feelings and emotions, and then surpass the target. As for Dacray, Doc doesn't understand why a pure dark-type Pokémon can enter the Shadow Realm, which is a power Dacray showed in the original story. Even without Dacray's close protection, Giratina can also enter the shadows to protect Doc. But for Giratina, it seems he doesn't like staying in the shadows. But there's no choice, the process of Bone Clay delivering the eggs cannot go without Darkray's protection, and the other staff members are not comfortable letting Doc go alone, so Giratina has to endure this inconvenience for now. Doc has finished marking the custom eggs, now he just needs to wait for Bone Clay to deliver the eggs and bring back the money to proceed with the next batch of transactions. Taking advantage of the rare free time now, Doc plans to go to Water 7 and recruit those unemployed into the Mystery Hatchery House. No, perhaps it's more appropriate to say into the future Pokémon League. These people won't become core members of the Mystery Hatchery House. Core members are those who hold significant power, which are the current members of the house. The people about to be recruited will become subordinates to Bellamy, becoming part of the League inspection squad. When Doc left the Mystery Hatchery House, he started wandering the streets of Water 7. Finding the Frankie family was quite simple. For example, the Square Sisters by Frankie's side were very noticeable, as were Zanbei and the other unemployed hanging around the bar entrance. There aren't many places with bars in the outer city. Sure enough, it took Doc less than an hour to find these people. Of course, it might also be related to the current time, at 10 o'clock at night, just when these guys were coming out of the bar. Wahahaha. Today, Zanbei the Great also dominated the drinking table. What are you talking about, Zanbei? You're not that great. Tamagon was impressive. A group of staggering people, still holding bottles, hooked arms, and walked forward in the alley, heading towards Doc. Of course, they mean no harm to Doc, they are so drunk they don't even realize there's someone standing in front of them. But Doc didn't have time to deal with them. His gaze was drawn to the bar door where a pair of sisters were being chased out. Did I remember wrong? It turns out that the Square Sisters didn't have square hairstyles at this time. Doc's gaze was mainly on Kiwi and Mozu, who currently had explosive hairstyles similar to Brooke. Speaking of which, these sisters are not bad in terms of looks and are quite pretty for women in the pirate world, with some peculiarities probably only in their long noses and hairstyles. While Doc was pondering what to say to these people, a man came out of the bar, naturally reaching for the waists of the Square Sisters. You bastard, what are you doing to our little sisters? Let go. Before Doc could speak, the front-running Zanbei and others immediately became annoyed. They have good relationships with those they often drink with. Because they are all unemployed without families and overlooked by the major shipyards, perhaps out of sympathy, the older brothers usually take good care of the young Square Sisters and do not allow other ruffians to bother them. Get lost. Unfortunately, this time the ruffian targeting the Square Sisters seems not to be an ordinary person, quite strong, and quickly beat Zanbei and the others to the ground. Zanbei and his friends are usually hollowed out by alcohol. Relying on their numbers, they can bully some trashy ruffians, but if they encounter someone who can fight, they turn into softies, not to mention they are still groggy now. These days, the news of the mystery Hatchery House's opening gradually spread around the neighboring seas. All sorts of oddities and trash came to Water 7 to watch the excitement, like the one currently before them. It's worth noting that the Navy might not normally handle such matters, as since the Great Pirate Era began, the number of pirates has surged, and they barely have enough hands to catch them. Hey, you. Doc shook his head, stepped forward, and even without waiting for the ruffian to speak, raised a hand and grasped the other's jaw, instantly knocking the man out with pain. Now, Doc's strength can't compare with Darkrai, Sceptile, or Giratina. There are hardly a few people in the entire sea who can match them. Aside from those three, Doc's strength is absolutely number one in the Mystery Hatchery House. Handling such ruffian henchmen is an easy task. Thank you, young man. Zanbei was startled, then leaned on the wall to stand up and thank Doc. Clearly, this man is not ordinary, and besides necessary thanks, a little more courtesy is due. At that moment, the Square Sisters also sobered up a bit and came over to bow slightly. Why do you want to be a bunch of ruffians? Doc looked down at the people lying all over the ground. Those who couldn't stand up weren't beaten down, they simply hadn't sobered up from the alcohol. Ahaha, young man, we're just a bunch of worthless people. If it were someone else talking to Zanbei like this, he would definitely be annoyed, but facing Doc, he could only laugh awkwardly. Because Doc had just helped them, and they couldn't beat Doc. As for being annoyed, it's not that he thinks the other party is wrong, but he knows the other party is right, and he's a bit resentful because they're just a bunch of ruffians. A bunch of ruffians who know they are worthless but just can't bring themselves to admit it. Then go and become a person of value. Chapter 89. Chapter 89. Actually, Doc doesn't worry much about the character of these people. After all, they are fairly familiar figures. Sometimes Doc really admires the inside of Doflamingo and Crocodile. Impressive indeed. The Pokémon League wouldn't be possible without the contributions from these two. No wonder they are leaders, their discerning and ruthless vision has chosen each subordinate well. First, let's talk about Galdino, Mr. 3, whose record is compellingly notable. It's hard to say whether this man is lucky or unlucky, always caught up in major events, yet he always plays a unique role, especially during the Summit War. First, he blocked Magellan's deadly poison wave with his candle wall. Later, at the risk of his own life, he climbed the execution platform and blocked an attack from Sengoku at a critical moment. And finally, he unlocked the Seastone handcuffs of Ace and Marco with his candle key. Before this, in Little Garden, he nearly annihilated the Straw Hat Pirates, pushing Zoro to the brink of cutting off his own feet. Even without considering Galdino's incredible combat record. Just the words Mr. 3 said as he fell from the execution platform were enough to change Doc's opinion of him. If I say I am here to mourn my deceased comrades, would you laugh at me? Although this man is mostly a coward, he has his own survival bottom line. When Bone Clay alone held back all of Impel Down for them, Galdino thought Bone Clay was doomed to die, so he risked his life to step onto the execution platform, seizing the opportunity to fulfill Bone Clay's last wish to help Luffy save Ace. Now, let's talk about Miss Valentine, Mikita. No, not just her, but the other members of Baroque Works too. None of them would abandon a comrade, of course. This doesn't include Crocodile, who had originally planned to send Bone Clay to eliminate Mr. 3. After Crocodile's defeat and the disbandment of Baroque Works, when Miss Valentine, Mr. 5, and Miss Golden Week were safe in Little Garden, they learned that Mr. 3 was being pursued by the Navy on Holiday Island and decisively left Little Garden to rescue him, only to be captured by Hina. Coincidentally, Bone Clay had just escaped from Hina's custody and immediately returned to rescue them. In the nick of time, Bone Clay fought the Navy to save them, and then they managed to rescue the imprisoned Miss Daublefinger, Christmas, Mr. 4, and that dog. As for the outcome of the battle on Holiday Island, Mr. 2 and Mr. 3 were captured, and the rest of Baroque Works members escaped. Later, the two were imprisoned in Impel Down and had no chance to attempt another rescue. As for Crocodile and Mr. 1, they were captured early in Alabasta. Knowing all this, Doc believes that Galdino and Mikita are worth developing. Robin, go find these two guys, ask them if they want to join the Mystery Hatchery House. Don't we need to observe them for a while? Robin was somewhat puzzled. Monet, Bellamy, and their sisters are just ordinary civilians, unlikely to be any trouble. But Galdino and Mikita are different, they're from the underworld, even newcomers there might not be good people. Who else would normally venture into such a place? These two are not like her, being hunted by the world government and the Navy. Once they're in, you can observe them more closely. I'm counting on you to pay extra attention, Robin. Okay. Robin quite likes this feeling of being needed. It makes her feel more clearly that she is a part of the Mystery Hatchery House, a companion to everyone. Have them lead a team each, responsible for different shifts. This will help train them. I'm going to the back streets of Water 7. You're going alone. Not exactly, Giratina is here. Doc shook his head, smiling, and pointed at his shadow. A pair of deep blue eyes appeared in the shadow, same as Darkray's, but Darkrai is one-eyed. Ghost-type Pokémon often have the ability to enter shadows or hide themselves in darkness. Many ghost types can make their bodies intangible or transparent, easily passing through walls, and even immune to normal and fighting moves. The best at this is definitely Marshadow, a master of entering shadows. His special ability is to enter any shadow, imitate the target's actions and strength, understand their feelings and emotions, and then surpass the target. As for Darkrai, Doc doesn't understand why a pure Dark-type Pokemon can enter the Shadow Realm, which is a power Darkrai showed in the original story. Even without Darkrai's close protection, Giratina can also enter the shadows to protect Doc. But for Giratina, it seems he doesn't like staying in the shadows. But there's no choice, the process of Bone Clay delivering the eggs cannot go without Darkrai's protection, and the other staff members are not comfortable letting Doc go alone, so Giratina has to endure this inconvenience for now. Doc has finished marking the custom eggs, now he just needs to wait for Bone Clay to deliver the eggs and bring back the money to proceed with the next batch of transactions. Taking advantage of the rare free time now, Doc plans to go to Water 7 and recruit those unemployed into the Mystery Hatchery House. No, perhaps it's more appropriate to say into the future Pokémon League. These people won't become core members of the Mystery Hatchery House. Core members are those who hold significant power, which are the current members of the house. The people about to be recruited will become subordinates to Bellamy, becoming part of the League inspection squad. When Doc left the Mystery Hatchery House, he started wandering the streets of Water 7. Finding the Frankie family was quite simple. For example, the Square sisters by Frankie's side were very noticeable, as were Zanbei and the other unemployed hanging around the bar entrance. There aren't many places with bars in the outer city. Sure enough, it took Doc less than an hour to find these people. Of course, it might also be related to the current time, at 10 o'clock at night, just when these guys were coming out of the bar. Wahahaha. Today, Zanbei the Great also dominated the drinking table. What are you talking about, Zanbei? You're not that great. Tamagon was impressive. A group of staggering people, still holding bottles, hooked arms, and walked forward in the alley, heading towards Doc. Of course, they mean no harm to Doc, they are so drunk they don't even realize there's someone standing in front of them. But Doc didn't have time to deal with them. His gaze was drawn to the bar door where a pair of sisters were being chased out. Did I remember wrong? It turns out that the Square sisters didn't have square hairstyles at this time. Doc's gaze was mainly on Kiwi and Mozu, who currently had explosive hairstyles similar to Brooke. Speaking of which, these sisters are not bad in terms of looks and are quite pretty for women in the pirate world, with some peculiarities probably only in their long noses and hairstyles. While Doc was pondering what to say to these people, a man came out of the bar, naturally reaching for the waists of the Square sisters. You bastard, what are you doing to our little sisters? Let go. Before Doc could speak, the front-running Zanbei and others immediately became annoyed. They have good relationships with those they often drink with. Because they are all unemployed without families and overlooked by the major shipyards, perhaps out of sympathy, the older brothers usually take good care of the young Square sisters and do not allow other ruffians to bother them. Get lost. Unfortunately, this time the ruffian targeting the Square sisters seems not to be an ordinary person, quite strong, and quickly beats Zanbei and the others to the ground. Zanbei and his friends are usually hollowed out by alcohol. Relying on their numbers, they can bully some trashy ruffians, but if they encounter someone who can fight, they turn into softies, not to mention they are still groggy now. These days, the news of the Mystery Hatchery House's opening gradually spread around the neighboring seas. All sorts of oddities and trash came to Water 7 to watch the excitement, like the one currently before them. It's worth noting that the Navy might not normally handle such matters, as since the Great Pirate Era began, the number of pirates has surged, and they barely have enough hands to catch them. Hey, you. Doc shook his head, stepped forward, and even without waiting for the ruffian to speak, raised a hand and grasped the other's jaw, instantly knocking the man out with pain. Now, Doc's strength can't compare with Darkrai, Sceptile, or Giratina. There are hardly a few people in the entire sea who can match them. Aside from those three, Doc's strength is absolutely number one in the Mystery Hatchery House. Handling such ruffian henchmen is an easy task. Thank you, young man. Zanbei was startled, then leaned on the wall to stand up and thank Doc. Clearly, this man is not ordinary, and besides necessary thanks, a little more courtesy is due. At that moment, the Square sisters also sobered up a bit and came over to bow slightly. Why do you want to be a bunch of ruffians? Doc looked down at the people lying all over the ground. Those who couldn't stand up weren't beaten down, they simply hadn't sobered up from the alcohol. Ahaha, young man, we're just a bunch of worthless people. If it were someone else talking to Zanbei like this, he would definitely be annoyed, but facing Doc, he could only laugh awkwardly. Because Doc had just helped them, and they couldn't beat Doc. As for being annoyed, it's not that he thinks the other party is wrong, but he knows the other party is right, and he's a bit resentful because they're just a bunch of ruffians. A bunch of ruffians who know they are worthless but just can't bring themselves to admit it. Then go and become a person of value. Chapter 90. Chapter 90. It has been 3 days since Bone Clay started distributing Pokemon eggs. All the eggs with white qualifications have been delivered, and the custom eggs with green qualifications are currently being distributed, with completion expected in 2 days. Doc has been busy these days. Previously, Doc promised Sengoku to help set up a special Pokemon-related force of about 30 people to better care for the hundreds of Pokemon babies that will soon be born. These 30 people are temporarily divided into 3 classes: Logistics class, Biology class, and Research class. The logistics class is responsible for ensuring that all necessary supplies for the Pokémon babies are readily available. Doc teaches them about the common necessary items or consumables for all Pokémon species. As for items specific to each Pokémon species, such as the protective gear for Poniard, detailed explanations will be given later in Pokémon School. Given the limited time, the 410 eggs at the Navy headquarters are expected to hatch in about 10 days and are currently kept in the underground research facility at Marineford, heavily guarded. During this period, either Sengoku, Zephyr, or Kuzan must stay within a 3-kilometer radius of the facility. Biology class. This class focuses on the nature of Pokémon as creatures, their growth stages, and the relationships between different Pokémon types. It's the class with the heaviest workload and the most complex content to learn. In the future, this biology class could potentially produce several Pokémon professors, but for now, Doc can only teach some basic knowledge within these 10 days. For example, the 18 Pokémon types and their characteristics, such as the Ghost type's ability to appear and disappear and their mischief, and Psychic type's telekinesis and sensitivity to emotions. He also mentions the evolutionary stages of Pokémon to prevent the Navy from being shocked when a Pokémon evolves and changes form. As for more detailed and advanced content, there's too much to cover now, it will have to wait until the Pokémon Academy starts. For instance, the specific conditions some Pokémon need to evolve, different evolutionary paths leading to different forms, Pokémon egg groups and genetics, Pokémon Mega Evolution, Pokémon Ancient Fossil Revival, and the influence of the environment on Pokémon survival. These topics are beyond Doc's current research. He can only recite the system-provided materials, so he can't possibly teach these to the Navy now. Their research progress will depend on the development speed of the Mystery Hatchery House. Research class. This role is similar to being an assistant to a Pokémon professor in the Pokémon world. They help Pokémon professors operate various machines and must have a clear understanding of the average physical data of various Pokémon species. This position doesn't require mastery in one field, but a basic understanding in all areas is necessary, from training to treating Pokémon. They need to keep up with the professor's research and surveys and not be clueless. Doc's teaching duties began the day Bone Clay started delivering eggs, holding classes at the Navy base next to the Mystery Hatchery House branch. During this process, Giratina did not provide close protection. Doc did not want to confine this baby dragon in the shadow space, but Sceptile accompanied Doc. This was useful, as some concepts difficult to explain could be demonstrated through cooperation with Sceptile. Now, as evening approaches, Doc is teaching the last lesson to the biology class. Pokémon are incredibly emotional magical creatures. Their greatest motivation to do anything is undoubtedly the expectations, trust, and sincere emotional feedback from their trainers. In the world where Pokémon originated, the more emotions a trainer invests in their Pokémon, the faster the Pokémon grows stronger. This has been proven over thousands of years. Doc is actually voicing his own thoughts. Whether such conclusions exist in the neighboring Pokémon world is unknown to Doc. Even Professor Oak's human-Pokémon relationship theme study has yet to yield definite results. Doc has repeatedly made similar statements in his teachings to these 3 Navy classes, aiming to encourage the Navy to invest more genuinely in Pokémon. This can be seen as a form of subtle indoctrination, but Doc believes his words to be factual, and he plans to continue proclaiming this worldwide. Bond evolution, mega evolution, gratitude moves. There are too many things that can substantiate his claims. The world will eventually discover these patterns. Doc is simply informing them in advance. Doc's words naturally shock the Navy personnel. Thousands of years? How many years of history have they studied? No one doubts Doc's words. In the realm of Pokémon, Doc is seen as an authority by these people. After all, Pokémon were brought to this world by Doc, and he holds the strongest Pokémon in his hands. Why wouldn't they believe him? If you want to question his statements, first you need to raise a Pokémon that can defeat Sceptile, Darkrai, and Giratina, and then present your results for scrutiny. Doc also briefly mentioned Pokémon lifespan. Most Pokémon have very long lifespans. For example, Sceptile here is over 200 years old, and he's just entering his prime. If you raise a Pokémon well, you might pass it down as a family protector for many generations. Doc carefully avoided discussing how some attributes, like Dragon or Ghost, can lead to particularly long lives, or how bug types tend to have shorter lifespans. He worries this might lead to discrimination against certain types. This is an inevitable issue, one that even the Pokémon world cannot avoid. Doc can only try to delay its onset. Moreover, as people discover that bug types have shorter lifespans, they will also realize another trait: their fast growth cycles. They can reach their final evolutionary stages quicker than any other type, becoming battle-ready very swiftly. Surely, someone will appreciate the advantages of bug types and raise a generation of bug catchers. Conversely, dragon types are known for being late bloomers. Of course, this world's people are not yet aware of this. They are still amazed by Sceptile's age. Each person's heart is stirred. Having such a Pokémon in one's home, even if one's descendants are not successful, at least one wouldn't have to worry about dying unexpectedly. It's a treasure that can extend a family's longevity. For most of the nobility, royal families, and hereditary organizations in this world, this concept is incredibly enticing. As is well known, the world of One Piece incorporates many ideas from the vibrant world of Naruto, including the distinct notion of bloodlines. Not only in the world of One Piece but also in the neighboring world of Naruto, this concept is even more evident, undisguised from beginning to end. In One Piece, it's initially subtle but becomes more apparent later on. Thus, those who value lineage and heritage are particularly numerous in these two worlds, and their biggest fear is that their bloodline might end prematurely, leading to the extinction of their clans. If such a group heard what Doc just proposed, their desire for Pokémon would reach a peak. Let's conclude today's lesson here, and tomorrow I'll explain Pokémon evolution. Doc noted the late hour and Sceptle's sleepiness, and decided to end the class. They have all been tired from a day's work. Thank you, teacher. The Navy personnel, respectful like elementary school students, stood and bowed, watching Doc leave the classroom. Doc, with Sceptle by his side, walked out of the classroom towards the plaza outside the building. His actions are also a way of accumulating teaching experience. The Pokémon School will soon become a high-priority project for Doc. As the inaugural headmaster, he will often teach classes personally. Gaining experience now will make it easier when he faces students from across the seas. Hey, Zanbei, that's enough for today, you can stop training. Doc shouted across the Navy base's plaza. The dozen or so people undergoing recovery training immediately ceased their exercises and ran towards Doc, crying out, "Boss, I'm dead tired. Boss, my legs are about to break. Boss." These people are the same group Doc recruited from the streets of Water 7 a few days ago, who would later become part of the Frankie family in the original story. Now, they are undergoing recovery training under Doc's supervision, restoring their bodies hollowed out by alcohol and gathering other unemployed people from Water 7 to train together. Doc emphasized recruiting unemployed people who hadn't committed serious crimes. These future members of the Pokémon League's inspection squad, under Bellamy's command, may be weak now, but growing stronger on the Grand Line is not difficult, especially transitioning from ordinary people to somewhat powerful lackeys, which can take less than a few months. Doc doesn't expect them all to strive for Bellamy's level. Reaching the capability described in the original story is sufficient. The elites of the inspection squad will be gradually found and trained across the seas. Furthermore, the future inspection squad will not consist solely of humans. Doc plans to pair them with Pokémon partners, which will significantly enhance their combined combat capabilities. This can be compared to the Beast era in the Pokémon world. At that time, wars between nations were fought by armies composed of humans plus Pokémon, a model that forged many legendary Pokémon stories. The destructive power of such armies is immense. God of the Currents Lugia, the Dragon Trio Reshiram, Zekrom, and Kyurem. These Pokémon's appearances and retreats are all connected to this era's Internation Wars. Chapter 91. Chapter 91. A week has passed, and Water 7 has transformed significantly. 1/3 of the population of Water 7 now possesses their own Pokémon eggs. Some, more carefree, openly carry their Pokémon eggs out in the sun. However, there are still those who pretend they haven't purchased Pokémon eggs, fearing others might steal their precious eggs. This situation is much improved compared to a week ago. The change in circumstances is largely attributed to the efforts put forth by Doc's side. Firstly, the former unemployed, led by Zanbei, have completely changed their spirits. They now patrol the city in groups of 7 or 8, spread throughout Water 7, looking rejuvenated. The change is no surprise. Moving from being unemployed to working for the Mystery Hatchery House is far more prestigious than being a minor craftsman in a shipyard in Water 7. These individuals have fixed patrol areas, with Robin's recruits from the underworld elites skilled in espionage, assassination, and disguise, including lucky individuals like Galdino and Mikita operating in secret. Doc has equipped Zanbei and the others with iconic uniforms. These uniforms, simple in design, consist of a white suit with black linings and shoes, adorned with a P on the chest. Indeed, it's the Rocket Team uniform, with the R changed to P for Pokémon. Besides the uniforms, various weapons have been distributed. The weapons were chosen by Zanbei and his group themselves. Doc financed their purchases from the weapon stores in Water 7, with most opting for clubs and knives. Doc has informed all of Water 7 that these individuals are from his Mystery Hatchery House, tasked specifically with protecting the customers' Pokémon eggs and dealing with those who would harm them. It is because of these people that the environment in Water 7 has improved, gradually making residents feel safe enough to carry their eggs outside. Additionally, the Navy has increased manpower at their local base. It seems the content Doc taught in his 3 classes has been reported up the chain, leading Sengoku and Tsuru to place even greater importance on the power of Pokémon, prompting them to dispatch more personnel to guard not only the Mystery Hatchery House but also the eggs in the hands of the customers in Water 7. Sengoku is keen to ensure that such power does not fall into the hands of pirates or criminal forces. He is also eager to see how Water 7, the first city of Pokémons, will develop, whether it will truly become as Doc described, where everyone has the power to fend off dangers, and pirates dare not act recklessly. Sengoku harbors a notion, though it's a fleeting thought that quickly vanishes. This idea is whether the Mystery Hatchery House might one day replace the world government and the Celestial Dragons as the provider of funds to the Navy, which would continue to represent justice in the age of Pokémon, albeit serving the Mystery Hatchery House instead. However it's viewed, the Mystery Hatchery House is arguably superior to the world government and the Celestial Dragons. Sengoku may not fully recognize this thought, but from the moment it occurred, it left a subconscious imprint in his mind that he must not become outright enemies with the Mystery Hatchery House. A lot has happened over the week. The situation in Water 7 has changed not just because the living environment is secured, but also thanks to the efforts of Bone Clay and Darkrai. They managed to deliver all 10,000 Pokémon eggs in just 10 days, a tremendous speed given that Bone Clay handled it solo, even considering Water 7's modest size. Likewise, Doc now has substantial funds to initiate major projects. 3,500 white quality eggs sold for a total of 35,000 Pokecoins. 2,000 green custom eggs sold for a total of 300,000 Pokecoins. 5,000 green quality eggs sold for a total of 500,000 Pokecoins. 500 blue quality eggs sold for a total of 500,000 Pokecoins. That totals 1,335,000 Pokecoins, although 500,000 Pokecoins were spent on purchasing more Pokemon eggs from the Pokemart, and 35,000 Pokecoins were used for daily merchandise and stock at the mystery hatchery branches. Therefore, Doc's system balance now stands at 800,000 Pokecoins, exactly the amount he initially anticipated. Stay calm. I need to plan this carefully, or I'll end up short on funds again. Doc forces himself not to look at the balance and begins to sketch and write plans in his bedroom. The Navy's over 400 eggs will hatch in 3 to 4 days, and there will undoubtedly be a need to purchase a large quantity of consumables and equipment. The Whitebeard pirates might also need to procure some items. The Navy might even purchase Pokemon-related research equipment from Doc, like the inspection devices that Sengoku has hinted at multiple times without directly stating it. He sets aside 100,000 Pokecoins for purchasing Pokemon-related props and research machinery, including the technology protection value-added service from the system, to monopolize these research machines. Organizations wanting to buy such equipment in the future will have to go through the mystery Hatchery House, or else spend time compiling data and crafting new machines. In the Pokemon world, despite thousands of years of research, humans still haven't fully cataloged all Pokemon species. Doc also ensures he has funds to purchase Pokemon eggs should new clients or organizations approach. The over 10,000 eggs in Water 7 will likely hatch within a month, and the store's inventory will inevitably be wiped clean. 10,000 Pokemon. I can't even imagine what will happen to Water 7. He reserves another 100,000 Pokecoins. Of course, Doc's balance will certainly be more than just these 100,000 Pokecoins in a month, as the mystery Hatchery House will continue doing business. 600,000 Pokecoins at my disposal, oh my stars. Doc can barely keep the grin off his face. Wahaha, our Pokémon League, it's time to start building. Eevee. Doc jumps up from his desk, strides from the restroom into the Pokémon area, and scoops up an Eevee, smothering it with kisses. Zap. A nearby Dedenne, attracted by the commotion, doesn't miss out, delivering a zap that, unfortunately, doesn't quite restore Doc's sanity, instead boosting his adrenaline and excitement. Woo. Within 10 seconds of entering, Giratina, sensing the commotion, swoops down from the sky. 100-meter tall, cream-colored dragon diving towards you. Scary, right? I don't recall Giratina having a divine descent attack. Under normal circumstances, Doc would have run for his life, but today is different. He's too happy. Call it a joyful stupor. Wahaha. Laughing madly, Doc runs towards Giratina with open arms. Huh. Seeing Doc's bizarre behavior, Giratina's eyes widen, it breaks sharply in midair, then turns to flee. Still, it looks back to check for illusions but instead sees an unprecedented passion in Doc's eyes. Roar. Giratina no longer hesitates, frightened by Doc's manic state, it twists and flees. And Doc chases after it. They even pass the island's massive lake, where the Magikarp and Phoebus watch dumbfounded as Doc chases Giratina while laughing madly, their stunned expressions hinting at shock. Doc's spontaneous actions somehow stimulate Magikarp and Phoebus's brains, pushing them closer to evolution. Exhausted, Doc stops to catch his breath, realizing he's run to an unknown location. But none of that matters. Doc sits cross-legged on the ground, opening the shopping mode in the Pokemart. First up, special abilities. I must have those. Doc decides to reward his hard-earned money with some purchases, starting with psychic abilities. Psychic abilities are the most widely mastered in the Pokemon world because they can be developed through training. But their prevalence doesn't mean they're weak. On the contrary, psychic abilities are incredibly powerful. They offer offense, defense, telepathy, and the ability to sense the environment and living beings truly formidable. Doc plans to eventually acquire all special abilities, but with limited funds. He starts with 1. Aura, despite its high status portrayed in a standalone movie as a world-saving force, is relatively underwhelming. Its only advantage might be its balance, sharing some capabilities with other abilities, especially notable in sensing, but that's in a world already familiar with observation haki. Observation haki does many things similar to or even better than aura, like hearing the voice of all things and advanced uses of psychic abilities for seeing the future and sensing emotions. Characters like Katakuri, who can foresee the future, and Otohim, who possessed the highest grade of observation haki from birth, akin to hearing the voice of all things and rarer than Conqueror's haki, showcase its power. Why mention this? Because Otohim's observation haki could not only perceive thoughts and emotions but also influence others' minds and values, convincing Fishman Island to sign treaties and coexist peacefully with humans, beyond her personal charm. This highlights the frightening aspect of top-tier observation haki. Compared to this, aura seems mediocre, possibly only superior to dragon power and override power. Dragon Power, the signature ability of the Dragon Handler family, is too niche for anyone but Dragon Specialist trainers. Override Power, which only allows for deep communication and calming of Pokémon, has a high potential but is mainly valuable for its limit reaching as high as Arceus for cost-effectiveness. The most valuable would be Psychic Powers, followed by the healing capabilities of Evergreen Power. Both are essential, although with powerful Pokémon at his side, Doc might not need psychic abilities for combat but for communication. Conversely, Evergreen Power's healing effects are more immediately beneficial, as the Mystery Hatchery House lacks professional medical personnel. Still, Doc feels he cannot remain weak forever. Everyone dreams of becoming strong, and Doc, as the leader of the Pokémon League, is no exception. Wouldn't it be reasonable to aspire to the level of mythical creatures? Chapter 92. Chapter 92. The so-called seed is akin to a magic base in a fantasy world, allowing someone without the innate ability to have such powers. Without hesitation, Doc immediately made the exchange. Psychic Ability LV.1. This new ability quickly appeared in Doc's ability list. Moreover, Doc could distinctly sense changes within his body, specifically his brain. It was as if a magical power had emerged, enhancing his brain's activity and sharpening his perception of his surroundings. Doc knew this was telekinesis, the most fundamental and essential form of psychic power, a mental force produced by the human brain capable of influencing reality. Although it was a modest change, it was just the beginning. As the psychic abilities level increased, more uses would undoubtedly become apparent. Doc was not ready to stop there. Psychic Ability, upgrade 100,000 Pokecoins per level. Each level up required 100,000 Pokecoins, the cost not increasing with higher levels. Spending a total of 1 million Pokecoins could max out the ability, akin to the cost of a legendary Pokemon. It's like using 1 million Pokecoins to turn myself into a powerful Pokemon, Doc mused. While max-level psychic abilities wouldn't make him as powerful as Giratina, they would at least put him at the pinnacle of pirate strength. Doc then spent another 200,000 Pokecoins to elevate his psychic ability to LV.3. At LV.3, the usefulness of his psychic powers became significantly more evident. Doc could now perform simple psychic-type moves similar to those of psychic Pokémon, such as telekinesis and hypnosis. More importantly, Doc could now communicate mentally without speaking, known as mental telepathy, though he was not yet able to engage in direct communication with Pokémon. Direct communication involved the psychic sensing a Pokémon's emotions and basic thoughts and the brain interpreting these signals. If there was a strong bond and understanding between the trainer and Pokémon, it would appear as if they were conversing directly. Notably, the enhancement of psychic abilities also significantly strengthened Doc's senses and mental fortitude, thereby enhancing his observation haki, an unexpected bonus. His previously untrained observation haki had now unexpectedly advanced from LV.1 to LV.3, surpassing his armament haki. Dodging bullets was now effortless, although the lasers from pacifistas and celestial dragons were untested. After upgrading his psychic abilities, Doc's system balance was left with 500,000 Pokecoins, with 200,000 reserved, meaning he had 300,000 Pokecoins at his disposal. Doc decided to first develop the infrastructure on Pokémon Island. First off, the headquarters for our Pokémon League. Although the league was still small, a headquarters was necessary even if just for show. Moreover, with the Navy's Pokémon eggs about to hatch soon, Doc planned to sell the previously prepared Pokémon Pokédex. Whether it was for the Navy's care of the newborn Pokémon or Sengoku's curiosity about Pokémon Island, they would likely spend 1 billion berries on the VIP service and possibly visit Pokémon Island spontaneously. The existence of this Pokémon League headquarters was meant to impress visitors. Pokemart. Doc browsed through the building options in the Pokemart, eventually settling on a particular structure. Rather than a single building, it was a complex. Pokémon League, Summer Palace, 100,000 Pokecoins. This was the most expensive and largest of all the League headquarters available, with a style suggested by its regional designation, embodying the perfect headquarters Doc envisioned. The architectural style resembled the historical Summer Palace but on a smaller scale and with different materials. The special terrain was priced at 1 Pokecoin per square meter, matching the cost of the Pokémon League, where 100,000 Pokecoins equaled 100,000 square meters. Such a Pokémon League was arguably the grandest League headquarters in the Pokémon world, far surpassing others, which were typically just single buildings within a city. Regarding materials, while the Summer Palace used materials like Nanmu, pine, white marble, and golden bricks, the League's materials included porcelain in various colors and types, making it more of a massive decorative artifact than a functional complex. This can't just be placed on any plane, it needs prestige, Doc thought. He didn't rush to purchase the complex but considered the potential landscapes available in the Pokemart. Imagining the League atop a snowy mountain was tempting but impractical given the harsh climate and accessibility issues, not to mention the cost. Instead, Doc heard the sound of water nearby and turned to see Magi-Carp and Phoebus splashing in the lake. Perfect, he muttered, eyeing the expansive body of water. The lake was more an inland sea, vastly more significant than any structure he planned. Doc decided to build the League headquarters right on this lake, turning it into a natural moat not necessarily functional but definitely impressive. A Pokémon League situated on a lake would certainly be striking. However, to place the headquarters there, Doc needed to prepare at least 100,000 square meters of foundation, a further 100,000 Pokecoins. Once decided, Doc didn't hesitate, beginning the foundation work 1,000 meters from the shore, directly on the water. The 100,000 square meters of blue and white porcelain perfectly matched the building materials and complemented the Pokémon League even more. When the 100,000 square meters of foundation were laid, Doc immediately positioned the League complex above it. The red porcelain walls surrounding the League neatly fitted the edges of the blue porcelain foundation, effectively serving as perimeter walls. But Doc didn't stop there. He spent another 1,000 Pokecoins to place a 1,000-meter-long black and white porcelain bridge between the shore and the League's main gate, its soft light glistening under the sun. Perfect. Doc admired his creation. The colorful, glittering League headquarters might not be practical, but it was undoubtedly one of the world's most beautiful complexes. Once outsiders visited Pokémon Island and saw their Pokémon League, they would be undeniably shocked, likely re-evaluating the League's power. Owning such a headquarters demonstrated the power to shape a world and the wealth to construct such grandeur, sure to attract many to join. But first, they needed to see it. While the interior of the luxurious palace was empty for now, Doc had no plans to furnish it with equipment and facilities just yet. It served its purpose as a showpiece, more effective than any unseeable infrastructure. To expose more people to this luxurious Pokémon League headquarters, Doc had an excellent idea. He planned to host a Pokémon battle exhibition, not only to showcase the mystery Hatchery House's mystique but also to demonstrate the heights Pokémon power could reach and to introduce the concept of Pokémon battles to the public. Most crucially, Doc intended to officially announce the birth of their Pokémon League at this exhibition. It would cost a lot of money and require many preparations. But no matter, Doc still had 199,000 Pokecoins to spend freely. Chapter 93. Chapter 93. To hold this Pokémon performance match, a battle arena is undoubtedly necessary, a vast and durable one. The match will open with a performance by 2 Pokémon younger than 3 months, aimed at completing a main quest. Since the Pokémon in the store have yet to master visually spectacular moves, their battle might not be very entertaining for the audience, potentially failing to meet the main quest standards. Thus, Doc decides to purchase 2 relatively high-level, young Pokémon from the Pokemart to train and prepare for the performance match. However, the main event features 3 powerful Pokémon, Sceptile and Darkrai versus Giratina. Even with their powers suppressed, the battle between them would inevitably be cataclysmic. For the safety of the spectators, Doc must ensure the battle remains confined to the arena. Pokémon Battle Championship Venue, 100,000 Pokecoins. In the Pokémon world, the arenas for various regional championships are quite similar, stadium-like with a circular audience seating surrounding the central battlefield. The venue Doc selects from the Pokemart, costing 100,000 Pokecoins, is an enlarged version of the Sinnoh Championship battlefield, covering a total area of 50,000 square meters. This venue, reminiscent of the Sinnoh region's site where Doc first made his appearance, is divided into 4 areas. The central area, usually reserved for elimination rounds and finals after group stages, is the largest. Expanded to the size of a World Cup soccer field including spectator and command seats, it encompasses an area of 20,000 square meters. Surrounding this are 3 smaller fields for group stages, each 10,000 square meters, forming a triangle around the central area. Given the intense nature of battles in the One Piece world, where Pokémon might even consume devil fruits, such a vast arena is necessary. After purchasing this grand venue, Doc positions it right in front of the Pokémon League headquarters. This strategic placement ensures that anyone coming to the venue will see the Pokémon League headquarters, achieving the impressive effect Doc envisions. He plans to eventually develop a city around the League headquarters on Pokémon Island, complete with luxurious facilities like a Pokémon Center, friendly shops, and hotels, reserved for League members and their families. Outsiders would only be allowed during events and competitions. Void Barrier, 50,000 Pokecoins. The Void Barrier, a transparent glass-like shield between the battlefield and the spectator stands, absorbs all attacks from either side. Its function, akin to that of the barrier fruit, is surprisingly affordable, likely because its use is restricted to the arena and it serves a single purpose. With the championship venue and the Void Barrier acquired, Doc ensures the safety and smooth conduct of the performance match. With 249,000 Pokecoins remaining in his account, and 200,000 set aside for future needs, Doc has 49,000 Pokecoins to spend freely. These will be used to purchase 2 young but not low-level Pokemon from the Pokemart. These Pokemon will participate in the opening battle of the performance match to help Doc complete the main quest. However, it's crucial that these Pokemon are personally trained by Doc beforehand to meet the quest's requirements. While fulfilling the main quest is important, Doc's initial thought was about the right time to pair Monet and Sugar with Pokemon partners. It then occurred to him to leverage these new Pokemon to achieve the quest goals. Currently, everyone at the Mystery Hatchery House, like Bone Clay and Robin, has Pokemon partners Smoochum and Miltank, respectively. Iceberg is too busy with the sea train to care for a Pokemon, and Bellamy is frequently traveling, making it impractical for him to keep a Pokemon at the moment. Doc plans to eventually provide Bellamy with a high-quality egg to foster deep bonds from the start, allowing for effective training and even mega evolution later on. As for Monet and Sugar, their roles don't demand immediate battle readiness, giving them plenty of time to develop a relationship with their Pokémon. This makes it unnecessary to start from a Pokémon egg. Having made these plans, Doc decides to discuss Pokémon preferences with Monet and Sugar before making any purchases from the Pokemart. After setting everything up at the battle venue and reflecting on the equipment needed for the broadcast of the event like screens, microphones, and speakers to ensure all commands and judgments reach the audience, he feels his preparations are temporarily complete. Though Doc is eager to continue developing infrastructure, his passion for construction runs deep. Financial constraints force a pause. Several plans for Pokémon Island remain unimplemented, like essential facilities around the championship venue and accommodation for future participants. Sigh, time to go see what Monet and Sugar think and arrange the next steps, Doc muses, somewhat resigned now that his funds are nearly allocated. Despite calming down from his initial excitement, a smile creeps back onto his face as he gazes at the colorful League headquarters and the grand venue. As Doc steps out of Pokémon Island, he realizes it has already grown dark outside. He had spent almost half a day immersed in his work. Monet, Sugar, come here, Doc calls the sisters over, handing them a Pokédex. Take a look and see if there's any Pokémon you like. I'm thinking of getting each of you a Pokémon partner. Me. Monet tilts her head in confusion. Her lack of Pokémon knowledge makes navigating the extensive Pokédex daunting. However, the prospect of having her own Pokémon excites her, and she doesn't reject the offer. Don't worry, chirps Sugar, let's ask Robin. She knows a lot about Pokémon and can help us choose. Good idea, Monet agrees, pleased with her sister's suggestion. Take your time and try to decide in the next couple of days, Doc advises before heading to the Mystery Hatchery branch in Water 7 to find Bone Clay, who has been managing the store. What's up? Bone Clay knows there's more work to be done as soon as Doc appears. Put up a sign out front, Pokémon performance match coming soon. Tickets 10,000 berries each, includes a trip to the mysterious Pokémon Island where the Mystery Hatchery's ace Pokémon will demonstrate their power. Make sure to include an image of Sceptile, Doc instructs, planning to promote the event locally in Water 7. The 10,000 berries ticket price is affordable for those who can buy Pokémon eggs, targeting local trainers to be, as well as members of the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates. These novice trainers, unfamiliar with Pokémon, are crucial for Doc to complete his main quest, as their awe at the Pokémon's powers will fulfill the spectacular requirement of the quest. Conversely, while the first battle might surprise the powerful individuals from the Navy and Whitebeard pirates, it's unlikely to impress them as spectacular. Only the later battle will shock them, not just spectacular, but downright terrifying. However, that battle, no matter how fierce, cannot help Doc complete his main quest, as Sceptile and Darkrai are too old. Now, everything is ready, all that's missing is the perfect opportunity. Chapter 94. Chapter 94. Doc prepared 10,000 tickets for the exhibition match. By the next day, they were all sold out. The majority were purchased by the aspiring trainers of Water 7 City. Since the cost was almost zero, a net profit of 1 billion belly was made, which is equivalent to 100,000 Pokecoins. It is foreseeable how much money the Mystery Hatchery House will earn from various events in the future. Doc also specially prepared some extra tickets for the Navy, the Whitebeard Pirates, Mihawk, the Donquixote family, and Morgans. The first three are old customers of the Mystery Hatchery House and have contributed a lot to its development. They are likely to become the first batch of VIP customers and deserve some benefits. As for the Donquixote family and Morgans, they were purely invited to give Doc free publicity, letting the underworld see the strength of the Mystery Hatchery House, recognize the power of Pokémon, and witness the birth of the Pokémon League. They will naturally promote this to the world without Doc having to pay Morgans for the publicity. The Navy was specifically prepared with about 450 tickets, mainly to allow the upcoming trainers in the Navy to bring their Pokémon to watch and learn, as well as to expose the 3 Pokémon departments within the Navy as much as possible to the Pokémon battle format. As for the Whitebeard Pirates, about 20 tickets were prepared, just enough for Newgate to bring his sons to enjoy the spectacle. The other 3 parties got 1 ticket each. Doc couldn't possibly give too many tickets to these people. He worried that too many strong participants might make the first match less exciting, potentially causing the main mission to fail. Another thing. As Doc expected, the Navy showed up at the Mystery Hatchery House to purchase various daily necessities in the days leading up to the hatching of the Pokémon eggs. They did not go to the Water 7 City branch but came directly to the main Mystery Hatchery House. The visitor was Kuzan. The spending amount wasn't much, only 6 million belly. Among this, 5 million belly were spent on various supplies in small quantities, and 1 million was spent on a white Pokédex. Doc had expected the Navy to spend at least 10 million on various consumables, like Moo Moo milk, which would provide more nutrition and stronger growth to Pokémon in their infancy. But the Navy's actions surprised Doc. After some consideration, Doc also figured out what was happening. Unlike Whitebeard's pirates and lone wolves like Mihawk, the Navy has its professional research teams and chefs. They can easily develop alternatives or similar products based on the merchandise sold at the Mystery Hatchery House, saving a significant amount of money. Although it's still a long time before the 10 Pokémon eggs with Whitebeard's pirates will hatch, they also began purchasing various supplies for Pokémon. It seems that the Little Fortune egg has almost been consumed. The income was not much, about 100 million belly. But when the Whitebeard pirates learned about the Pokédex, they also purchased a white Pokédex without hesitation, becoming the second VIP of the mystery Hatchery House. Mihawk also made a visit. Besides spending some money on snacks for Seduc, he also planned to buy another Pokémon egg. Mihawk did not make any specific requests, just asked for a Pokémon egg. This left Doc a bit baffled, and he only had one way out. Random Pokémon egg, 500 Pokecoins. Obtained Pokémon egg, white. 500 Pokecoins were exchanged for an egg worth 5 Pokecoins. With a grimace, Doc handed the pink Pokémon egg to Mihawk and charged him 100,000 belly for it. Together with the amount Mihawk spent on various consumables earlier, it just offset the cost of the loss from the Pokémon egg. This transaction neither made a profit nor a loss. Mihawk didn't say much, cradling the egg and leading Seduc away, not even considering buying a Pokédex to become a VIP of their Hatchery House. Of course, it could also be that he was tight on funds recently and didn't want to say so. When Mihawk wants to spend money, he usually forages locally or prepares in advance, it depends on which unlucky pirate with a bounty runs into him. The Pokédex was a sudden product suggestion from Doc, so it's normal that Mihawk wasn't prepared in advance. After settling these matters, Doc called all the members of their Pokémon League to the front of the Water 7 City branch, excluding mercenaries like Gardino and Makita, who continued to ensure the safety of Water 7 City. Besides them, whether it was Bellamy undergoing training, Icebug working on the sea train, or those prosecutors in training, Doc summoned them all to this place. He was going to take these people to Pokémon Island next, to see the base of their Pokémon League and the venue for the exhibition match. On the day the exhibition match opened, Doc would gather these people again. First, to participate in the first event hosted by their Hatchery House, and second, to help maintain order at the event. "Boss, is there any new work?" asked Gardino. When Robin invited him, Gardino didn't hesitate to join their Pokémon League. In Gardino's view, working for the mystery Hatchery House meant high pay, good treatment, high safety, no overtime, and more prestige. It was the dream job, far better than his previous heartless boss and company, so of course, he didn't hesitate. However, such a hasty join meant loyalty was low. It wasn't impossible for Gardino to abandon the Hatchery House and flee if he faced danger in the future, and he still needed to gradually harmonize, touch, capture his loyalty, and integrate him into the league. On the other hand, Makita didn't accept Robin's invitation, because her dream was to open a chocolate shop, and she was just saving up money now. If she joined the Hatchery House, would she still be able to open her own shop? Kind of. You all know that in a few days our Hatchery House will hold an event called Pokémon Exhibition Match on Pokémon Island. Doc nodded, feeling that Gardino had a good work attitude, worthy of his past as an office worker. "Today I'm taking you there in advance to familiarize yourselves with the route. When the time comes, whether it's leading guests to the event venue or maintaining public order, you'll be prepared." "Yes, sir." After understanding the task at hand, Gardino bowed slightly, then stepped back and rejoined the team. In his mind, this was akin to a vacation-like holiday. Since it's going to another island, it'll take 2 to 3 days round trip. Hee. Looks like I've got a 2 to 3 day holiday. Gardino maintained a serious expression on the surface, but inside, he was already overjoyed. People like Zimbai thought they were going to another island. Only core members like Icebug and Robin, who had already visited Pokémon Island, looked puzzled. In their memory, wasn't Pokémon Island just a big plane with nothing on it? What was there worth going to see specially? They didn't know what Doc had done on Pokémon Island 2 days ago. If it weren't for Doc mentioning early on when they joined that the Hatchery House might connect to other worlds in the future, it would have been a preemptive vaccination. Otherwise, the sudden appearance of Pokémon Island would have been enough to shatter their worldview. Pokémon Island could indeed be called another world, albeit belonging to the world of Giratina. So, follow me from now on. Doc led the group inside the branch of the Hatchery House. As soon as they stepped into the showroom, they were greeted by a sea of green. The floor was covered with artificial grass, with several display shelves holding the branch's merchandise, each clearly priced. Passing through the showroom, they arrived at the resting area in the middle of the Hatchery House. This was where Sceptile usually rested. The ground was covered with real grass and soil, and many different plants were grown inside, especially small trees and bamboo, which Sceptile seemed to particularly like. Moving further inside, they reached the warehouse. There was nothing special here, and at the very back of the warehouse was a huge mirror on the wall. The mirror didn't reflect anyone's appearance. If you didn't come close and notice this, you would really mistake it for an ordinary mirror. This is the entrance to Pokémon Island. The exhibition match is tentatively scheduled for 7 days from now. In 7 days, this mirror will be moved to the entrance of the branch for our guests to enter. Then remember to deploy personnel to maintain order nearby, preventing anyone from sneaking in or cutting in line. Doc pointed at the mirror in front of him, not caring about the group's astonished expressions, and took the lead stepping through. Subsequently, the core personnel of the Hatchery House calmly followed. The remaining people like Gardino stood dumbfounded, their jaws gradually dropping, and when they looked into each other's eyes, they saw a look of shock. Don't be too surprised, the power of Pokémon is much stronger than you imagine. This so-called Pokémon Island is actually a world created by one of our mystery Hatchery House's Pokémon. Bone Clay, who was covering the rear, couldn't help but grin as he spoke this astonishing truth. At that time, Doc hadn't specifically explained the origin of Pokémon Island, just mentioning that that world belonged to Giratina, so Bone Clay had imagined it as a world created by Giratina. At this moment, he finally felt the thrill Doc often experienced when showing off. It was simply too cool. He definitely needed to ask Doc to let him take on roles like narration, hosting, and introducing in the future. Chapter 95. Chapter 95. Nanny? Pokémon can do this. Gardenou couldn't maintain his professional demeanor, utterly astonished by what Bone Clay had told him. Creating an entire world like this. Mikita also widened her eyes, the usually cheerful girl unable to muster a smile, her face full of surprise. Such a thing was just too extraordinary, truly hard to believe. Why not go inside and see for yourself? Don't just stand there. Doc is probably already waiting for us. Bone Clay, seeing everyone's shocked expressions, pushed them one by one into the mirror. Stepping through the mirror. When everyone found themselves suddenly appearing in a vast grassland, they were stunned. Feeling the breeze on their faces and the scent of grass in their nostrils, they finally realized that it was all real. The so-called Pokémon Island wasn't an island at all. It was a world. Oh, the boss is really amazing. Yahoo, I knew our mystery hatchery house was incredible. Exactly. Such a kind boss couldn't be just anybody. While Gardenou and Mikita were still dazed, Zumbai and several other inspectors had already joyfully joined hands and started dancing in circles on the grass. They weren't the type to think too deeply about what the appearance of this place meant, nor did they notice the changes happening to their own bodies. They only knew that the mystery hatchery house was powerful, so joining it made them powerful as well. My god, what kind of organization did I join? Gardenou was already sweating from his forehead. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe that such things existed in the world. Gardenou, you felt it too, right? Mikita, holding her yellow frilly umbrella, had felt something was off ever since they arrived in this world. I can't use my powers anymore. Not only that, her physical strength seemed much weaker. But this change wasn't obvious, since her physical condition wasn't strong to begin with, so she couldn't be sure if it was the sudden change in scenery causing her discomfort. I can't use the powers of the candle fruit anymore either. Gardenou snapped back to reality. If it weren't for Mikita's reminder, he wouldn't have noticed what's going on. There's no need to try. Giratina's world is best suited for Pokémon. Humans are equal here, and everyone's physical condition isn't much different from an ordinary person. The only difference is in individual combat experience. Only Pokémon can fully utilize their strengths here. Bone Clay clenched his fist. Here, the difference in strength among humans was extremely limited. The talents of geniuses and the mediocre were almost indistinguishable, and so-called bloodlines meant nothing here. Everyone, including the staff of the Mystery Hatchery House, stood on the same level. Everyone. Zumbai blinked, clenching his fist. Does that mean, even the Pirate King Roger would have to follow our Hatchery House's rules if he came here? Hearing Zumbai's words, everyone couldn't help but look towards Bone Clay. Because if that was the case, then their Mystery Hatchery House would naturally be in an invincible position in this world. Exactly, everyone, including myself. Bone Clay nodded and couldn't help but grin. Here, it's not like outside. No matter how strong you are, you can't take on 100 alone. Even if the Pirate King himself came, all of you together could beat him up. Gardenou, hearing this, couldn't stay calm anymore. He had made up his mind that he must stay in the Mystery Hatchery House forever. This time, it wasn't just about a simple job anymore. He was truly joining this organization. Even if Doc didn't pay him a salary, he would still serve the Hatchery House. Can we live here in the future, too? Mikita put away her umbrella, holding it in her hands as she looked expectantly at Bone Clay. If she could open a chocolate shop in such a place, she would never have to worry about pirates causing trouble or robbing her again. I'm not sure about that. We'll have to see what Doc's plans are. Speaking of which, they're waiting for us over there. Let's go. Bone Clay was also unsure if what Mikita asked was possible. Whether outsiders could stay permanently in this world depended on Giratina's will, and Giratina only listened to Doc. Bone Clay led the group in a certain direction. Doc was already waiting with the core personnel of the Hatchery House. The entrance opened by the mirror inside the branch was not too far from their league's base location, but it was still about 1,000 meters away. This 1,000 meters was intentionally left by Doc. It was to allow the incoming customers to feel more clearly the vastness of this world. Just like at this moment. How big is this world exactly? Look at that tree over there. It must be at least a few thousand meters away from here. What few thousand meters? Given the height of that tree, it must be tens of thousands of meters away. Zumbai and others expressed countless emotions and discussions during this not-so-long distance. Soon, they arrived where Doc and the others were. Let's go, show everyone our territory. Doc grinned and pointed ahead. Following the direction Doc was pointing, they could see some buildings, though the distance was too great to clearly perceive the size of the buildings. Roar. At that moment, a tremendously piercing roar came from the sky. Everyone instinctively looked up, just in time to see Origin for me Giratina flying across the sky. What is that? My god, it's terrifying. Just looking at it makes it hard to breathe. Wait, I remember Bone-san mentioned earlier that this world has an owner, apparently named Giratina. Is that the Pokémon? Truly a Pokémon that created a world. Aside from the core members of the Hatchery House who already knew about Giratina, others who saw Giratina for the first time were stunned on the spot, some even struggling to breathe properly. There was no helping it. Not to mention that Giratina is a deity of the First Order, known as the Lord of the Underworld and Ghost Dragon, the master of this world. Just the fact that Giratina currently maintained a body length of nearly 200 meters was enough to awe those who hadn't seen much of the world. If Giratina transformed into another form, the pressure felt by everyone might be even stronger. Because origin for me Giratina's ability is levitate, while the other form's ability is pressure, making Giratina seem like it's constantly emitting a Wheat King's haki just by standing there. Giratina. Doc waved his hand, greeting Giratina. Seeing so many people around Doc, Giratina gave a cool nod, then flew back into the sky and disappeared. If it weren't for the crowd here, Giratina might have let Doc experience its king's presence more closely. Doc had anticipated this scene, so he calmly continued to lead everyone forward. As the distance gradually closed, the people behind Doc could no longer keep their composure. Not just Gardino and his group, even Bone Clay, Robin, and others began to look surprised. The battle tournament venue and the Pokémon League now came into everyone's sight. Bone Clay and others simply couldn't understand how Doc managed to suddenly add these buildings here. They were certain that there was nothing here before. These buildings existed in the world where Pokémon were born. Now Giratina has used its power to materialize them here. In the future, Giratina will use that power to materialize even more buildings. Doc attributed this ability to Giratina. He led everyone first towards the Grand League base, which looked like a huge piece of porcelain. 7 days from now, during the exhibition match, I will announce the establishment of our Pokémon League, and this place will be the base of our Pokémon League. Only members of the league can step inside. Doc stepped onto the black and white porcelain kilometer-long bridge first, and everyone followed closely. Looking at the exquisitely reflective bridge under their feet and the luxurious buildings in front of them, they had lost count of how many times they had swallowed. How much did this cost? Gardino's eyes under his glasses were shining. He extended his trembling hand and gently touched the porcelain railing, not daring to estimate the price of the bridge. Just this bridge alone would probably take a lifetime of his previous job to build, but now, he was walking on this bridge, and in the future, he could walk it whenever he wanted. Thinking this, Gardino's pace changed from timid to reckless, enough to stun even Doflamingo if he saw it. Boss? What will this place become in the future? Mikita, looking around at everything, finally couldn't hold back her curiosity. Well asked. I plan to create a Pokémon city on this land in front of our base. In the future, only members of our Pokémon League and their relatives can live in this city. Others can only live in other cities or the outside world. To come here, they'll have to wait for special periods. Doc took the opportunity of Mikita's question to reveal a small part of his future plans. Painting a picture for his employees was also a basic skill that a boss must master. Really? Then, can I open a chocolate shop here? Chapter 96. Chapter 96. Mikita was extremely excited. Originally, her dream was just to find a safer place in the 4 seas to open a chocolate shop, but now it had changed. She wanted to open the chocolate shop in this city. Safety would no longer be a concern, and in this world, everyone would have to respect the Pokémon League. At this moment, Mikita already considered herself a 10-year veteran of the League. Not even Doc could drive her away. If you're willing to work for the Pokémon League in the future, then of course it's no problem. The city I want to build will also need various types of shops to make it lively during competitions and various events. Even if you don't do it, I'll find others who are interested. Doc certainly didn't mind his employees opening shops here. For a city to develop well and be lively, sheer strength isn't enough. Various businesses like food, entertainment, and tourism need to be established. Although Doc didn't plan to let outsiders come into this city freely, it would still be open for at least 3 to 4 months a year because there are just too many Pokémon competitions involved. Whether it's the basic battle competitions, glamorous contests, breeding competitions, fishing contests, science summits, or marathons, these events would certainly fill up 3 to 4 months when combined. If there were no specialty shops in the city by then, it would only make the visitors feel bored. Great. Thank you, boss. Mikita jumped for joy on the spot, her face breaking into an excited smile, her cheeks flushing with color. This was the first time she felt so close to her dream. It's nothing. Doc shook his head. Providing benefits for his employees was normal. He couldn't let down the people who worked hard. He continued leading everyone into the league base, touring the internal structure of the league. Everyone was overwhelmed by the opulence of the league, and just thinking about how they would frequently enter these buildings under the watchful eyes of outsiders filled them with pride. Their grins were harder to suppress than an AK. After the tour of the league base, Doc took everyone to the competition venue. The 3 surrounding sub-venues won't be used for now and will have other uses in the future. The exhibition match in 7 days will take place in this central venue. Your job then will be to maintain order in this area and prevent disputes among the guests. Doc led everyone to the expansive central venue. The central venue alone had seating for 50,000, plus many standing areas. The 10,000 spectators of the exhibition match sounded numerous, but spread out across the stands of the venue, they actually appeared quite sparse. Don't worry, leader, we guarantee to complete the task. Exactly, even if the Navy Admiral comes here, he must behave. Otherwise, I'll hammer him. No one can defeat us here. Everyone was very enthusiastic about the tasks Doc arranged, cherishing their jobs at the Hatchery House. Not only because they saw the endless potential and future of the Hatchery House, but for people like Zumbai, Doc was the sunlight that broke through their aimless lives. Even if they couldn't see Pokemon Island now, they would still strive to complete their tasks. Now, with the void suppression rules of Pokemon Island, they were even more confident in completing their tasks. As for the change in title to leader, it was an automatic shift by everyone after learning that their organization was called the Pokémon League. So, everyone, put in more effort for the exhibition match a week from now. Doc nodded, seeing that everyone had finished their tour, and led them off Pokemon Island. These people still had their own jobs to finish in Water 7 City. Doc didn't believe that the rats hiding in the shadows would stay quiet, so he had to keep someone watching at all times. After the exhibition match is over, I'll pair each of you with a Pokemon partner. Doc was sending everyone off Pokemon Island and spoke of something everyone had long anticipated just before they left. Seeing the people of Water 7 City with their own Pokemon, how could those working for the Mystery Hatchery House not envy them? Yet, they themselves had no money, so all they could do was watch enviously. Hearing what Doc said now, everyone was overjoyed, and some of the less subtle even shed tears of emotion. Doc didn't think too much of it. After all, everyone's current strength was really average, they were already at a disadvantage in Water 7 City, not to mention the idea of expanding the branches into the new world. Pairing everyone with a Pokemon was also to allow them to grow and strengthen together, better completing their duties as inspectors and punishing those who violated the Hatchery House's rules. Monet, Sugar, stay back for a moment. Doc watched everyone leave, calling the Monet sisters aside. Do you have a Pokemon you like? Doc guessed that by this time, Monet and Sugar had probably already consulted with Robin and had made their choices. Yeah, both Monet and Sugar nodded after exchanging a glance, their eyes nearly sparkling with anticipation. They had spent the past 2 days almost entirely considering this matter, frequently pulling Robin aside to learn about Pokemon. So, which Pokemon have you chosen? Doc was curious about what kind of Pokemon the sisters would select. He hoped it would be one with visually striking abilities, as this would enhance the effect during the exhibition match. This one. First was Monet. She took out the Pokédex Doc had given her and flipped to a certain page. This is. Doc looked closely and couldn't help but smile. This Pokemon's hair, it's quite similar to yours, Monet. Gardevoir. A psychic and fairy-type Pokemon. Known as the Queen of Psychic Powers, although its base stats aren't high, its combat power as demonstrated in the original series could match many near-legendary Pokemon. The champion of the Kalos region, Diantha's ace Pokemon was a Gardevoir. Also, Gardevoir had terrifying popularity, especially in the place where Doc came from in his previous life, where countless people considered Gardevoir as their wife, looking to create some taboo event between humans and Pokemon. Moreover, some didn't even care about Gardevoir's gender, knowing that male Gardevoirs also exist. Ugh. Gardevoir would definitely not associate with these people. From its initial stage as a Ralts, Gardevoir could vaguely sense the goodness or evil in a person's heart. If someone harbored bad thoughts in front of Gardevoir, they would be disliked by it. Yeah, it looks like our leader too. Monet nodded vigorously. She had fallen for this Pokemon the moment she saw its hair color. She thought Gardevoir was beautiful and also had a very gentle aura. Monet felt that being with such a Pokemon would be very comfortable. And you, Sugar? Doc then turned to Sugar. Monet's choice was very good. After all, Doc himself had once called Gardevoir his wife, and of course, he liked this Pokemon. This one. Sugar also flipped through the Pokédex to her page. Doc looked and slightly widened his eyes. Sugar's choice was indeed a surprising Pokemon because this Pokemon didn't have much presence in the original story. However, having little presence doesn't mean it wasn't popular. This Pokemon also had many fans, just not as many as Gardevoir. Mismagius. A ghost-type Pokemon. Some people also referred to it as the Queen of Ghosts, but this title wasn't as resounding as Gardevoir's, especially since Mismagius didn't appear in any champion teams in the original. Moreover, Mismagius was rare because evolving Misdreavus into Mismagius required a Dusk Stone, a very rare evolution stone. If a champion's main Pokemon were a Mismagius, then the title of Queen of Ghosts might be justified. In terms of base stats, Mismagius was also lower than Gardevoir, and it didn't have a known Mega Evolution yet. Very thoughtful. Doc didn't know much about Mismagius. He didn't say much more, not wanting to interfere with Monet and Sugar's own choices. Mystery Shop. Opening the shop, Doc directly searched for the names of these two Pokemon. A large number of Gardevoir and Mismagius appeared in the listing, with Mismagius numbers possibly not even 1/10 of Gardevoir's. Doc furrowed his brow as he carefully examined each one. Potential, level, and age were the 3 key factors affecting the prices of these Pokemon, followed by move pool, nature, type, ability, and other aspects. There were Pokemon with low potential but high levels. These Pokemon's prices were generally very cheap. For instance, Doc saw a green potential Gardevoir in the pirate world at level 80, but it was also quite old, having lived for thousands of years. But because it was very old and near the end of its life, with not much time left to live, the value of this Gardevoir was greatly reduced in the system's evaluation, such that 80 to 90,000 Pokecoins were enough to buy this powerful Gardevoir. However, Doc would definitely not consider such a Pokemon with a short remaining lifespan. Whether for trainers or for Pokémon, becoming closely bonded partners at this time would surely be a huge torment. So even if those max-level Pokémon with green or white potential were available for just 100,000 belly, Doc wouldn't consider them. Regarding levels, Doc could basically confirm that these Gardevoir and Mismagius wouldn't be lower than LV.30 in their native worlds. Level 30 is the evolutionary threshold from Curla to Gardevoir. Some Curla might evolve prematurely due to various accidents, which isn't a good thing as it could lead to damaged potential. And wild Misdreavus obtaining a Duskstone generally wouldn't be at a weak stage, which is why the levels of Mismagius are generally quite high. After considering for a long time, Doc finally selected 2 Pokémon as targets. Gardevoir, purple, LV.30, 65,000 Pokecoins. Mismagius, purple, LV.33, 65,000 Pokecoins. Chapter 97, Chapter 97. Purchasing both Gardevoir and Mismagius, Doc spent a total of 130,000 Pokecoins. This was after Doc had calculated the balance, which now stood exactly at 200,000 Pokecoins within the system. Normally, 2 Pokémon of level 30 plus with purple potential shouldn't be this expensive, especially considering that a purple egg costs only 5,000 Pokecoins. Although the prices for Gardevoir and Mismagius could rise due to Mega Evolution and the Duskstone respectively, logically, they shouldn't increase by much. The biggest reason for the high price of these 2 Pokémon was their lifespan. One of Doc's main mission requirements included age below 3 months. An age under 3 months, with purple potential reaching level 30 and evolving to the final stage, you can imagine how rare such Gardevoir and Mismagius must be. Perhaps their potential has reached the peak of purple, not far from orange. When the 2 Pokémon appeared before Doc, they reacted differently. Gardevoir greeted Doc with a gentle smile and a wave of its hand. Mismagius flew straight over and circled around Doc, seemingly sizing him up. Their different attitudes during this first meeting were enough to hint at the slight variations in the 2 Pokémon's personalities. However, they both seemed to have a misunderstanding. Because Doc had exchanged them from the mystery shop, Gardevoir and Mismagius subconsciously thought he would become their trainer. This inherent basic favorability made them not fully understand Doc, yet they did not show any rejection. Nice to meet you, Gardevoir, Mismagius. Doc nodded and greeted the 2 Pokémon, then pushed Monet and Sugar towards them. If possible, I hope you can try to get along and see if you can accept each other as partners. If you're not satisfied with Monet and Sugar, I won't force you to become their Pokémon. You can live freely on Pokémon Island, and I will also find some of your kind in the future. If Doc were to become the trainer for Gardevoir and Mismagius, these 2 Pokémon would not refuse. But for Monet and Sugar, who lacked any initial favorability, they needed to interact to see. After all, the relationship between Pokémon and trainers is mutual. It's not just about Doc wanting them to be Monet and Sugar's Pokémon. Gardevoir. Gardevoir's character seemed to be compliant and gentle, nodding gently at Monet. It could sense the emotions in a person's heart, and for now, Monet gave it a good feeling. Please take care of me in the future, Gardevoir-san. Monet, sensing Gardevoir's agreeable attitude, relaxed somewhat and even affectionately tried to take Gardevoir's hand, which the latter did not resist. Doc nodded at this scene. Monet and Gardevoir's compatibility was good, they would likely become trusting partners quickly. Mismagius, however, was not as easy to get along with as Gardevoir. Even Doc needed a moment to size her up, let alone the young girl Sugar. Mismagius regarded Sugar with a scrutinizing gaze. She had a strong aura, possessing a natural queenly demeanor. The different demeanors of Gardevoir and Mismagius might stem from their environments of growth. Gardevoir, as a Ralts, likely grew up surrounded by love, treated gently, and thus treated others gently in return. Mismagius, however, probably had a tough existence as Misdreavus, struggling to strengthen both body and mind to survive, which shaped her forceful personality. Indeed, being able to find a Duskstone in the wild and evolve is certainly not something just any Misdreavus could achieve. Hello, Mismagius-san. My name is Sugar. Sugar greeted Mismagius energetically, unafraid of the scrutinizing gaze. Mismagius nodded. She seemed neither pleased nor displeased with Sugar's demeanor, adopting an indifferent attitude as if it didn't matter either way. Then, come with me, let's check your health. After the greetings, Doc led Gardevoir and Mismagius to the manufacturing room to check their physical data. Monet was already proficient in using the inspection device, so Doc didn't need to operate it himself. This was perfect, as it allowed Monet and Sugar to get to know their Pokémon partners better, while Doc also checked what skills these 2 Pokémon could learn in the coming days. If they inherently had skills with strong visual effects, then the main mission would be well on its way to success. Gardevoir. Type, Psychic, Fairy. Ability, Trace. Potential, Purple. Height, 1.6 m. Weight, 48.4 kilograms. Age, 81 days. Level, LV.30. Skills, Magical Shine, Magical Flame, Shadow Split, Instant Movement. Stable. This was Doc's first thought upon seeing Gardevoir's skill set. Gardevoir's attributes were all standard, its height and weight were average, but the visual effects of these skills were strong, making it a natural contestant for coordination competitions. Trace. Pokémon each have their own abilities. In Pokémon battles, some abilities might not seem impressive, but they could have special effects against certain opponents. For instance, Gardevoir's Trace. The so-called trace allows it to take on the abilities of its target opponent, which isn't particularly standout among many Pokémon battle abilities. However, what if this Gardevoir encountered users of the Devil Fruit powers? If it met Luffy, would its body's property become rubber? If it met Borsalino, would its body's property become light? It's uncertain with the Glint fruit, but if it met Luffy, Gardevoir's property could likely become rubber. A Pokémon with the trace ability facing powerhouses like Garp and Mihawk might struggle, but it's a different story against Devil Fruit users. The more distinctive and strong the enemy's characteristics, the stronger Gardevoir's ability could potentially become. As for level, Gardevoir's combat ability in its native world was also LV.30, with no change. Mismagius should be different. Mismagius. Type, Ghost. Ability, Levitate. Potential, Purple. Height, 0.8 m. Weight, 4 kilograms. Age, 82 days. Level, LV.30. Skills, Magical Leaf, Charging Beam, Freezing Wind, Mental Shock, Shadow Ball. Indeed. Doc pinched his chin, as he had expected. Mismagius's true level was only LV.30, 3 levels lower than in the pirate world, the same as Gardevoir. Probably because her ability to fly freely gave her a higher rating in the pirate world. However, Mismagius's skill pool was significantly different from Gardevoir's. Though also visually striking, Mismagius's skill pool was broad, including skills of multiple types, whereas Gardevoir's skill attributes were somewhat more limited. A broad skill pool could greatly increase the survival chances of Pokémon who operate solo in the wild. Mismagius was likely a lone wolf, secretly observing other Pokémon groups to practice skills to enhance her survivability, while Gardevoir was likely a community Pokémon, well protected from a young age, rarely interacting with other types of Pokémon, only learning skills from elders of the same type. All in all, at least based on the state of the two Pokémon, the performance in the show a week later should be effective. Doc nodded. Honestly, given the current skill sets of the two Pokémon, they were completely sufficient for the exhibition match, basically not requiring any special training. With this in mind, Doc decided to focus more on their diet, helping Gardevoir and Mismagius get more nutrients to develop better. Wild Pokémon are mostly not as physically robust as trainers' Pokémon. Because various breeders and Pokémon professors researched foods are widely circulated in the Pokémon world, virtually any trainer who isn't extremely poor tries to improve their Pokémon's diet. Like Ash's travels, there's always a breeder companion who helps Ash's Pokémon grow stronger. In the original series, it's common to see gym trainers or champions complimenting Ash's Pokémon, praising their well-nurtured growth, beautiful fur, etc. These are largely the achievements of Brock, Celine, and other breeders, whose food allows the Pokémon to replenish what they consume in daily training and nourish their bodies with excess nutrients. On the other hand, wild Pokémon, the lucky or powerful ones might find some natural treasures and become a local tyrant, but the weaker ones often eat inconsistently, starving every other day. This shows how important, or more precisely, how critical nutrition is for a Pokémon. Especially for Pokémon like Gardevoir and Mismagius who have always survived in the wild, the differences are quite apparent. Community-based Gardevoir's physical development is average, while lone wolf Mismagius directly has below average height and weight, clearly a consequence of insufficient nutrition. With the breeding plans for the next few days set, Doc didn't hesitate any longer and immediately began making Pokeblocks suitable for Psychic-type and Ghost-type Pokémon. Time quickly passed, and 2 days flew by. As Doc continually improved and innovated his Pokeblocks, his breeding ability increased. His breeding level reached LV.4, but at such a time, Doc had to leave the manufacturing room and head to Marineford. The Navy's 400-plus Pokémon eggs had hatched. Chapter 98. Chapter 98. When Doc arrived at the Marine base, he found the situation to be more chaotic than he had anticipated. Fletchling were pecking at a Marine's head. Aken's hatchlings were slithering into a Marine's pants in search of their kin. Some Marines were getting poisoned and collapsing, foaming at the mouth while trying to cuddle Nidoran hatchlings. Far away, a young Onyx was gnawing at the walls of the marshal's office. A newly born Rahorn was rampaging across the plaza. A Fanpy calf gently swung its trunk, sending a trainer who tried to cuddle it flying. An energetic Illithid was swinging its arms rapidly, discharging electricity all around. Doc even saw some familiar faces. For instance, Smoker was trying to prevent his coughing from releasing gas, Hino was proudly showing off her Meowth, T-Bone was attempting to communicate with a Wimpod. The scene was utterly chaotic, and Doc could hardly bear to watch. It's got nothing to do with me. Doc looked around, shaking his head at the beleaguered Marines. He had warned Sengoku and his group early on, each species of Pokémon has its own temperament, and with so many Pokémon hatchlings born at once, chaos at Marineford was inevitable. However, it seemed, these prospective trainers appeared to be very responsible and patient individuals, enduring their Pokémon's antics without losing their tempers or thinking of giving up. They were all brainstorming ways to better get along with their Pokémon. Zephyr and Kuzan had made good choices. Doc, what do we do now? At that moment, Kuzan, who had noticed Doc's arrival, came up to him. Kuzan was already sweating profusely, looking completely flustered. He would have preferred chasing after Whitebeard instead. Get some tasty food, drinks, toys, and such, treat them like human babies for now, then adapt based on the unique traits of each Pokémon. Raising Pokémon hatchlings isn't an exact science, it's a necessary path. Anyone who has raised Pokémon hatchlings has had to go through this torturous process. Over time, most Pokémon quickly grow and become more stable, though a few may become increasingly unreliable. This change is most noticeable during Pokémon evolution. Sometimes, evolution can significantly alter a Pokémon's personality. Gulpin evolving into Swalot, Slakoth into Vigoroth. These are classic examples of evolution changing personalities. Then, led by a messenger, Doc entered a secluded room. Inside, he could see all the people he had taught busily at work. Each member of the science team had a computer in front of them, rapidly registering the newly born Pokémon hatchlings into a database. Then the logistics team, using this database and the information previously collected from the Pokédex, prepared some potentially useful items. Lastly, the biology team delivered these items to the respective trainers, instructing them on how to care for their specific Pokémon hatchlings. Overall, things were orderly. However, the knowledge these people possessed wasn't extensive, so their efforts were somewhat rudimentary. When they saw Doc arrive, they all looked relieved. Doc spent the entire day in that room, answering questions and watching as people recorded the information he provided on their computers. Every Pokémon species had its own file. Just as Doc had expected, as soon as they got their hands on the Pokédex, they compiled all the information into a system. As for now, that Pokédex was probably gathering dust in the Marshal's office or somewhere else. The only valuable information in the Pokédex was about Pokémon. Besides that, it was just a symbol of VIP status, with no other use. Doc wondered if Sengoku would let someone else study the Pokédex. He hoped not. By doing so, the Marines would gain nothing of value apart from some useless items, and they would lose their VIP symbol for nothing. There was no such thing as reissuing that status with Doc. If they wanted to regain VIP status, they'd have to spend another 100 million belly. If not, they could just watch others enjoy the benefits. By evening, Doc decided to leave. He knew that even by night, Marineford wouldn't calm down. Previously, some Marines were proud of how well-behaved and quiet their Pokémon were. Doc glanced at them and thought to himself that those Pokémon weren't quiet, they were just too tired. Nighttime was when they became active. But this was none of Doc's concern. He had already returned to his room to catch up on some sleep. Over the next few days, Doc did nothing else but focus entirely on nurturing Gardevoir and Mismagius. Monet and Gardevoir got along very well, seemingly already cuddling together at night like sisters. Monet and Gardevoir seemed to be able to communicate simply. As for Sugar and Mismagius, progress was slow. Although Sugar was eager to build a good relationship and Mismagius didn't mind responding, their compatibility just wasn't very good, so progress was slow. But this wasn't a big deal, especially since Sugar was still young, and Mismagius had at least a few thousand years of life ahead. As long as they didn't reject each other, they would eventually become trusted partners. However, the relationship between Gardevoir and Mismagius was a bit complicated. Doc now possessed psychic abilities, so he could automatically translate the conversations between Gardevoir and Mismagius. Once, Gardevoir and Mismagius had a brief exchange. Gardevoir, Sister Sure is noble. Mismagius, what are you pretending to be, a saint? Gardevoir, sub, how can Sister say such things? Mismagius, you make me sick, you're not worth speaking to. Doc was initially baffled and began to doubt his psychic abilities. It seemed unlikely that Mismagius would know the term saint. Perhaps she had said something similar, and Doc's brain had automatically translated it. However, in Doc's eyes, both Gardevoir and Mismagius were good kids, from their first impressions to his vague psychic perceptions. Would such children talk like this? Thus, Doc often eavesdropped on their conversations afterward. It's unclear whether Gardevoir sensed Doc's psychic abilities and realized he could overhear their conversations, but they generally refrained from interacting in front of him afterward. Yet, Doc still sensed from their usual interactions that the relationship between the two Pokémon might not be so good. But it wasn't bad either. To say they loved and hated each other might be an overstatement, but it was somewhat like the early dynamics between Zoro and Sanji in the original story. Doc didn't interfere in this relationship, perhaps letting it develop might lead to a wonderful bond between the two Pokémon. Doc thought nothing unexpected would happen in the next few days, and he just needed to quietly wait for the day of the exhibition match. But, unexpectedly, something did happen. Inside the Hatchery House branch. Your entrance is quite unique. Doc raised an eyebrow at Karaso, who was gradually materializing from ash, floating in bit by bit. It indeed didn't draw much attention, at least the Marines hadn't noticed, but it was incredibly slow. Doc waited about 20 seconds on the spot before the man fully formed his figure. Sorry for the wait, Manager Doc. The bald man with a metal beak spoke in a gloomy voice. This man was Crow, the army commander of the Revolutionary Army's Northern Army, though his identity hadn't been exposed by the world government yet, and few knew of him in the Great Seas. The beak he wore was actually an amplifier. Crow's voice was very soft, so he usually wore an amplifier because he hated people commenting on his quiet voice. He had been polite, contacting Bone Clay, who was out alone before coming here. Bone Clay relayed the message, leading to today's meeting where Doc waited for him at the branch. Since you know my name, you should also know the rules here, right? Doc didn't beat around the bush. At this time, the forces seeking out the Hatchery House, besides for Pokémon, what else could it be for? especially a force like the Revolutionary Army. Doc could guess their purpose without even thinking, to leverage Pokemon's power to more smoothly and effectively carry out their operations against the world government. Of course, we don't abandon comrades in arms, you can trust that, Carissa replied confidently. Doc had no doubts about that. Doc knew little about Monkey D. Dragon. From the information he had, he respected what the man aimed to achieve but questioned his character. When he read in the newspaper about Sabo killing Cobra, he had said, if Sabo really killed King Cobra, no matter the reason, I will not forgive him. Shouldn't a normal person trust their comrade first? After so many years of fighting against the world government, didn't he know their favorite tactics? After fighting together for so many years, didn't he know whether his top officers could do such a thing? There was no evidence yet, just a mention in the newspaper and he was already shouting? The saying goes, don't employ doubtful people, don't doubt the people you employ. If he didn't trust him, why promote him to second in command of the organization? To think this is a leader of an organization, commanding countless people's loyalty? Even someone like Doflamingo, a scoundrel pirate, continued to trust Rosinante until his true nature was completely exposed. Oda gave this man a grand and mysterious background, but didn't sculpt a matching character for him, not to mention others. Even on the global character popularity poll, Kanjuro ranks higher than this guy, which says something. As for other members of the Revolutionary Army, they were as Carissa described. Even in places like Mary Geoase, they didn't abandon their comrades and resolutely began planning to rescue Bartholomew Kuma. Thus, selling Pokemon to the Revolutionary Army was possible. Monkey D. Dragon, however, was not. The most important thing between trainers and Pokemon is trust. When Doc arrived at the Marine base, he found the situation to be more chaotic than he had anticipated. Fletchling were pecking at a Marine's head. Iken's hatchlings were slithering into a Marine's pants in search of their kin. Some Marines were getting poisoned and collapsing, foaming at the mouth while trying to cuddle Nidoran hatchlings. Far away, a young Onyx was gnawing at the walls of the marshal's office. A newly born Rahorn was rampaging across the plaza. A Fanpy calf gently swung its trunk, sending a trainer who tried to cuddle it flying. An energetic Illithid was swinging its arms rapidly, discharging electricity all around. Doc even saw some familiar faces. For instance, Smoker was trying to prevent his coughing from releasing gas. Hino was proudly showing off her Meowth. T-Bone was attempting to communicate with a Wimpod. The scene was utterly chaotic, and Doc could hardly bear to watch. It's got nothing to do with me. Doc looked around, shaking his head at the beleaguered Marines. He had warned Sengoku and his group early on, each species of Pokemon has its own temperament, and with so many Pokemon hatchlings born at once, chaos at Marineford was inevitable. However, it seemed, these prospective trainers appeared to be very responsible and patient individuals, enduring their Pokemon's antics without losing their tempers or thinking of giving up. They were all brainstorming ways to better get along with their Pokemon. Zephyr and Kuzan had made good choices. Doc, what do we do now? At that moment, Kuzan, who had noticed Doc's arrival, came up to him. Kuzan was already sweating profusely, looking completely flustered. He would have preferred chasing after Whitebeard instead. Get some tasty food, drinks, toys, and such, treat them like human babies for now, then adapt based on the unique traits of each Pokemon. Raising Pokemon hatchlings isn't an exact science, it's a necessary path. Anyone who has raised Pokemon hatchlings has had to go through this torturous process. Over time, most Pokemon quickly grow and become more stable, though a few may become increasingly unreliable. This change is most noticeable during Pokemon evolution. Sometimes, evolution can significantly alter a Pokemon's personality. Gulpin evolving into Swalot, Slakoth into Vigoroth, these are classic examples of evolution changing personalities. Then, led by a messenger, Doc entered a secluded room. Inside, he could see all the people he had taught busily at work. Each member of the science team had a computer in front of them, rapidly registering the newly born Pokemon hatchlings into a database. Then the logistics team, using this database and the information previously collected from the Pokédex, prepared some potentially useful items. Lastly, the biology team delivered these items to the respective trainers, instructing them on how to care for their specific Pokemon hatchlings. Overall, things were orderly. However, the knowledge these people possessed wasn't extensive, so their efforts were somewhat rudimentary. When they saw Doc arrive, they all looked relieved. Doc spent the entire day in that room, answering questions and watching as people recorded the information he provided on their computers. Every Pokemon species had its own file. Just as Doc had expected, as soon as they got their hands on the Pokédex, they compiled all the information into a system. As for now, that Pokédex was probably gathering dust in the Marshal's office or somewhere else. The only valuable information in the Pokédex was about Pokemon. Besides that, it was just a symbol of VIP status, with no other use. Doc wondered if Sengoku would let someone else study the Pokédex. He hoped not. By doing so, the Marines would gain nothing of value apart from some useless items, and they would lose their VIP symbol for nothing. There was no such thing as reissuing that status with Doc. If they wanted to regain VIP status, they'd have to spend another 100 million belly. If not, they could just watch others enjoy the benefits. By evening, Doc decided to leave. He knew that even by night, Marineford wouldn't calm down. Previously, some Marines were proud of how well-behaved and quiet their Pokemon were. Doc glanced at them and thought to himself that those Pokemon weren't quiet, they were just too tired. Nighttime was when they became active. But this was none of Doc's concern. He had already returned to his room to catch up on some sleep. Over the next few days, Doc did nothing else but focus entirely on nurturing Gardevoir and Miss Magius. Monet and Gardevoir got along very well, seemingly already cuddling together at night like sisters. Monet and Gardevoir seemed to be able to communicate simply. As for Sugar and Miss Magius, progress was slow. Although Sugar was eager to build a good relationship and Miss Magius didn't mind responding, their compatibility just wasn't very good, so progress was slow. But this wasn't a big deal, especially since Sugar was still young, and Miss Magius had at least a few thousand years of life ahead. As long as they didn't reject each other, they would eventually become trusted partners. However, the relationship between Gardevoir and Miss Magius was a bit complicated. Doc now possessed psychic abilities, so he could automatically translate the conversations between Gardevoir and Miss Magius. Once, Gardevoir and Miss Magius had a brief exchange. Gardevoir, Sister Sure is noble. Miss Magius, what are you pretending to be, a saint? Gardevoir, sob, how can Sister say such things? Miss Magius, you make me sick, you're not worth speaking to. Doc was initially baffled and began to doubt his psychic abilities. It seemed unlikely that Miss Magius would know the term saint, perhaps she had said something similar, and Doc's brain had automatically translated it. However, in Doc's eyes, both Gardevoir and Miss Magius were good kids, from their first impressions to his vague psychic perceptions. Would such children talk like this? Thus, Doc often eavesdropped on their conversations afterward. It's unclear whether Gardevoir sensed Doc's psychic abilities and realized he could overhear their conversations, but they generally refrained from interacting in front of him afterward. Yet, Doc still sensed from their usual interactions that the relationship between the two Pokémon might not be so good. But it wasn't bad either. To say they loved and hated each other might be an overstatement, but it was somewhat like the early dynamics between Zoro and Sanji in the original story. Doc didn't interfere in this relationship, perhaps letting it develop might lead to a wonderful bond between the two Pokémon. Doc thought nothing unexpected would happen in the next few days, and he just needed to quietly wait for the day of the exhibition match. But, unexpectedly, something did happen. Inside the Hatchery House branch. Your entrance is quite unique. Doc raised an eyebrow at Caruso, who was gradually materializing from ash, floating in bit by bit. It indeed didn't draw much attention, at least the Marines hadn't noticed, but it was incredibly slow. Doc waited about 20 seconds on the spot before the man fully formed his figure. Sorry for the wait, Manager Doc. The bald man with a metal beak spoke in a gloomy voice. This man was Crow, the army commander of the Revolutionary Army's Northern Army, though his identity hadn't been exposed by the world government yet, and few knew of him in the Great Seas. The beak he wore was actually an amplifier. Crow's voice was very soft, so he usually wore an amplifier because he hated people commenting on his quiet voice. He had been polite, contacting Bone Clay who was out alone before coming here. Bone Clay relayed the message, leading to today's meeting where Doc waited for him at the branch. Since you know my name, you should also know the rules here, right? Doc didn't beat around the bush. At this time, the forces seeking out the Hatchery House, besides for Pokémon, what else could it be for? Especially a force like the Revolutionary Army, Doc could guess their purpose without even thinking, to leverage Pokémon's power to more smoothly and effectively carry out their operations against the world government. Of course, we don't abandon comrades in arms, you can trust that, Caruso replied confidently. Doc had no doubts about that. Doc knew little about Monkey D. Dragon. From the information he had, he respected what the man aimed to achieve but questioned his character. When he read in the newspaper about Sabo killing Cobra, he had said, if Sabo really killed King Cobra, no matter the reason, I will not forgive him. Shouldn't a normal person trust their comrade first? After so many years of fighting against the world government, didn't he know their favorite tactics? After fighting together for so many years, didn't he know whether his top officers could do such a thing? There was no evidence yet, just a mention in the newspaper and he was already shouting? The saying goes, don't employ doubtful people, don't doubt the people you employ. If he didn't trust him, why promote him to second in command of the organization? To think this is a leader of an organization, commanding countless people's loyalty? Even someone like Doflamingo, a scoundrel pirate, continued to trust Rosinante until his true nature was completely exposed. Oda gave this man a grand and mysterious background, but didn't sculpt a matching character for him, not to mention others. Even on the global character popularity poll, Kanjuro ranks higher than this guy, which says something. As for other members of the Revolutionary Army, they were as Caruso described. Even in places like Mary Geoase, they didn't abandon their comrades and resolutely began planning to rescue Bartholomew Kuma. Thus, selling Pokémon to the Revolutionary Army was possible. Monkey D. Dragon, however, was not. The most important thing between trainers and Pokémon is trust. Chapter 99. Chapter 99. This is 200 million belly. Caruso shook his great cloak, from which a massive amount of banknotes began to fall. Doc had no idea where such a large amount of money could have been hidden. Perhaps Caruso's devil fruit had some capabilities not revealed in the original story. 200 million. 100 million bellies worth of eggs, plus a Pokédex. It seems you came well prepared. Doc nodded his head. It appeared that the Revolutionary Army had figured out the pricing of the Pokémon eggs and the function of the VIP Pokédex and had brought just the right amount of belly, not more, not less. As for how these people came by this information, it was very likely the Navy, or within the Whitebeard group, had members from the Revolutionary Army. The Whitebeard group, always mired in the New World, had no need to engage in surveillance. Who will take this Pokémon egg? I will. All right. Doc nodded again, saying no more. He had bought an egg for 5,000 mystery coins at the magical marketplace, then retrieved a black Pokémon Pokédex and handed it over together with the egg. The Pokémon egg was black, and it was uncertain what type of Pokémon would hatch from it. Typically, eggs of this color were either ghost or dark type. By the way, Mr. Doc, I heard you were looking for this. Karasu took the Pokémon egg and the Pokédex into his cloak, then extended his gaunt hand. In his pale hand, he held a gourd-shaped fruit, grayish-white in color. A devil fruit. Doc muttered softly. It seemed that the Donquixote family's recent activities in the underworld were quite noticeable. Even the Keiku army was aware of this news. Yes, the Dordor fruit. It seems the Donquixote family intends to make a deal with you using this. I wonder if we might also have that possibility. Karasu's gaze was eerily somber. Doc, however, did not sense any malicious intent from the other with his psychic powers. Such a gaze might just be Karasu's natural look, similar to dead fish eyes. Doc furrowed his brow, holding his chin in thought. The Dordor fruit was indeed something Doc desperately wanted, his desire for this particular devil fruit even surpassing his psychic abilities. Although I'm not sure what the Donquixote family wants from you, we're not very interested in that. According to our intelligence, the Navy has a magical token that allows direct access to the main store of the breeding house, and makes trading processes very convenient. Seeing Doc hesitate, Karasu spoke directly of their purpose. The pocket token. For the Revolutionary Army, doing business at the breeding house's branch in Water 7 was too difficult, with too many eyes watching. Even Karasu had to be cautious, not to mention his other subordinates. This would make it difficult for them to engage in various large-scale transactions with the mystery Hatchery House in the future, whether it was transporting a large number of Pokémon eggs to Baltigo or moving a lot of belly to Water 7, it was too conspicuous. With a token, these risks would disappear. Oh, this? Here you go. Doc realized what was going on and immediately took out a jade token to give to the other party. The pocket token was intended for use by these organizational forces, as their transactions would be substantial. The existence of the pocket token was to simplify the trading process. It was not something precious, the system freely distributed them to Doc to give to guests, and Doc always gave them to other guests for free. However, it seemed that the Keiku army had not collected this information. Thank you. Karasu nodded, accepting the jade token, then handed the Dordor fruit to Doc. It's nothing, it's free. Doc had no intention of being a greedy merchant, knowing that sooner or later the Revolutionary Army would find out. Cheating them now would only make them more cautious in future dealings with the breeding house. But the Dordor fruit was still a must-have. Karasu's hand involuntarily tightened around the Dordor fruit. Too bad, it was too late. Doc had already used telekinesis to move the Dordor fruit to his own hand. Karasu initially felt a loss, but was quickly distracted by the scene before him. Thank you for the generous gift from the Revolutionary Army. Doc raised his hand, holding the Dordor fruit, but he didn't rush to eat it. He wasn't sure if it was really a Dordor fruit. After returning, he would have Robin check it, as O'Hara, being the former scholarly Holy Land, surely had a devil fruit encyclopedia, and Robin might recognize what fruit it was. Karasu watched as the Dordor fruit left his sight, then gave a reminder. You can't eat two devil fruits at the same time, it cause your body to explode. Despite Karasu's grim appearance and somber speech, he was a character of integrity. He was very steady, good at controlling his negative emotions, despised those who bullied the weak, and liked to participate in various volunteer activities to help others. Karasu thought Doc's psychic powers were a kind of devil fruit ability. All right, I understand. Doc nodded, with no intention of explaining. Do you have anything else to say? A question mark appeared above Doc's head. Wasn't it you who came to me? Shouldn't I be the one to say that? Doc frowned for a moment, then sensed the other's emotions with his psychic powers. He understood. Karasu felt that losing the Dordor fruit was a bad deal and wanted to get something more in return, which was quite normal. A Paramecia-type devil fruit worth several billion belly just for a free token, who could stand that? Have you got this? Doc thought for a moment, then took out several tickets. Those were tickets to a Pokémon performance match. He figured the Keiku army probably wouldn't be able to openly queue up at the store to buy tickets one by one. No. Karasu glanced at them and recognized what they were. We might not have the time. If you don't come, you'll definitely regret it. Doc seemed to have anticipated what Karasu was thinking, so he spoke up in advance. On account of the Dordor fruit, I'll tell you something else that others don't yet know. This so-called Pokémon Island is actually a world controlled by our mystery Hatchery House. Doesn't disappear, it just shifts. Karasu frowned at Doc, his mind racing with countless thoughts in an instant. The power of Pokémon is boundless, even capable of creating worlds. This Pokémon Island was created by one of the Pokémon from our breeding house. At the performance match, several of our strongest Pokémon will also make a brief appearance to show you the strength and potential of Pokémon. The Navy and the Whitebeard pirates will also be there, as well as Mihawk, Doflamingo, and Morgans. I will also announce some news and future development plans for Pokémon Island. If you don't attend, you're not just missing a Pokemon performance match, but falling a whole era behind. Doc felt this information was enough to exchange for the Door fruit. Because this information was priceless, as Doc said, missing this match meant the Revolutionary Army would always be a step behind other forces. Other forces would get the first-hand news from Doc, make the first preparations, and reap the first benefits, while the Revolutionary Army would have to rely on their own strength to gather what other forces had done and then belatedly realize there was another way. It's like the difference between a closed beta and an open beta. I understand. Karaso, not fully digesting the information yet but recognizing its importance, seriously accepted the tickets from Doc's hand. Thank you. At that time, you can directly enter Pokemon Island through the pocket token from the main store. Water 7 is too conspicuous for you. Thanks for understanding. So, farewell, and welcome back anytime. Doc nodded, then waved his hand at Karaso. Karaso, without any delay, nodded, transformed into a cloud of ash, and slowly flew out of the branch store towards the distance. Doc watched as Karaso completely disappeared and didn't hesitate for a moment to return to the main breeding house. Robin, quick, help me check, what kind of devil fruit is this? Doc ran to Robin, excitedly handing her the devil fruit. Robin took it and tilted her head in recollection. A paramecia type, the Door fruit, I remember. Where did it come from? From the Revolutionary Army. Great, I've been looking for this fruit. Doc got a definite answer from Robin, and his excitement quickly turned into exhilaration. Doc, are you going to eat this devil fruit? Robin widened her eyes, seemingly surprised. She thought Doc wouldn't eat any devil fruit, as devil fruit users became weak and powerless when touched by a certain factor in seawater, unable to use their fruit powers. This was a significant drawback. Yes. Doc nodded. Robin's puzzlement was sensed by his psychic powers, and he guessed what she was thinking. The power of Pokemon is tremendously vast. Directly resolving the drawbacks of a devil fruit and changing its nature might not be possible, but circumventing these drawbacks through other means was quite simple. However, Doc didn't immediately explain to Robin but first bit into a piece of the Door fruit. The moment the flesh entered his mouth, a strong sourness hit him, along with a strange taste that seeped out through his nostrils. Doc didn't dare to savor it, swallowing the fruit flesh like a wild boar. Chapter 100. Chapter 100. Upon seeing the new ability added to his personal panel, Doc's eyes lit up. Why did you choose to eat the Door fruit? Wouldn't a Logia-type fruit be better? Robin was puzzled by Doc's choice. The Door fruit allows me to return to the store at any moment. Previously, I needed to find a door to come back, but now it's different. I see. Robin realized the convenience of it. For those with a pocket token, possessing the Door fruit essentially meant they could enter the breeding house's main store from anywhere at any time, provided it wasn't during the closing hours. During these hours, only employees of the breeding house could enter. Actually, not just the Door fruit, many other devil fruits can do similar things. For example, your flower fruit, Robin, could create a door with your ability, and then you could return to the breeding house. Doc gave Robin this idea. This would significantly enhance Robin's survival ability, allowing her to quickly return if she encountered danger. However, Doc's Door fruit was slightly faster. If facing an enemy quick enough, Robin might not have the time to use her ability. Doc, on the other hand, could simply push through the air to open an already existing door and step right back into the store. Right, I hadn't thought of that before. Let's call it Flower Door. But Bond's copy fruit seems unable to do this. Robin nodded and then realized that Bond's copy fruit couldn't perform similar feats. However, that wasn't a major issue as Bond's fruit still granted him high survivability, such as turning into a bird to fly away or becoming an inconspicuous insect. I plan to find some devil fruits that can do similar things in the future, and prioritize giving them to our core store staff. Good idea. I'll keep an eye on the underworld for more information about devil fruits, Robin said, her expression growing serious as she recognized the potential to enhance their allies' survival. However, she then remembered the drawback of devil fruits, but users become very weak when they touch seawater. We have Pokemon. Doc shook his head, pulling out a Pokemon Pokédex and flipping through it as he explained, even without devil fruits, we hardly ever touch seawater, let alone with devil fruits. But if we accidentally fall into water, we can have Pokemon help us. Most Pokemon can go into the water, and many can use various skills to rescue us even if they don't enter the water, such as telekinesis or vine whip, Doc said, pointing to certain Pokemon in the Pokédex. For example, Wailord and Vaporeon. These two Pokemon. Robin looked at these two Pokemon, turning the idea over in her mind. Wailord can hold us in its huge mouth, so we wouldn't touch the water. Vaporeon can create bubbles that separate the water around us, letting us move freely through the water. Doc merely gave a couple of examples. Overcoming the weakness of devil fruits wasn't a real challenge. Doc hadn't even mentioned using legendary Pokemon's powers yet. If Kyogre altered the composition of seawater to eliminate the factors affecting users, then users wouldn't have that weakness anymore. However, that would benefit all users in the world, many of whom were pirates or other types of villains, and Doc had no interest in doing that. Seawater wasn't a big issue for him. Moreover, with the blessing of the Azure Prince, Doc wouldn't need to fear seawater anymore but would be free in it like a member of the Fishman race. This blessing didn't require trading for Manaphy, it could be bought as a buff in the store, categorized with psychic powers and aura. Doc's examples made Robin consider many other uses for Pokémon. She began to flip through the Pokémon Pokédex again, contemplating each Pokémon's potential roles beyond combat. Doc, seeing Robin so focused, didn't disturb her and left the breeding house. He wanted to test the Door Fruit's ability. This time, Doc didn't specify a target location but chose a random one. It had been a long time since he had used a store door to set coordinates outside. Stepping through the door, the environment outside was pitch dark. I remember it being daytime. Is this a special island in the New World? Doc furrowed his brow, then thought of the eternal night and eternal day environments like on Radiant Island and an ice lobby in the anime. However, Doc surveyed the surroundings, finding them eerie and foggy, with the sound of waves in the distance. Darkrai, see what's up with this island. Doc decided to send his shadow, Darkrai, to scout the area. Although he had only come to test the Door Fruit's capabilities, the nature of the island had caught his interest. Darkrai responded from within the shadow, then silently transformed into a black shadow on the ground and drifted off in one direction. Doc couldn't detect Darkrai's presence using observation haki. He could only sense Darkrai's emotional state through his psychic powers. The dark environment significantly enhanced Darkrai's stealth abilities. Doc didn't stay idle but walked around. Under the cover of night, Doc's eyes emitted a faint dark red glow, barely visible but definitely there. This was a clear sign of his psychic powers in use. The essence of psychic power is constructed from mental energy, which varies from creature to creature, hence the different color characteristics of each creature's psychic abilities. For instance, the psychic powers of Mewtwo are mostly blue, and Alakazam's are mostly yellow, with each ability sometimes having its own color, like Dream Eater, which is always pink. Not just Pokémon, but humans too exhibit this in games and other worlds, like Tatsumaki, known for her green psychic powers. As for Doc's dark red, it's quite rare and matches the color of his conqueror's haki. And Doc was constantly using his psychic powers to detect if there were any creatures in the vicinity. Suddenly, Doc looked to the side with a frown. Based on the psychic waves he had sent out, he sensed emotions, indicating there was a creature there. It was behind a wall. Seeming to realize it had been detected, the creature hiding behind the wall didn't continue to hide. Then, Doc saw 3 dog heads peek over the wall. To be precise, 2 wolf heads and 1 yellow fox head. Honestly, in this dark and gloomy environment, the sudden appearance of these 3 large heads over a wall truly startled Doc. But he quickly realized what they were because these 3 dog heads were too abstract. Could it be a Cerberus? Doc murmured to himself. Seeing this 3-headed dog, he knew where he was. It was the territory of one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Shadow Master Gecko Moria. And this 3-headed dog was one of Moria's zombies, number 82, seemingly intimidating but actually just a patrol dog, rather weak. Woof. The Cerberus had just begun to growl to intimidate Doc when he used telekinesis to lift it into the air, immobilizing it. At this moment, the dark red glow in Doc's eyes brightened. It consumes more energy than I thought, probably related to the target's weight. Doc was testing his psychic abilities. Since obtaining his psychic powers, this was the first time Doc had used them in reality, and the results were quite satisfactory. He had almost forgotten about Gecko Moria. Though Moria is pretty lame now, he was once a notable figure at sea, at least among the supernovas of those years. Moria once fought Kaido head-on in Wano and hadn't lost when all his subordinates were killed. Suddenly breaking down, he started creating a zombie army, and it's been downhill from there, with his catchphrase becoming, "Just let me become the Pirate King." According to the data book and manga, Moria was once capable of holding his own against Kaido, regardless of his portrayal in the anime, suggesting his strength wasn't weak. Many people are unsure about Moria's record, thinking Kaido back then was lame, so even if Moria could fight him, Moria was still lame. But, would a lame Kaido have been part of the Rocks Pirates or turned Wano into what it was? Moria fought Kaido when Kaido first planned to kill Odin. This suggests that Moria had potential. His and Crocodile's records were like those of shonen protagonists, just knocked down by setbacks. But no matter how Moria changed, one thing remained constant. His regard for his comrades and his appreciation for his subordinates. This was evident from the respect and loyalty Moria's subordinates had for him. Doflamingo teamed up with the pacifistas to kill Moria at Marineford, but Absalom risked his life to save him, and Moria was furious enough to want to fight Blackbeard, now a 4 emperor, over Absalom's death. Then there's Perona, staying with Mihawk, who immediately wanted to find Moria upon learning he was alive. She was extremely worried when she read in the newspaper that Moria might be dead. At least from this perspective. Moria and his few subordinates all had the qualifications to become trainers, just with the same treatment as Doflamingo's side. Doc wouldn't actively sell Pokémon to such villains roaming the seas unless the Pokémon chose them in the future.